this would be the time. And as all you guys know, we were talking about the DPC points, the prize pooling, of course, $500,000 on the line. First place taking home that $200K, all the way down to 7th and 8th, of course, where they will be taking home 12.5 each. But again, DPC points probably at this point, this late in the year, with it being the third major, all those point values haven't been increasing, tournament over tournament. So big stuff. 600 points are almost going to guarantee you getting that TI invite, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, this major just has insane value to it. And like I said, there's a lot of teams that are on the cusp that are here. Team Spirit, 9 Pandas, they're both very close to... Actually, there's like 10 teams that are at the point where like even getting like top 6 will guarantee that they're at TI. Probably more than 10.
Yeah, it's super close for a lot of teams, but it's also like teams that aren't here are also like hoping for certain results, which is, going to be pretty interesting how that all plays out. I don't know. How do you feel about these groups, by the way? Because I know a lot of people were just looking at Group B like, oh my lord, that is some heavy teams in there. But I look at all of these teams and it's hard to pick and choose, who I guess is like, which group is more dangerous, I would say.
Yeah, it's funny because, like, looking at Group B, you might look at Bet Boom a couple of weeks back and be like, oh, that group's not so bad. But then, knowing how they performed in Dream League after, not being invited in the first place and just being a replacement for Execration, it's like, yeah, that's a really good team. But, after watching that, it also makes me feel like any of these teams, like the teams we see on our screen, Nouns maybe, I actually feel like, Dota's just a game right now where it feels like anybody can pull through for one tournament and just be one of the strongest teams there. Like, whoever figures out something like weird and new and fresh in the meta, it could be any of these guys.
Absolutely. Of course, there's your probably tournament favorites of Gaming Gladiators who are, they're already clinched for TI. But of course, one thing that they're trying to do is get that brand new shiny record of winning 5 major events in 1 year. That would be absolutely nuts. They're already like 4 wins in, I believe, right? Or something like that. It's so nuts how good of a run that they've had this year. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, there is potential for any team here to have a good run at this tournament, and that's important. It's going to make for good Dota.
Yeah. Gaming Gladiators, this team has already done some world firsts. For example, there's never been a team that got first place in the group at a major, won the major, first place in the group at the major, and then won the major. So if they get first place in this major in the groups, the other first, and if they win again, that's another first. And I think also it'll be the first time a team has won all the majors in a year, I believe, which is just insane. This team is crazy. Not that we're covering them right now today, but
yeah.
Gaming is just nuts. Like, I could talk about this team for a long time, but of course, when you win every single tournament, there's a lot of talk. But Tundra, a lot of people are I've seen a lot of people's predictions. A lot of people are predicting Tundra as a top 3 team in this tournament. Just, I guess, based on DPC, recent performance. I guess, right? With DPC, I also think, like, who's their roster for this major? Are they going with their full roster?
There's no stand-ins. Yeah, there's no stand-ins from my knowledge. Like, they are running their full roster.
Okay, so we did not see that during Dream League. Of course, they did have good stand-ins. Hard, but I forgot what it's like to be in the lobby, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, Undying. This is a very strong hero. Grab ally, genuinely very good ability, amazing save in the late game. And I think one of the things about this hero that is annoying to deal with right now is that Undying has always been classically the hero that, like, walks up a hill for his team and just dies and then, like, buys back or something to start a fight. Because like, you don't want to go on him. Like, that's the whole point. It's like, he's so tanky and he's so hard to kill. And so if you go for this grab ally, like, you have to focus him which is exactly like what you don't want to do because he's so damn tanky. So it forces you into this weird position where you have to kill the tankiest hero first, which feels like trash.
Turn to ban.
Storm Spirit.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. Storm responds here to the Morphling Timber. Now, it does give you a good amount of catch for these, but I'm a little bit concerned because I feel like Morphling has been a relatively unaddressed hero, right? Like, I feel like every time I see this hero, it just kind of feels a little bit too strong.
Yeah, Morph is a crazy hero. I mean, I think the main strength of this hero right now is like, obviously everybody talks about the Aghanim Scepter. There's a lot of things that you can turn into where you get some Ag's upgraded ability where it kind of feels like Morphling is just a better version of that hero whenever you turn into them. But the biggest thing I would say that has changed for this hero that made it so strong right now is that everybody's maxing Adaptive Strike. And it does so much damage on such a low cooldown for such low mana. And it gives you bonus attributes now for some reason. So it feels so good to level it up. Like, nobody can lane against you. You can actually run around and be active and fight on a hero that, like, traditionally, Morph is supposed to be a carry. He's supposed to farm, but he can fight with this build. It's very strong.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I will have to say, like, this is a hero that I just never really learned to play. Like, ever since they reworked this hero and got rid of the like replicate illusion, that Morphling had way back in the day. This is just a hero that I was like, I just wrote it off. I was like, I'm not learning this hero. I'm done. I don't have the time or the mental capacity to be good at Morphling anymore. But dude, when this is the thing that I love is like when you see players that are just absolutely cracked on Morphling, like players like Shiro, who is like one of the best Morphling players in the world. Yeah, it feels like this hero is just on a whole nother level for the exact reasons you said, right? He just becomes a better version of whatever hero he wants in the other team.
I think it's definitely, it's one of the best heroes in Dota. And I think it's also one of the hardest heroes in Dota currently, if not the hardest, because you're playing on low HP like a Huskar all the time. And that's, obviously a difficult thing to deal with. But then you're also turning into other heroes. You have to know every other hero in the game. Like a Rubik. Dude. So it's like Rubik plus Huskar mixed together. One hero that's not hard, though, is
Esports
Timbersaw. Just one of the best universal heroes in the game. He gains something like 5 damage per level, which is insane. The hero actually right-clicks really hard, which does have impact in fights, and especially in laning, where you can just get like every last hit and every deny by getting a bunch of stat items. It makes his laning so damn strong, and
10 seconds
once you get out of the laning stage, you build the Ags, and it makes you pretty much unkillable. You kind of need a dispel for this Ags on Timber. Otherwise, you can't kill him.
You see, this nullifier like is pretty much always picked up. Yule Scepter dispels it as well, right?
Yeah. So I see a lot of nullifier,
but it's a heavy investment, right? Because your carry then has to make that decision, or like maybe your offlane or mid lane have to like make the decision to like add a nullifier into their build.
Yeah, which can feel really
sometimes
weird.
You don't want,
Mm-hmm. I want to make a prediction, and this might sound.
I love predictions. Let's do it.
This might sound absolutely insane, but because this is Tundra, I'm going to say this could actually end up being like an offlane Morphling or something like that. Because it's Tundra, I actually think this hero is so damn strong at laning because of Adaptive Strike, and Ags is such a good item that it's like it can be kind of played in like a utility way. That I don't know. Did you see that post on Reddit of the Morphling who had just an Ags fighting against like a 6-slotted Magnus, and Morphling won because of all the stats that he stole?
No, but that's so unfair. What?
Yeah, it's stupid. Like I legit think if any team is going to run this as an offlaner, it's going to be Tundra. But I don't know. Even then, maybe that's an insane prediction, but we'll see.
I've seen like some people experimenting with like phylactery mid Morphling, which is just good. Hilarious. Because I feel like it is actually decent, because like for what you're saying, the max Adaptive Strike, like it's just such a low cool. I think it's 6 seconds or something, right? At max level. Yeah. And so like you're just constantly spamming. Or no, that's phylactery. Phylactery 6, Adaptive Strike's like 10 or something for agility. But either way, it's like you can constantly just spam it. It's so good. And it's just hilarious. But dude, I'd be interested to see an offlane Morphling. I feel like that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Phylactery, you throw an adaptive at somebody and it does like 800 damage or something like that. It's so stupid. Medusa Pugna gets picked up. So
great combos.
These are great combos. Like, of course, the Pugna plus Storm, you have the mana battery. keeping him constantly full mana, so he can never have to go back to Fountain and stay active on the map is really nice, especially when you're trying to jump backline heroes like Snapfire. Morphling, if you catch this hero with the stun, on a ward or something, like you can actually kill him before he gets morph off. And then the late game, you have Pugna plus Medusa, which is one of the nicest heroes to pump mana into in the late game. Like it makes it so that you have to go on the Pugna, but then the Medusa oftentimes will kill you in the time that you go on the Pugna. I've seen people go even have you seen the Rapier Rush Medusa build?
Oh yeah, dude. That was when the first rework came out, right? It was second item Rapier, every single game on this hero.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I expect it'll be the Manta Butterfly sort of thing coming out here, because it's insane to go Rapier Rush against a TI winning team, but they go for the Tide as a response. He'll do fine in lane against a Medusa. And I definitely feel like Tundra, it looks like they're doubling down on the team fighting. Yeah, I think Timber mid against Storm is very good. It's a good matchup for Timber.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, I like it. I feel like the Snapfire pick is actually a little bit of a deny pick too, because this is something that Beastcoast love to run. It's a sacred classic. He takes it to the offlane all the time. And I think Snapfire in general is just a really good hero at the moment. So I like that decision from Tundra to go for it. Okay, I have a question about the Pugna synergies here, because I worry that you have almost too many things that you have to restore mana on, because it's not it's quick to restore mana on heroes like Storm Spirit and Medusa after the nerf.
Yeah. No, I agree. I was actually going to mention that as well, is that if I'm playing Pugna and I feel
5 seconds remaining.
Sometimes it can feel like a grief if you already have a Storm and then a guy in your team picks Medusa, because then you have to pick one and then the other one just kind of dies or can't do their thing. But I think Undying Dusa is a fantastic combo for laning, and then also the grab ally in the late game on Dusa to
10 seconds
save her is pretty good. And Undying's a hero that likes to build into he can get Solar Crest, and Pugna builds drums. So I feel they have other synergies other than just the sucking from the Pugna. So, but yeah, no, it is a potential issue for sure.
Tundra Esports.
All right. Ooh, the Nyx ban. I mean, that is something Tundra do runs, and with a Medusa, Storm Spirit definitely would be a very good Nyx game. So I like that. Very good heads up ban to get rid of the clockwork as well. What do you think you can actually take here for the offlane of Beastcoast, right? That's going to actually play well into this Morphling. So I feel that's what we're looking for, right? They've got to get something here that can get into this lane. Unless they're doing offlane Medusa, but I don't know about that.
Beastcoast definitely needs a stun. And so the, classic one that I would always suggest for them is just the Mars. I think it plays very well with the Pugna. It can actually kill a Timbersaw if you can get the arena on him.
True, huh?
It's okay against Morph. I don't think Mars beats Morph by any means, but I feel they're really lacking stuns in this draft.
Remaining.
I mean, let's see. What other stunners could they get?
It's good against the Tide too, right? You just kind of put Tide in a cage, both of them, and then they're just well, this is awkward. Neither of them are really BKB builders.
Yeah.
I like it.
Let's see, what else does Sacred play?
I forgot about the Primal Beast. That's another big Sacred hero. That's definitely something he likes to grab on the occasions.
Yeah, that's a good ban. Let's see, hero that does well against Morphling. I mean, there's not many offlaners.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to figure that out too. I'm what is left?
To be quite
Legion Commander?
Yeah, Legion.
Can you pick Legion here?
Axe? I mean, Axe does very well against Morph in the game.
That's true, yeah.
In the lane, I think it's also fine.
Esports.
Oh, wow.
Beastmaster. Whoa.
Okay, well, so they're really doubling down on winning the lanes here. So Necro does extremely well against any of these heroes in lane and in the game. Timber's one of Timber's worst win rates is Necro.
Remaining.
Yeah.
He's always sitting on low
5
HP
seconds
and
remaining.
playing around regen, and you can just scythe him very easily. Tidehunter, same thing. It's very difficult for this hero to kill a Necro. They build to be very tanky. Morphling plays on 20% HP, stat morphing, running away from you, and you can scythe them. But like I said, it's really doubling down on like we are going to snowball this game because they have no stuns otherwise. Like their only stun is Storm Spirit and Reaper Scythe, which is, pretty bad.
All right. So last pick here, going to be a support pick for Tundra, most likely. So do you feel like you have enough catch on the backside to deal with these heroes like Pugna and Undying? Okay. Well, I mean, I forgot this was still in the pool. This is a sick pick. That is about as good of a Shadow Demon game as you could ask for. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so the one saving grace for Beastcoast here is that they do have a Storm Spirit, which is very good at jumping backline heroes like Shadow Demon. But yeah, as you mentioned, this is a god tier Shadow Demon game because his ult, the Demonic Purge, it will purge the Decrepify from Pugna, which will be used to, save people. It will purge Necrophos, his Ghost Shroud. It's considered to be like arguably the hardest counter in the game to Necro. And then also you can save people from the Reaper Scythe by simply imprisoning them on the Reaper Scythe. So
10 seconds.
Very good SD pick. Also, you really want to have with SD, I think right now you would like to pick him with heroes that enjoy taking early stacks. Timber and Tide are both very good at doing that. And I mean, like, they can do them at like literally 5 or 6 minutes into the game. So he can focus on stacking both of the Ancients if he wants. So there's a lot of boxes are checked with this SD pick.
Yeah, because like it's not like you're gonna be stuck in this lane, right? He's not gonna have to like offer too much assistance to this Tide Hunter. Like I feel like he's gonna be able to just kind of stay here as this immovable object as Tide Hunters usually do. And like you said, he's just gonna have free reign to stack. Wow, that is gonna be difficult for Beastcoast to come to deal with. I like I said, I feel like this Shadow Demon pick is super, super good. Excited overall for our first game, but I don't know. Predictions based on draft, how are you feeling?
I would say I'm interested to see how Beastcoast itemize to deal with the SD. Because I know on Necro, people will go for like, Lotus Orb, Shiva's Guard. They'll go for things that are like not purgeable that will make you tanky otherwise. With Pugna, it's like all of the items that Pugna likes to build are countered by SD. Like you can go Pavis, you can go Glimmer Cape, Force Staff. Like these are all his favorite items that all get countered by that hero. So I mean, I gotta say, like this is definitely a Tundra favorite draft. They got a really amazing last pick here.
Yeah, I agree, man. I have to agree. As much as I love watching the Beastcoast, their only saving grace maybe would be crushing these lanes. So we'll see if they can make it happen. But yeah, overall, should be a super exciting game number one. Tundra, ultimate gotcha last pick. This is sick. So we'll see how this ends up unfolding. As we're gonna get ready to jump right into our first game. Both teams are ready to go. I think we're ready. Are we ready? We'll have to see. Production will
I'm ready
in just a moment, but I know we are. Absolutely, we are ready. There we go. Our first game of the day. Both teams posturing around mid. I feel like I don't know. I feel like the early game is just so brawl heavy, but very rarely do I see like rune fights anymore.
I feel like that's because people have started to recognize how game losing it can be to give away a single kill. It's like you lose like one hero for the rune spawn, and all of a sudden that lane is lost. That lane, transitions where like that core can be left alone. The support roams through the portal, wins another lane. It's like, oh, I just lost all 3 lanes because we fought for the rune. So people are careful with it now.
Yeah, and forbid you lose more than one hero, right? Like I think I've seen games where like a 5v5 clash breaks out and like the safe lane carry gets like a double or a triple kill, and you're just like, all right, well, good luck. Like, how do you play the game at that point?
Yeah,
we're gonna see a lot of fighting for snaking. The blood grenades come out, and the Shadow Demon up a little bit too far forward in the first blood, like we were talking about. Gonna be given on over to Sacred's Necrophos.
First blood.
Well, that's a great way to start a game where you're fairly hard countered. If you have an item advantage, I would say that counters in Dota don't really matter anymore. So it's really good that they gave it to him rather than just like taking it on the Pugna or something like that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Now, I always kind of like had this feeling that like Necro is like gotta be one of the most item dependent core heroes. Like I feel like he just needs so much in Dota to like be like this overwhelming. And he snowballs super hard, so that early kill,
Yeah, he does.
gonna be very, very nice for him.
Yeah, we'll see how these lanes go. Like I imagine 33 here in this lane will eventually be able to be left alone, like you said. And even though it's not the SD up here, a simple snapfire going and stacking a few camps is still very nice. And then the SD can stack up the bottom jungle, and they can have like 2 sets of stacks to farm.
Huzzah!
This mid matchup is definitely something people are realizing is a lot more Timber favored. You know, getting the levels and gold that you get from the mid lane. Like in a side lane, Timber would almost be considered countered by Storm because he does a lot of magical damage, but it's really only true if like the Storm has item and level advantage on the Timber. When you're mid, like you can't do quite enough damage to kill him.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like he not only is he gonna stay on par with him in levels, but I feel like he just lasted so much easier now being that universal hero. Like he doesn't have to go for a quelling blade anymore. Like he doesn't have to worry about getting like a vanguard in the off lane. Like he can just go straight for a bottle, just like chill holding like lane with reactive armor. You just go like what, like 2-0-2 to open this up. It should be a pretty chill lane for 9, I think.
Yep. Although he did get kind of owned on the first couple of waves by Dark Mago. But that's the thing, is like that is actually how the first few waves go, I would say, is like, you know, you've not that this is like a counter matchup, but even if you are in a counter matchup, a lot of the time where you can you know, make up for the difference in the countering is like on the first few waves where you don't have enough skills to like function as a counter. So Dark Mago like just straight up outplaying here early.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling himself. All right, jumping back into the lanes. I'm trying to think like where we're gonna see a lot more action, but I feel like there's your side lanes for Beastcoast. Like I don't know if you're actually gonna find a kill with this like Pugna Medusa lane, right? Like this is just to sustain the lane forever.
Yeah.
What about bottom? Like, can they make something happen here against the Morphling, or is Morphling just an untouchable lane hero still?
I just realized, by the way, it's Schofield on Undying here. I thought he'd be playing the Pugna, so this is a 4 position
right.
Undying. That is interesting. I mean, I think this is another, like, Beastcoast has 2 harass lanes. Like, they're gonna play to just slowly and surely, you know, prevent Skeeter from getting a few last hits here and there, and Sacred's gonna be the one taking the farm. I think the most likely place we're gonna see kills is Tundra's top lane. Tide Snapfire. They've got a lot of minus armor. They've got a lot of nukes. Like, eventually they can cookie the Tide on top of maybe Stinger on the Pugna and take him out.
Yeah. And Timber, if he manages to get like a good early rune, can definitely make those rotations pretty easily.
East Coast, though, looking pretty solid in the first 3 minutes of this game here. Doing very well in their mid and their off lane.
Yeah, I was going to say Sacred has a lot of CS on this Necro, which is a little bit surprising. Like, not a super high damage hero, but I guess the First Blood obviously helps out quite a bit.
Yeah,
Morphling is just kind of notorious for shutting lane opponents down, so that's why I was big question mark for me on like how this lane was actually going to play out. Top lane Stinger getting very low, and Soxa actually finding the kill. Nicely done from him. Dude, Blood Grenade, that is one heck of an item.
Yeah, that's just a straight up solo kill from Soxa.
Yeah.
I imagine he's probably going to go suicide to the tier 2. Maybe after...
Ooh, the courier's
Dire's
dead.
middle tower is under
Dude, that's
attack.
so many items on the courier
Dire's
too.
courier has
Oh,
been
wow.
killed.
That is actually a really important courier.
Yeah.
Man.
Tons of mana regen, Blood Grenade, and wards. That is really rough. And then he gets the deny off anyway, so just suicide in the tower. Dude, that is such a sick play from Soxa.
Yeah, that is a very convenient one. I think he was just banking on suiciding to the tier 2, and then he saw a courier, and he's like, all right, additional value, like, why not? And it was a courier that was just stacked with items.
Bottom lane, we're going to see the Tombstone come out as they get the kill there on the Snaking, and Skitter forced to back away. So, Sacred getting himself his first set of Vessel charges, so I mean, against Morphling, this is quite good if he managed to get, or I guess, sorry, earn charges, but I'm guessing eventually into a Vessel. This is a pretty dang good Vessel game.
I think so, yeah. I mean, Timber plus Morph, like, very good heroes to have that Vessel against. And, man, having this early Urn of Shadows with 2 charges and the levels that he has, he's got 2 points in Heartstopper. He's just going full greed in this lane. I think he can actually pressure Skeeter out of here, out of this lane at some point, which is not something you want for a Morphling. Like you said, this hero's supposed to be very strong at laning.
Yeah, he's crushing it. I will say CS is almost exactly even across both teams right now. Like, it is so close. It's just a couple kills here on Beastcoast that giving them the advantage, but everyone's doing very well in their lanes.
Yeah,
really
network
Sacred
wise,
that's ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Sacred has a nice little advantage here. About 600 gold he has advantage over the Morphling, which means, like I said, he has this urn. So once he has that Scythe, Skeeter's gonna have to be so careful not to be low HP. And he can always catch him out with the Reaper Scythe.
So how do you feel about Schofield's kind of movements here? He's just going mid for the 6-minute power rune. They're just leaving Sacred bottom solo. Do you feel like he's pretty much safe to just be bottom now?
Oh yeah, he's chilling. Schofield, I do believe, is going to be going down here. The question is, does he take someone with him? Yes, he does. He actually gets 9.
He does. That's huge.
Wow.
What? You're very okay with that. Taking down the Timbersaw there. He didn't manage to get the Tombstone off at the last second, but super valuable kill. And Dark Mago secures the power rune. So he gets the refill at least. An Invis, not a super valuable power
Dire's
rune.
middle tower is under attack.
That's nice.
It does mean the next one won't be an Invis, which is
exactly.
Nice.
That's huge.
Dark Mago's like, dude, come on, dude. Give me that regen. Give me that regen, baby.
I'm curious how you feel about that change, because that was something I think a lot of people like undervalued on the patch notes. I feel like that's one of the biggest changes to the mid lane in so long.
Dude, it's definitely big. I mean, it's half the reason I think like Storm, Pugna also is a reason, but it's a big reason why Storm is viable. Like, you know what sort of runes you're going to be getting. You can kind of play around it.
Yeah. Speaking of Storm, coming top lane here to try and find 33 on this Tidehunter. He went for the Meteor Hammer build here, so he is not super tanky, completely reliant on that Kraken Shell, and they will eventually find the kill.
Yeah, meanwhile, very interesting stuff. Sacred is farming indeed on the bot lane. Almost has that Scythe. He's got it. Is he? He's faking it. He's kind of pump faking it just to show Skeeter. Yep. He's like, man, be careful. I'm gonna get you.
This guy played with Beyblades, I can tell. He's gonna let it rip any second, dude.
Yep. So Snaking, he's trying to pressure here, and 33, he's TPing, and he's got the Meteor Hammer.
Oh, this is a nice rotation. They have Ravage to follow it as well if they need Sacred. Trying to live through it. So has 21 charges, but doesn't get him off as the Ravage comes out here at the very end. I mean, that's the downside of not having Ghost Shroud, right? That bonus healing is just not there.
Yeah, he's in a weird position where he doesn't want the Ghost Shroud because he knows once SD is level 6, it's just going to get purged off anyway. And then also the lane was going very well. I mean, I feel like if you're Sacred, you're also kind of okay with that happening. They did have to use Ravage for that.
Yeah.
And with the Ravage plus Meteor Hammer, I feel like that is actually a pretty, important early game cooldown because you can combo it. They're going to go on Sacred again here.
Yeah, they are. They're going to continue the chases. Nines comes down here on the Timbersaw. Plenty of damage from him. If they can continue to chase, Skitter wave forming underneath the tower. Timber chain back across with Sacred. Finally uses that wand. Trying to survive, but he gets the kill anyway. Beautiful rotation from 9. And now, no Necrophos for this bottom lane for quite some time. That Arcane Rune getting put to really good use.
Imprison was just on cooldown for Snaking. Otherwise, that could have been a double. I mean, that's such a huge blow to Sacred's game, and considering how good his game was going, I feel like that's the exact rotation that 2 rotations that Tundra needed to make to shut his game down and make him, this hero that's just countered by the SD again. That is exactly what Tundra needed to do.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at the changes in net worth over the last, 3 minutes. We were talking about the fact that he was top net worth, 600 in front of Morphling. He's now the bottom of the 6 cores. So it is just so fast. Top lane, they do find 33 with another rotation from Dark Mago there. So nicely done from him. Both offlaners kind of struggling. But how do you feel about this Medusa? I mean, she's 1,000 gold in front of this Morphling, but it is a Medusa into a Morphling and a Shadow Demon. So, like, is he far enough ahead? Can he actually carry this game on this hero?
Oh yeah, that is a good question. I mean, the thing is, Beastcoast at least has a pretty strong tri-core, you know, between the Necro, the Storm, and the Dusa. So, you know, Storm can catch out the Morphling or catch out the SD, you know, dealing with that counter. You can also get a Linking Sphere.
Middle tower is under attack.
All right, so Sacred does finally get a little bit of revenge there. Yeah, he's back, baby. It's his first Reaper side kill, chasing down Snaking as well. Dark Mago will join his friend. Double kill there for the Necrophos, and just like that,
There shall be
back right into the mix. Very close to his vessel now. He's going to get it this very second. So you have a much more dangerous timing on this vessel than previous, right?
Yeah, this thing is very important. I mean, this item now pierces BKB, which is honestly, you know, kind of insane, despite quite a few vessel nerfs. That is a nice buff that it received recently, and it lets him play around something other than his ult, as 33 is being gone on here by Dark Mago, kind of baiting out the Ravage a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he almost lets it rip, but he's holding it. Okay, so I gotta ask, how do you feel about the Meteor Hammer Tidehunter? Because this is a build I actually see fairly often, but I would say 33 is probably the person I see build it more than anybody.
I've seen this trending quite a lot recently. I think with all of the other offlaning items having been nerfed, like a lot of the auras got nerfed, you know, Vanguard has been nerfed multiple times. I feel like that's why we're seeing the Meteor Hammer Tide. It's because, like, you know, Vanguard gets nerfed, and therefore, like, Underlord is less of a good pick. Therefore, Tide is a better pick for the same sort of style of offlaner. And because Tide is being picked, well, this hero is, like, arguably the best Meteor Hammer offlaner in the game currently. So I do like it a lot. I mean, it lets you push early towers, which a lot of people just tend to run away from Tide because he's so tanky.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you want to run away from me? Okay, I'll take towers.
That's what you're talking about. Demonic Purge coming through, making this Necro's life impossible. They do get the Vessel out onto the Morphling, but a nice disruption there from Snake King to be able to keep Skitter alive. And Dark Mago, I mean, he's committed almost his entire mana pool. So you'll have to just back away, but he'll get popped off by the good old Pugna. What a nice
middle tower has fallen.
Still a very strong combo. Yeah, one thing people... Oh, actually, Dark Mago.
Yeah, they got Snaking here. He does have a disruption available, and he's baiting it for the moment, but no, just trying to run away. Won't be able to throw it off. And now Parker's rotation here, making his presence known on the Medusa. Sacred coming through as well. They get themselves 2 kills for their trouble. They're going to look for the tower now.
I love this rotation from Parker. This is going back to something that you were saying earlier, which is Parker's dealing with a Morphling, which can steal his stats and acts as counter, as I think Scofield should be fine. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. That's a lot of damage.
Close. That's Kaya, baby.
Yeah. Actually, would not have gotten that kill without the Kaya.
Yeah. So a tower trade, I suppose, thanks to the Meteor Hammer Tidehunter.
Yeah. I like that Parker's getting active, because you mentioned it. It's not the easiest Medusa game ever. He is fairly countered in the late game, so playing around this earlier timing, I think, makes a lot of sense. Medusa is actually quite strong in the early game, despite what a lot of people think, because of the multi-shot she can farm. Doesn't mean she has to farm.
Yeah, that's very true. Snake King cannot get the disruption off there, as Storm Spirit just toying with them, and one more auto attack from Dark Mago seals his fate. So another kill for the Storm. He's starting off 3-0 and 4.
He has a full Kaya
Sanj. What?
My God, that is
so fast.
Radiant are scanning.
He is fat. He is. But then again, on the other side, 9 also has a full Kaya Sanj. So both of these mid laners are just running around and reaping the benefit of killing these heroes.
You definitely don't have kill threat on Tide, right? Or on Timber. You need the Necro, I imagine. Yeah. Speaking of Necrophos, he's got his sights set on Soxa here in the bottom lane. Does get the cookie away, but Storm Spirit gonna force him back. You Reaper Scythe this. He's actually just gonna hold it. I like that call. Oh, wait, they're looking for more? Skitter behind the tower. They do manage to get the Vortex off. Spirit Vessel is out. Skitter's gotta be careful, man. He's losing health and fast. Another Vessel charge is available. Stinger trying to cut him off here. A little bit of mana here from Dark Mago. Can they get this kill? It would be huge, but Snaking with the rotation in. Oh, misses the disruption!
Oh, wow.
No!
That is That is rough.
Maybe he thought it was on cooldown and he just wasn't expecting. Maybe he didn't know the Necro was close enough, but that is such unfortunate timing.
Sacred took the cast range talent, possibly just for that. If he did not have that cast range talent, he is not hitting that Morphling with the Scythe. By the way, him saving that Reaper Scythe earlier, not using it on Soxa, on the Snapfire, netted them that kill. That was such good discipline from Sacred right there. The fact that he saved it. Like, I like that people are doing that. By the way, top lane, 33 is getting gone by Dark Mago. He's very far out on his own.
I feel like I've seen this a few times. That is a Ravage coming out, and the Mortimer Kisses from downtown should be able to help pick off Stinger. Schofield on the run. He's going to be just fine. But a nice turnaround kill here. I mean, he's got the full pipe done. This guy's no longer that small fry he once was. That being said, Soxa maybe a little bit too deep here. They don't have a tombstone to play around, but Dark Mago really low on resources here at the moment. Sacred with a nice rotation in, gonna try and keep his boys alive. Dark Mago needs to get out of here, but 33 chops him down with life. One more anchor smash. Sacred, gotta be careful. Meteor Hammer dropped right on top of his head. Backside of the fight, Soxa zoning out Schofield, and a big win here for Tundra as they managed to grab 2 and now potentially a 3rd kill. Schofield tanking, man. He had 48 stolen decays here at the moment. Drops a high ground tombstone, continuing to play with these guys. They actually don't know about it quite yet. It's starting to spawn. They get the kill thanks to Timbersaw. And the rest of them will clean up the tombstone. Beautiful plays there all around.
That was incredibly disastrous for Beastcoast. Just trying to go on a Tidehunter there who has Meteor Hammer Pipe. He had farmed a big, juicy hard camp stack and maybe an ancient stack, I'm not sure. But he had just taken a stack, so he has this massive item timing in the pipe, and he just does not go down. Storm uses literally all of his mana, and so he goes down eventually. And man, this early game lead that Beastcoast had, just with that single play, is going the other direction now. Tundra is massive. The only person on Beastcoast that has any semblance of net worth now is Parker, which I feel like is kind of in Beastcoast's wheelhouse from what I've seen from them. So I wouldn't count them out.
Staking. Gonna get picked off here as he was on a little warding mission. So unfortunate for him. But nice little grab there for Schofield, and he will lose his ward sentry in the process. Dude, okay, so Butterfly early on the Medusa here. I'm curious how you feel about this, because this is one of those items. It's like when you're playing against a Shadow Demon, you have to make sure that you build items that don't make your illusions impossible to kill, right?
Yeah. I mean, the way I see the Butterfly is this is a I'm trying to win this game early item. Like, I'm going to win this game before you have MKB, basically. It's how you deal with counters. Tia's counter.
I like that a lot. Speaking of some counters, Big Ravage comes out here on the top side, catching 3 members of Beastcoast Sacred, trying to survive. He's still got that Reaper side. They take down Soxa, but a huge ground tombstone into the Reaper side. Will grab the Tidehunter. A beautiful turnaround there from Beastcoast. And that is, I mean, as good of a fight you're going to get with that Ravage coming out, now being on cooldown. Some space for Beastcoast potentially.
Yeah, no, they're going to go straight for the Roche. I mean, this is a huge timing for them. Not only do they... I mean, probably the best thing from that fight is not the kills that Beastcoast got, it's the fact that Ravage is now on cooldown, and with this Butterfly timing, which, like I said, is how you deal with counters, this is the I'm going to win the game right now timing. They can now Roche, and there's no Ravage, so Tundra cannot fight this. Beastcoast could get a lot out of the map in the next 5 to 10 minutes based off of that fight.
I love it. Yeah, we'll drop the Flesh Golem here. Snake King trying to scout this one out. Throws the Disruption onto an Illusion, which will end up killing it. But dude, the Illusions are almost killing Stinger. That is going to be scary, man. These Butterfly Illusions are going to do some serious damage.
Immortality is mine.
Okay, so how do you deal with the potential of a Medusa just like killing her whole team under a Disruption?
I think you jump the SD with Storm. I think Dark Mago has to... he has to do that in these fights, because also the SD is countering his offlane Necro. He's going to protect from the Reaper site with the Disruption, and also he's going to purge the Necro. So I feel like there's just so many reasons to jump Snake King right now that you've just got to do it. And the only hero that can do it is Storm Spirit. So lots of pressure on Dark Mago.
I mean, he's actually itemized so perfectly for this on snaking as well. Like, he's just got Glimmer Cape, Windlace, and a Gossamer Cape. He's like, I'm just going to try and live as much as possible and not die to this Storm Spirit. And Glimmer Cape, I mean, probably one of the best support items right now. Carries and cores do not like carrying dust.
Unfortunately for Snake King, Dark Mago does have a Witchblade, so the Gossamer Cape not super effective there.
I forget about that, the True Strike on that.
Yeah, it's super nice. But yeah, you're right. Dark Mago does not have any dust right now, and he doesn't have the slot for it because of the Aegis.
They got the Tormentor steal. That's huge. The tier 2 tower right into the Tormentor at 20 minutes. They get the grab ally. I could do my Suns fan impression later and just scream grab ally at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is such a good pickup. It's unfortunately only level 1 Tombstone, but still pretty good.
Yeah, this is like one of the best shards in the game. Definitely an S tier shard. Such an amazing save.
Oh my god. Schofield nearly dying here to the illusions, but it's the backside of the fight is, again, like you said, Dark Mago, his goal's got to be able to find Snake King. He nearly gets the kill. He needs a little bit of assistance as he's trying to hobble away the pipe protecting him for the moment, but it's not enough. The Wisdom Rune will be yoinked away as well. And you have 30 seconds without a Shadow Demon now.
And they're just going to flip the map, go for the other Wisdom Rune. So they got the Tormentor, they got the Wisdom Rune, they got a kill, and now they're going to get another Wisdom Rune, and hell, they can take the Tormentor at any point that they want. It's free.
Dude, this game has been super close in terms of net worth and XP. Like, both teams have been really close. But I think the biggest advantage we had was like just over 3,000 gold. But it feels like Beastcoast is kind of gaining a little bit of momentum here. So what's Tundra got to do to try and, like, I mean, obviously they need to like kind of slow some things down, but what's their game plan at this point?
They're definitely stalling out this Aegis, in particular also because... can he actually die on 9?
I think you need a little bit more help here. This guy is tanky. Without the Vessel, I don't know how you do it.
No, you don't want to throw Aegis away for that either. Parker is just farming right now. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're Tundra, you want to just like split push and delay this timing. Not only because of the Aegis, but also because this is Parker's like butterfly timing, where Medusa is very strong compared to the Morphling. Morphling almost has his Ags, so he's going to be able to steal all these stats that Medusa has fairly soon. So probably within like the next 3 to 4 minutes, we'll see Tundra taking a fight, but they need the Ags on Morph, and they need this Aegis to go away. Those things will line up.
Ooh, speaking of the Aegis going away, he actually might have a little bit of time here with this Aghanim Scepter done on the Storm Spirit to be able to try and make some maybe deep dives happen. So that could be a pretty big pickup here, as it does ignore Linken's, right? So this Linken Spear that the Morphling has picked up, he could just get Electric Vortex, and then suddenly your Morphling is stunned. So we'll see if they actually manage to make anything like that happen. Parker on the Medusa, setting up for Snapfire. Yeah, Silver Edge, nice enough, but no detection. Glimmer Cape again, just providing that survivability for the supports. They will grab the tier 2 tower though, and an immediate smoke from Tundra. They actually want to fight right on the high ground.
Oh man.
Oh. Can they make this happen? There's going to be the Ravage to follow it. They've got to be able to save the Medusa, but the Vortex on 4 comes through. Nice Tombstone, the Great Valley is available. You've lost the Medusa, you've lost the Pugna. The Reaper side, not nearly enough damage. You've lost 3. You got to get out of here. It's just going to be Schofield dropping on the backside here to 9-4 for Beastcoast as Schofield Spirit with an Aegis, the lone survivor, and it's timing out. He's got 10 seconds. Can Tundra actually line this one up? Looks like he might be a little too far away. But dude, what a hold, what a smoke. Oh, he got him with the Shiva.
Oh, he canceled it.
Done from 9. Can they actually follow this one up? Looks like they can. The Gush is going to connect. He's got nothing left in the tank, but he's out of mana, he's out of everything. The Vortex maybe to save him, but that's it. It's a full team line from the other side of the map. What a chase.
Man, that was just extremely good setup by Tundra. Like, realizing that Beastcoast was going to do, honestly, what we saw the winning teams at Dream League doing, which is trying to pressure these high grounds and actually commit to a high ground push like fairly early, with some Aegis timing in
Dire's
the Butterfly and
middle tower
Medusa.
is under attack.
But Tundra, they were just there. They were just completely there as a unit, totally ready for that. Beastcoast was not ready. They did not expect that.
No, not even at all. Like they didn't even like get any help onto that Medusa before she died. Like it was just so fast. The Ravage completely zoning out any help from Stinger. It was just a sick play. It all set up too. Like was popped and then just immediate sentry from Snaking is to find like it was just so sick.
Yeah, the problem is for Beastcoast, both of their backline supports, because Undying, kind of is a backline support now with this grab ally. Like, you want to use it to save somebody. Stinger and Schofield both got caught in the Ravage. Like, that was just like a straight up 5-man Ravage right there. So,
yeah,
of course the fight is gonna go your way if you hit some 5-man Ravage down a high ground like that. Great call from Tundra to fight that. Even though the Aegis had like a minute left on it, they had the Morphling Ags, and they felt like that was a strong enough timing, and it absolutely was.
Alright, well, Tundra are gonna smoke up here once again. Looks like they just want to be the full aggressors now. I mean, that was your Storm Ags reveal. Didn't quite pan out how they were hoping. What can Beastcoast do now? Because this is going to be these late game matchups where Tundra is definitely favored, right? Arcane Rune. Woo! Archmago does get it off in the bottle.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think that the
Radiant
game is
are
now...
scanning.
I mean, obviously, the gold lead is in Tundra's favor, but I think even just based on the two drafts, you mentioned it earlier, you have Morphling versus Medusa. That's going to be a counter. Parker is trying to go for a Lincoln Sphere, so that way he can't get morphed into, but that means your slot is now being used for a Lincoln Sphere, when otherwise it could be something like a Scotty, which will also counter the Morphling. So that's another part of why this matchup is bad in the late game, is because you need a Lincolns to counter Morph, and he's going to have a better item than you in the same slot. Actually, I say that he has a Lincolns, but Morphling enjoys having a Lincolns a lot more than a Medusa does.
Yeah.
So this game does not get easier for Beastcoast, unless they have some like crazy rapier timing on Parker. Oh,
they're gonna smoke right into him. Can they actually find Parker? A nice high ground tombstone here. Stinger just gets blown up from all of this damage. The Mortimer Kiss is doing some good work here. Schofield does end up dropping the Flesh Golem as well, as the tombstone just gets cleaned up, no problem at all. Both supports down on the side of Beastcoast, and the backside of the fight here looking how maybe they could engage, but Beastcoast making the better decision just to cut their losses.
Yeah, they needed to get out. You cannot have these two backline supports going down first. I mean, that's exactly why the bottom fight went so poorly for them, was because they got caught out. So if these heroes die, there's just...
wanting this.
There's no fighting it. No way. And we're seeing the limitations of Beastcoast draft here. Like, I do feel like they're very limited by the fact that Sacred is Necrophos, and he doesn't really have much of a point in this game, rather than just being an aura bot, whereas 33 is super effective in these fights with the Ravage, as well as, of course, his auras as well.
Is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like the gamble on this, like being able to snowball this offlane Necrophos, but it kind of just keeps coming back to this SD pick, man. Like, this was just a rough oversight, I think, for Beastcoast. Like, they go for the Nyx Assassin ban, which obviously is great, but it feels like this SD is just so much worse for them to deal with. Smoke on smoke here. Finding 33 would not be bad if you can get the break, but he gets the blink out anyway, so he is fine. Jump in here. Storm trying to grab the SD on the backside. He does manage to do it with a Vortex, but can they actually find the kill in time? The cookie away. He's out, man. They do manage to get the Morph as well. As now, it looks like Tundra trying to find their opening. They've still got this Ravage available. They do manage to isolate Sacred for the moment here. The Demonic Purge goes right on top of him, and Skitter as well on this Morphling, getting some work done. They've lost the Pugna on the backside of the fight. The Disruption onto some illusions as Schofield's trying to hobble away. Just too much damage. There is going to be the Reaper's Sight, but it's not enough, and they get the kill anyway. And Tundra just cleaning up here. 4 heroes dead on the side of Beastcoast. It is another disaster. 2 big fights in a row going the way of Tundra here, and I don't know, man. It looks like their days are numbered on Beastcoast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 33 is just so patient with the Ravage, and this is something that we saw also during all of Dream League, was that the good Tidehunter players, they don't just go in and try to go for like the 4 or 5 man Ravage. That's not what it's about anymore. People are using this spell as like a combo breaker, right? Like we saw him use the Ravage right at the very end of the fight when it was necessary to save 9, rather than hitting some huge Ravage, because it just wasn't necessary for catching out these heroes. So really beautiful patience from 33 in that fight, ending up taking out the Storm, based on it.
Under attack.
Dude, it's just such sick gameplay all around. Tundra just hitting their timings exactly where they needed to. All of it just coming back down to that high ground defense where this game completely turned around. They're portaling bottom, and Snake King is about to see that happen. They actually just cancel the portals, so he does get some good ward sentries down to the high ground, and Skitter is here ready to go. They break the Lincolns. Skitter's going to morph on in. He manages to find his target, but a huge Snake just freezing up the whole side of Beastcoast, but gets this turnaround. They do have this Stone Gaze for the moment. Dark Mago is in super deep and now out of mana as well. Stinger is going to get isolated here. Can't jump into the Tombstone, but a big Mortimer Kisses, letting up the back side of the fight here as Nine drops him down 1 by 1. And it's another really rough fight here for Beastcoast. It's going to be another 4 for 0. Medusa, the only survivor, as Parter forced to get away.
Man, it is just so hard to play Medusa into Morphling. The fact that he steals Medusa, and now all of a sudden his mana is a resource that, makes him unkillable, as if Morphling wasn't unkillable enough. And then he gets the Aghanim Scepter upgraded Mystic Snake, so he's just stunning people continuously throughout the fight. It's just insanely hard to play against. I'm not sure what they can do. Like, all Snake King needed to do in that fight was pop the Medusa Lincolns. That's it, and it's enough to contribute, because the Morphling is going to do everything else after that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's a 15k gold lead for Tundra. They have got everything they need to close this game out. And honestly, Aegis should be that for them, right? That's the tool they were looking for, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't know how you can play into this Tundra lineup right now. Like, I guess Beastcoast has got to get into position to cut waves, but the good news is Tundra is a team that is known for constricting the map and not really going high ground too early. They really like to, fester their gold lead until it's like 30, 40k before they end. So Beastcoast has got that going for them. However, I don't see the game going any better for them the later it gets. This is definitely a Tundra favored late game draft.
Yeah, they've got to be one of the most disciplined teams in Dota, right? Like, they're very, very rarely lose games where they have a lead. Like, it's just one of those teams that, like, is very good at securing their game. Mid lane, they're looking for Sacred here potentially, and they get the Purge right into the Cookie, the Mortimer Kisses. They get the follow-up here from 33, but stay on the high ground with a lot of health coming back in. And it's going to be enough to actually save the Necrophos, so that is a pretty good way to start this fight. They still have the Morph Replicate. He's going to get the turn into the Medusa, the Stone form, doing some serious work there. As they do get the Tombstone down, they actually just pop the Stone Gaze as well, and Dark Mago is forced to TP. He doesn't get up a big It's catching 3 again, as now Stinger gets isolated here on the Pugna. Sacred trying to TP out, barely survives. But 2 more dead on the side of Beastcoast, right outside your high ground. This is where I believe this base is going to start to crumble. You do have some fortifications available, but no buybacks. I don't know if you can hold.
Yeah, there's the creep wave. They will have a couple of forts. They've got that going for them, but Nine, he's going to go for the dive. He feels fairly invulnerable.
You have a Reaper sight still, but can you make this happen with this Shaking? And Medusa just gets evaporated. Just doesn't even stand a chance. Followed up with another kill there onto Sacred. The Medusa's going to buy back into the game here, but Parker, I don't think you can do it, my friend. You've got too many heroes on this enemy team to deal with. They're going to pop the cheese on this Tidehunter as Skitter turns around right into the Medusa again, and the GG will come through. So game 1 will go the way of Tundra.
The story of this game is, as we see into the Abyss there, which is where Beastcoast will be, headed after that. Well, they've got game 2 still, so not quite in the Abyss just yet, but of course, Tundra with the last pick SD, absolutely beautiful pick. They understood that really all they needed to do was survive until the late game. They played a split pushing style. They just stayed out on the map. They didn't 5-man. They waited for Beastcoast to get greedy, walk up the high ground. They're like, all right, this is the time to fight. We got the Ags on Morphling. Let's go. This is when we win the game. Amazing timing from them. Amazing discipline. And, expect it from a TI winning team. But Beastcoast, they've got to step it up in the draft next game. The Necrophos pick did not work out for them.
It didn't. It got first blood. It got another kill in the lane. You started to get a little bit of a lead, but it just fell flat at the end of the day. And there's just too many counters to the Medusa this game to really allow that kind of like 1 versus 5. The super late game like Medusa can sometimes carry it out. It's just not that game. So Tundra, beautiful execution all around. Love to see that from them. And we'll see what they manage to cook up here in game number 2. Obviously, there's going to be a lot on the line here. Going 2-0 in your first series is probably one of the best ways to start a major. So we'll see if they manage to make that happen. As for Beastcoast, they're looking for the draw at this point. They really, really, really need to get themselves back into the drawing board here for the draft here in game 2. I think that's where this kind of all fell apart, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is one of those games where, they tried something. It didn't work out. And game 2, if they were in the exact same scenario, I think they probably would just pick something a little more normal. You mentioned it. I think the lack of the SD ban was a bit of an oversight, just because it does counter like multiple heroes on the side of Beastcoast. And you don't want your last pick to be, countered by a hero that also counters your entire team. I personally, one thing that I've noticed with a lot of the good teams drafting for like Dream League Season 20 and maybe like a little bit before that in DPC was that good teams are like last picking their supports. And the reason for that is because I think a lot of the supports have some sort of like gotcha ability. It's like you have this SD where the purge is just super effective, or let's say Undying's like not super OP in getting first phase, like the grab ally against like a Legion Commander duel or something like that. A lot of these supports, like it just makes the game so easy for you to play, and that's why Tundra saved their last pick for their 5 position, and it was super effective. Yeah. This is from LGD that I originally saw doing this at the start of this letter patch, and it looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, Tidehunter just did so much work this game. Just like you said, all he has to do is just use the Ravage either to disrupt or like kind of counter initiate, or the fact that you have like the ability to just stop this Undying or this Pugna from being able to save anyone, and it worked out gloriously for them. So sick game number 1. Super excited to see what happens for game number 2, but we are going to go ahead and head to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with that series. Again, it's going to be Tundra here versus Beastcoast at the Bali Major. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back here to the Bali Major, brought to you by IoEsports and Epulze. Of course, my name is Cryptic. I'm here with Jenkins, standing in for the one and only Suns fan. Unfortunately, he, wasn't really able to make it back in time for tonight, but he'll be back here tomorrow.
Thank God.
For now, oh my God, so brutal. As for now, we do have game number 2 of Tundra versus Beastcoast, which should be a lot of fun. Game 1, though, kind of went how we predicted, right? Like, nothing really out of the ordinary. I mean, it was just a great draft from Tundra.
Yep, good gotcha last pick made the game very hard. I think we see saw in this game, like, a pretty big reason why people don't pick Necrophos. It's just not the strongest pick right now because, like, even if there's not an SD in the game, Nullifier is still a very popular, very strong item, and Purges in general are extremely strong because of, Pavis and Glimmer and all of these things that need to be purged in current Dota, and Necro hates playing into that, so it was cool to see Beastcoast pull it out. Like, I love this team because they're willing to do stuff like this. They're just crazy, but I don't expect that we'll see it anytime soon again. Not without an SD ban, at least.
Yeah. I feel like one of the things that they do really well is, like, they were actually one of the first teams to start bringing back Primal Beast, right? If I'm not mistaken, during Dream League, like this was like a hero that kind of went completely unpicked. Like no one was, I mean, granted, I may not have had the best win rate, but like a lot of teams were not even considering this hero. And then suddenly Beastcoast come out of nowhere, just picking up Primal Beast game after game. And you're like, all right, maybe there's some potential here. It's just kind of their style, right? Just, trying new things, a little bit off meta, seeing if they can make it work.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, we're one game in, but there are sometimes where a team tries things a little too much and they see an early exit in a tournament. I hope Beastcoast is not in that situation. I mean, I doubt they are, because I feel like they had a lot of really good plays in the last game, so I don't think that's going to happen. But I'm just reminiscing to some of the old tournaments. Like maybe if they do try to pick Parker TA every single game, and that's a fairly weak hero, Blood Grenade takes off Refraction, like among other problems, it could be an issue for this team. But like I said, I doubt it. I mean, I do feel like even though they lost that game, a lot of it was due to draft, and I think they actually made some really good plays. Like Dark Mago had some very solid early game rotations. Parker was very farmed. They obviously got the first blood, so I hope to see a competitive game too from these two.
Yeah, I do too, man. Like I feel like these two teams, it could really go the distance with like a even draft from both sides. Beastcoast definitely had like a little bit of the lane advantage, but Tundra, they just bounce back so clean. Like they're just so organized. They just really always have their game plans like etched in stone. They're a hard team to like exploit and take advantage of. Like they just don't make that many mistakes.
Yeah. And also like, speaking of hero picks, I feel like pretty much all of Nine's favorite heroes are very strong and very popular right now. Like before Timber was a universal hero, he was playing the Timber mid. Before Wyvern was a universal hero, he was playing the Wyvern mid. And now these are like the OP guys that every mid laner wants to be able to play. And Nine is just like, all right, I guess, I gave Ice Frog enough sacrifices that he changed all my heroes so they gain 5 damage per level for some reason.
Wow, that's so cool. They scale amazing.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just so nuts.
And I think 33 as well. Like it's a good patch for him as well. Like at the moment 7.33 came out, I remember hearing a lot of people predict that Tundra would be one of the strongest teams, and the predictions were correct. They did look quite strong. And part of that is because they figure out patches very quickly. And the other part of that is all the summons and 33 offlaners like Beast, Doom. These heroes were very strong, very popular, and they still are to this day, even with the nerfs. Like Beast and Doom and Tide are still extremely powerful heroes.
Yeah, I agree. Like there's so little you can do against some offlaners. Like it feels like playing carry in a lot of games right now is just one of the most like miserable experiences. Like if you just end up in a bad lane, you're like, all right, well, this lane belongs to the enemy offlaner instead. Actually, I don't get to exist here, and then you're just a jungle bot for 20 minutes. But like, are there any heroes that you feel like are a little underrated in the past that you would like to see get picked? Because it does feel like we've kind of really narrowed down the hero pools in what's really competitive. And I mean, I'm a huge Pudge fan, so I'm always going to say I want Pudge to be played. And I know you're also a big Pudge fan, but like,
he's so bad, dude. He's so bad.
I know, he's so miserable. Makes me so sad. I was like, maybe when the Twin Gates came out, I was like, he could be played as a 4, and then you like get him in the game and you're like, oh, this is just a grief. It's so rough.
It's always a grief, man. Yeah, you're like, blood grenades are so strong on a Pudge. The blood grenade rot combo is so powerful. No, it's bad.
You just
one
die.
Hero you just feed always, man. One hero that I mean, maybe if I see it, I'll be singing another tune, but Treant Protector, he has the highest win rate on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He's got like an almost 60% win rate. Granted, it's not over that many games. I know defending towers is not like all that important in Dota right now, but I still feel like, BKB, piercing, root, and his ult, you can buff up a hero like Leshrac or, pretty much any carry like Terrorblade with armor. I'm sure it's not a bad hero. It's got to be a good hero going through the portals too. There's like so many trees everywhere.
Yeah.
Now you get the shard, your invis, you're setting up stuff for your team.
You just go the aggressive
I could see it.
build as well instead of like going into a lot of points of living armor, right?
Yeah,
Just play for like
I think
multiple
so.
points Leech Seed and Nature's Grasp early. I mean, you know him because you play high ranked in NA. Nuages is like one of the most notorious Treant Protector players, and I think in recent history he has been spamming this in his actual pro games. Like he is picking first overall Treant Protector almost every game. And it looked good from what I saw. So I it's like a hero that you could be right. It could be slept on right now.
Yeah, I remember talking to my boy Insania at the start of the patch about like the good heroes, and I was like, dude, please tell me Tree is good. Like, please, it's the easiest 5 in the game to play. Like, I'm switching to 5 role. Like, I just want it to be good. And he's like, yeah, it's good. You know, if you have a hero to buff up with the armor, and you know, it's really good at laning. Like, you always win lane. It's like a B tier Undying. Like he was, you know, selling it to me as like it is actually good, but then it just, I know he was playing it at the time, and it kind of fell off, maybe because of like other meta changes or just other 5s being a lot stronger. Like for example, like if you can get like Undying or Enchantress right now, you kind of have to pick these heroes first pick. They're just way too good. They insta win the lane. They make the game so easy to play. Like Undying as grab ally, which is amazing, and Enchantress is like the best hero at going mid and pressuring mid, which is very important because mid laners really want runes, and Enchantress is like the best hero for securing those. So there's probably some good heroes that are just overshadowed by the really OP ones.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we saw Enchantress overall first banned last game, which makes sense. It's something Stinger plays all the time, and having first pick, they just don't want to give it up to him. So we'll probably see something similar like that happen, I think, in game number 2. And I think we're jumping into the draft here. We'll have to double check with production if we're actually ready to go into the draft ourselves. But I would say, like, for the most part, we'll probably see some of the similar bans. At the moment, they did get rid of the Undying first year. So we're not going to see that hero this time. Grab ally no longer on the table.
So last game, Tundra did not have first pick.
Yeah, Beastcoast had it, and they first banned the Enchantress.
Yeah. So this time around, Beastcoast. Let's see what they prioritize. I don't want to spoil it. I'll wait till we get into the draft before I talk about it.
All right, let's go and just jump into our draft. I think we're ready now. It is Tundra versus Beastcoast here, game number 2. So no spoilers. There you go. All right, go ahead and talk about it.
All right, there we go. So they actually ban out the Medusa, and this gives Tundra the Enchantress. So we will see what Beastcoast's response is. I mean, they could. I was gonna say they could plug in a Storm, but actually Tundra preemptively, like they preempted that by banning out the Storm, realizing like that would be a good response to this right here.
I actually got a question for you, because I'm a little bit curious about the Medusa ban. Is it they're mostly afraid of the Medusa on 8? Is that like why you ban it first phase? Because having the Medusa potential on 8 to then ban protect it, is that just like too good and they don't want to play into it, or is it some other reason I'm not thinking of?
No, I think you're totally right. I think that's one thing people are really afraid of, because there are only, you know, a few really good counters to Medusa in the game. So picking it on 8 means you get the 3 bans, and that's often enough to just like have a really solid game on her. But I do also think that there are a few other heroes that like fall into that slot, like the Morphling and also the Terrorblade fit really nicely there as well. Like I could see Tundra just getting the morph again. Why not? It's maybe
looked really good last game.
Yeah, it's not like, I mean, Morph Ench isn't some like sick combo in lane or something, but they're both just really good heroes, and Ench is going to win any lane. And I think Morph is good against both Bat and Clockwork. You don't really care about either of those heroes. You can waveform out of cogs, and it's very difficult for a Bat who does all this damage over time to kill a Morphling.
Tundra Esports turn to
Morphling.
And Morphling just counters every single carry in the game because you get nags and you steal all their stats. So that's always nice.
It's just too good, man. It really is just too good. Like, every time I see Morphling picked, I like rack my brain for just any hero that can really shut down Morphling. And the only really one that comes to mind is Anti-Mage, but you never really want to like pick this hero early. And you're just getting him the Morphling on 8, so it's like you're going to probably ban out the Anti-Mage and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only hero that comes to mind for me too.
Tundra Esports turn to
And even then, the game goes late enough, and Morphling probably doesn't care all that much either.
It might not even lose.
Yeah. Then you have to have an anti-mage on your team, which is oftentimes quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
I like the Darkseer ban.
How do you think this Bat Rider is going to go, though?
10 seconds remaining.
I like Darkseer ban for both the Bat and the Clock, actually, now that you
5
mentioned
seconds
the Bat
remaining.
Rider. Like, Iron Shell and the Bat is really solid. I mean, I think these are the two supports,
Turn to
probably.
ban.
Like, 5 Clockwork with some sort of ranged carry would be nice. But you can also run the Bat as a 5.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, you can also run the Bat as an offlaner.
Tundra
This is
Esports
something
turn
that
to ban.
if you have a South American team, you can pretty much count on the fact that Bat can be played in like multiple roles. I think also
Yeah.
Dark Mago loves to play Bat.
Dark
so
Mago for sure.
if it's a good mid-bat game, he'll take it as well. But because it's such an early pick, it's like they probably aren't even entirely sure where they want to put it.
10
I also think
seconds
Bat does
remaining.
fairly well as a 4 in lane against Ench, just because she plays
5
around like
seconds remaining.
slow, methodical harass, and Bat Rider has extremely good base regen and very good base armor. Like his stats are just crazy. So he can actually sit
And
on
his
the camps
ability
and trade with the
change.
Ench.
Right? Like, I think with his abilities, like, you don't get the benefit of playing with a stick against Bat Rider anymore, right? Like, Bat Riders just go Flame Break and
Beastcoast
Firefly and don't
turn
even
to
bother
ban.
with Sticky Napalm now.
Oh yeah. It's not even worth leveling. Like you get it at level 4, and even then, it's like you're kind of just getting it for vision, to be honest.
Yeah, right? That's so true. It's so weird, man. Bat Rider has just undergone so many crazy iterations.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Yeah, he's a universal hero now, so just pick up a bunch of branches and right-click Enchantress for
Right-click.
56 damage. It's quite unfortunate for her, but, she's a very strong laner. I think nothing, like, truly beats Enchantress in lane. She'll always win the lane, but I think Bat has a pretty
10
good matchup
seconds
compared to other
remaining.
heroes.
That's good. I think that makes sense. How do you
5
feel about the
seconds
illusions
remaining.
being targeted here from Tundra, right? They get rid of the Naga Siren and the PL. So obviously, Terrorblade, not one of the illusion heroes you want to play into the Morphling, but they get rid of probably 2 of the more frustrating ones that do have the mana burn potential.
Yeah, I think PL is the one that a lot of people point to for, non-anti-mage Morphling counters, which, by the way, AM is still in the pool, so I could maybe see on the pick after this, they could possibly go for it if it looks like a good anti-mage game for, other reasons as well.
Yeah.
But PL, I think PL against Morph is fairly strong. The mana burn, like Morphling plays these long fights where he like waveforms away from you multiple times, and he's, going from strength to agi to strength to agi. And PL is very good at chasing him when he does that, burning his mana.
Okay, so the Venomancer here is interesting because this is another hero that they can flex a ton of different ways on Beastcoast. But I was wondering, I was like, do you preemptively pick something like a Legion
10
Commander
seconds
on
remaining.
Tundra to like prevent an AM pick from like actually becoming
5
problematic?
seconds remaining.
Because like they have last pick here on Beastcoast on 18 and 24. If it's a really good AM game, they could go for it. But now that you have Bat Rider and Veno, it's looking even more and more like a pretty good Legion Commander game.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see something like that. I think LC is just like an S tier offlaner as well. The only thing is like, it's not a super like 33 favorite hero.
Yeah, that's
know?
the other part, right? I was trying to think. I was like, would 33 play it? Because like you said, he has like his specific offlaners that he's great at. But I never really see him play Legion all that much.
So what's left for him is, I mean, Doom is still in the pool, which is kind of crazy to say that. I always expect Doom to be banned against 33.
Tundra Esports turn to
Timber's still in the pool as well,
Beastcoast's
actually.
turn to pick.
Wow. All right. I also forgot about that hero because it's so commonly banned in the first phase that it made it all the way through. And I expect this is probably just going to end up being a mid-timber again, so 33 is going to get absolute last pick, which is exactly where Tundra is
10
comfortable.
seconds remaining.
I mean, the AM looks really good here, honestly.
It does, right? I was going to say, like, the AM looks pretty good, and you can ban out Legion. And mid lane, you just run the Bat Rider for Dark Mago into the Timbersaw. Like, it's actually, I think overall these lanes aren't terrible if beasts go that route. But then the real question is, like, what does the Venno clock do for your team here?
Yeah. And also, Beastcoast has absolute last pick. And I also think it looks like a pretty good Meepo game so far.
Ooh, spicy.
Morph into Meepo is actually pretty damn hard. Like, morphing into him just doesn't feel that great. Yeah, you get his stats, but his abilities suck. And Meepo's... Okay, never mind. Just kidding. They go for the Parker
Classic
TA.
Parker.
Yeah.
All right. I was wondering about this one because obviously it is a Parker Classic, but it's another one of these heroes that just feels super rough into Morphling, right? Like, you just lose so much damage on this hero.
10 seconds.
Yeah, this is another one of those situations where, like, I think Morphling will eventually win the matchup, but TA probably has a stronger earlier timing than the Medusa had against the Morph. Once she has, like, you know, Blink Deso or Dragonlance Deso, whatever he chooses to go, like, it is, they can take Roche, they can end the game pretty quickly. So let's see. I feel like if you're Beastcoast, you're really tempted to put Dark Mago on Batrider mid against Timber, because, yeah, the side lane bats don't really play around the Napalm anymore, but I feel like if you go mid and you do level Napalm, like, that is still an old classic counter to the Timber, of course. Like, he can die to the Batrider, but we will see. We will see what they last pick. They actually banned the Necro. My God, that is some respect right there.
I was gonna say, that is surprising after what happened last game, especially with an Enchantress on your team as well. I feel like she just bodies the Necro lane. Like, that is an unplayable matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I guess...
But maybe they put Necro mid?
Yeah, they could do that, for sure. I could see Dark Mago taking that. But also, like, you don't have the SD response anymore, because Tundra already picked their 2 supports, and I feel like that is one of these situations where you feel really good. If SD's in the pool, I feel like it's good enough against Necro that Necro's almost unpickable.
Yeah. You're right. So we're looking for most likely the offlaner for both teams, unless we want to see some flexing around here. But man, I feel like Tundra just has pretty strong lanes, considering everything at the moment. It's like, what are you most worried about playing into as a TA here? Because you have to secure a good game for Parker. I feel like if you want to, like you said, play that timing that he needs to hit.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Let's see. Enigma ban. I was gonna say I feel like it's a pretty solid Enigma game for either team. A lot of teams are prioritizing this hero very heavily right now. One of the better universal heroes. Doom, yeah, Doom for 33. I don't feel like Doom does that well into TA, into laning phase, but you know, you can get the ice armor creep, for example, early, and then that does tilt the balance, and also Doom is eventually going to be very good against a TA. Let's see, Coddle Doom lane, it seems kind of sus.
Yeah, it doesn't seem incredibly powerful. Not one of not one of the great synergies there.
Is there any 33 hero that like really likes playing with a Coddle? I mean, okay, Tide is banned. They ban every 33 hero out pretty much.
Yeah, I was gonna say they got rid of a lot of offlaners here. And there's the Doom ban. Yeah. I don't know what else you pick, man. Like that's a lot of offlaners banned. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Good lord.
Is Spirit Breaker good enough? Can you go for a Spirit Breaker? Okay, so it's just going to be the offlane Timber. The classic just flex, put it in the offlane.
All right.
And that really makes the lane difficult for Batrider, right? Like, now the question is, do you do the same for Beastcoast? Do you move Batrider and pick a new mid hero?
So a mid that does... A Dark Mago mid that does well against Queen of Pain.
Kunkka.
5 seconds remaining.
Kunkka does well. Kunkka, also Abaddon or like Ember.
Mars. It's gotta be Mars, yes. Oh, this is the Dark Mago classic. This is like his, probably my favorite Dark Mago hero.
He's
taking the Batrider.
Yeah.
What is happening? I've been lied to.
So he's okay with the matchup mid against Squap. That's interesting. Let's think about why they are okay with that. I mean,
maybe the Mars one is just worse. Like, he'd rather just
I definitely would not want to be Mars. I would not want to be Mars against Queen of Pain mid. I feel like that's got to be pretty bad for Mars. But I feel like they also could have picked another hero, ran like Stinger on the Batrider or Schofield on the Batrider. Like they could have swapped around these other heroes and then like picked another mid laner, pretty much.
What about Lina? You could have gone for like a Lina, one of the classic like actually beats Queen of Pain in lane. And having the new magic build, like you might actually be able to find some surprise kills onto the Morphling, give you a little bit of catch. I think it would have been a decent Lina game, but I mean, this is Beastcoast. They pick up Mars. This is one of their absolutely most comfort pick heroes that they could go with. They've got Jim Park on his TA. I mean, this just, even Dark Mago on Barrier, this just screams Beastcoast draft, right? Like they've reverted back to comfort instead of doing anything out of the box like we saw in game number 1.
I mean, this is such a classic Beastcoast where I look at this and I'm like, this draft sucks, dude. Like they're out drafted, but like that's every Beastcoast game, and they somehow make it work. Like this is a team that has always valued comfort over everything else. I mean, I personally think, we talked about the Mars last game against Morph. I think Morph is happy in that matchup, but I think Mars is not like owned by any means. Bat versus Queen of Pain, I think is pretty heavily Queen of Pain favored. Like he gets owned. But it's Dark Mago, and Bat is one of his most played heroes. Like, he's famous for this, so obviously he knows the matchup better than we do, and he knows how to play around this hero. I think Parker will actually have a pretty good lane as TA versus Timber. I'm pretty sure that's TA favored, because you can just sit there and meld strike him at level 1, and you kind of keep him low, and you get enough of an advantage early that, like, your side blades and your meld strikes actually do a lot of damage to him going late. But eventually Timber does start doing fine. It's about keeping him down and the TA just farming and eventually going to jungle.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they're going to end up playing this one out. Schofield's Clockwork is probably one of my favorite Clockworks to watch. He does some pretty good stuff on this hero.
He's so annoying.
I'm excited to see how... Yeah, dude, he really is. He is all over the map. He's always such a nuisance, so it should be a super exciting game. But Tundra, I have to agree with you, man. It looks like they got the better of the draft here once again here in game number 2. And if there's anything we saw in game number 1, a team that makes so little mistakes, it's not an easy team to win or to beat if you're at a draft disadvantage.
Yeah, we will see how this goes. We will see how much comfort prevails for Beastcoast here. Like we talked about, this is a very classic thing for this team. I think a lot of people look at their drafts and it's like, what the hell are they doing? And then they end up, taking it to like 50 minutes or even winning in a game where it should be very easy for the other team. So they're not out of their comfort zone here.
The battle begins.
All right, we're going to see... Ooh, nice little blinding light there. Get Schofield off the rune. We'll have to see. Clockwork with Blood Grenade is just one of those heroes that is just so scary. I mean, same with Venomancer, right? Like, both these heroes became suddenly, like, way scarier at levels 1 and 2 with the introduction of Blood Grenade. So we'll see if they can actually make something happen. You are playing into the Enchantress, which, like you pointed out, is one of the strongest laning supports in the game. It's why she's been valued so heavily.
Top lane, 33. He might get first blood here.
Oh, that is... actually, the Gale is just going to force him back. Do you walk base and TP? Like, you have to, right?
He's got to do it. He's got to do it. I mean, he's even got to use... No, he should be fine here, but... Yeah, basically, Parker just sat there, double melt struck him, and Stinger used the Blood Grenade and the Gale, and all of a sudden, it's a combo offlane now.
Soxa's like, I am the offlane now? Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's really smart. Really good plays. You said exactly that, right? You go Blightstone, you get the melt strike onto the Timbersaw. He actually just does not have a lot of survivability early. And, yeah, it's going to be a rough lane, actually, to start this one off. Meanwhile, okay, mid lane, Dark Mago does actually go for Sticky Napalm in this lane.
Yeah, I think for mid-bat in general, you kind of have to. I'm curious to see if he maxes it or not, because I've seen both builds from Batriders lately on mid, where they'll play around the Firefly to... Yeah, they'll play around that to farm, or they'll play around the Napalm to harass, but I feel like as Bat versus Quap, you probably want to go for Max Firefly, because why try to win a losing matchup? It just seems like suicide to me.
Yeah, I think you're right. You just don't. You get way more out of Firefly levels at this point with the rework of this hero. You'll have a lot more kill potential on the side lanes. Yeah, I like that decision. It makes
And again, he went level 2 flame break. Yeah, actually, he is going to play with the sticky napalm because he went for the level 2 flame break. I think because he had 7 stacks of napalm to start the lane, he did that.
Yeah.
So he's actually
He
going to
might
play
just
to try
leave
to
the
kill.
napalm it too, though, right?
Yeah, he might go 2-1-2.
We'll see. But yeah, doing pretty
he's
well in the
owning
lane. Right? He's I was gonna say, look at CS. He's got 12 and 4. That's actually quite good. 9 probably will be able to try and start shutting this down as he gets more levels of the Shadow Strike. But yeah, Dark Mago off to a pretty good start, surprisingly, in this lane. Meanwhile, top, a little bit of fighting happening here. Both supports still holding on to their Blood Grenade as Timber will pop his salve, so he's gonna be just fine.
It's my right.
And Beastcoast doing very well in the first 3 minutes of this game. You can always trust the hero specialist to know the little things that they have to do to get an advantage where other people can't, you know?
Yeah, it's so true. In bottom lane, Schofield just body blocking away this Enchantress so he cannot get to this Lotus. He's going to end up throwing out the Blood Grenade, but he's still got the healing Lotus to play around, and they can potentially maybe find a kill here onto the Snake King as he throws the Blood Grenade. The other way, the Spirit does come out. It ends up not pinning him against the wall, but it will be more than enough damage as Clockwork runs her down with a battery assault. So, First Blood going to the Clockwork against the Ench of all heroes. Oh, and top lane, they're looking for more. Stinger trying to get away. Nice Timber Chain there into the Iron Branch. Well played there by 33.
God damn it, 33. Why you gotta do stuff like that, man? He's such a nerd.
Style.
Yeah, he is such a nerd. I mean, I love watching this guy for this reason. Another reason why Timber being universal is so good. Then he can use the Iron Branches
True,
to his advantage.
Dude, never would have thought. Never would have thought. Coming to lane with 3 branches and suddenly... I mean, he had 5 branches, actually. After the magic round. Parker takes a ton of damage there. Oh my goodness. Ends up popping that stick. Has a salve as well. But Soxa forced off the lane just from these poison stings from the Veno. Super annoying hero.
And 33 is doing the more common build that we're seeing these days, which is literally just going for the nukes. I remember this is what people did on old Timber when people were terrible at the hero and didn't realize how good reactive armor is. So now we're just kind of back to the classic Timber, where he just does a crap load of damage. It's a great way to play into counters who normally don't care about reactive armor.
That's true. You know, armor does not really counter minus armor, right? That's like one of the big things that people don't really remember. So like getting those few extra points of armor doesn't really do a whole much against a TA who's just gonna like bring you back down to 0 anyway. I mean, it's good to get out of the negatives, but
and it's like the side blades do pure damage, and also you need to build up stacks of reactive, which takes time, and TA will burst you before you can build the stacks. But I do feel like eventually Timber's perfectly fine against TA. At bot lane, bit of diving action
to take down the Enchantress. A good rotation from Stinger, but Skitter already dropped the waveform. Does end up grabbing the Return Code on the Clockwork, but Stinger's just gonna portal back to his lane, I'm assuming. Actually, I don't know if he can. Skitter is very close. We'll eventually get there.
Dire's courier has been killed.
A bit weird. Stinger doesn't need... Yeah, he doesn't feel like he needs to be top. But also, the ganking potential bot is not there anymore. Schofield also is going to give Dark Mago a free bottle refill mid. Definitely helps in this losing matchup that he's winning, because he's just a god at Batrider. And they're also securing the runes for both supports. So snaking...
Unlucky there. Base rune.
Yep. And that is such a good rune for either of these two mid laners to get. Ooh, Dark Mago!
Gets the deny, forces the Sonic Wave, and now 9, he blinked in for this. He's got 7 stacks, an easy kill here. He doesn't have to commit the lasso. Dude, what a flame break from Dark Mago, completely turning that around.
Yeah, the flame break, and the rune denial too from Snake King. I'm not sure who would have actually ended up getting that, but what a strange interaction there at that rune. Obviously very favoring Dark Mago, especially because he's supposed to be getting owned right now. This is not a good matchup for him, but he is just styling on 9.
Dude, he's gonna have level 7 here for fairly quickly, and he did just max the napalm, so that 4th point will be up soon.
Beastcoast?
I guess, I mean... Oh, go ahead.
They might... Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Sox is there. I thought they were gonna get 2 wisdom runes. Nope.
I did some real nerd gaming when the patch came out and decided to crunch a bunch of numbers on wisdom runes. And then they buffed wisdom runes, and I was like, that can't be right. And I did the math again, and I was like, huh, these are way too good.
Yeah, that
so
math
nuts.
is absolutely correct. As Dark Mago, he's going to gank the top lane.
Yeah, drops the lasso, has a good amount of napalm stacks built up. We're going to try to continue to chase him down. Firefly's still going for quite a while here. It's 33. Oh, he just barely off the mark of the Chalker, but he gets the kill anyway. Nicely done. Off the mark there with the chain that time. But what denied? Soxa denying that kill over, and now 9 making his rotation in. They won't be able to burn through the refraction, so he will TP out on... Oh, 9 trapped himself. Dude, what is this area?
There's a low ground there, I guess.
There's a low ground there. What is that?
Today I learned.
Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. I never knew that was there.
To be fair, he was not getting the kill anyway. There's a severe lack of stuns on Tundra. Their best stun is Adaptive Strike and Strength. So, not so good.
Pretty sick. Oh man, that deny though, quite good. That would have been a really good bounty going the way of the TA. Unfortunate for them. Dark Mago, despite... I mean, I guess he just...
Radiant's top
he looked good in the mid lane. He was definitely styling, but net worth-wise, not super hot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's having to like use a lot of resources to stay in a counter matchup, but he does have the XP lead. So I think on Batrider, you're still fairly happy in this scenario. He's honestly just like the GOAT of Batrider. This guy's so good.
Yeah. I was thinking more about like this napalm build, and I guess it does make sense when you're against like the other traditional heroes that you counter, things like the Timbersaw and the Enchantress, right? Like these are going to do way more value than just the early points of Firefly, I suppose. But...
That is true. That is true. And then when he's 2-1-0 in the laning phase, he can at least use the napalm and the flame break to like harass the co-op, which I think is fairly good against her. So yeah, very good build from him. He obviously knows best. It's working, and I think, like you said, we will see it continue to work when he starts countering these other heroes.
Top lane, Soxa about to eat a Melt Strike to the dome. Stinger grabs that kill. Nicely done there. As bottom lane, they will trap Snaking in the Cog. Sacred has a spear in 1 second. There it is. Level 4 spear. Easy pick off for him. Dude, that's it's a lot of magic damage.
During that downtime, by the way, Dark Mango mid forced the Sonic Wave out of Queen of Pain because he was diving to tier 2. He had like 7 stacks of napalm on 9.
He blinked in for this. He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, nice refresh there coming out from Soxa. That Chakra Magic able to get him out, and good Cogs, but he's still trapped here. 4 heroes on the side of Tundra. Good response from them. They will be able to protect the Queen of Pain for the time being.
I feel like Beastcoast is kind of happy with that. I mean, they lose Schofield, which is nothing new, and they have 2 free farm side laners right now because of that. Although I say that, Skeeter's actually doing very well as well. He's not super pressured down here.
Parker TA, man. This is Beast Coast ace in the hole. He is just probably one of the best TA players around. And unsurprisingly, he is top of the net worth by a pretty solid margin, but he is also the highest level in the game by a landslide. He's almost level 10 at 11 minutes.
Yep, he's been given solo XP by Stinger, who we saw make a lot of rotations through the portal, and now Stinger is jungling, which will pump up his net worth. He's building an Ags, and also give a solo lane to Parker, who's now going for a juicy Ancient stack and a hard camp stack.
Like juicy stacks. How do you feel about the term stackies? You know, referring to stacks instead of like, you know, kind of like snackies, but instead of jungle camps.
How do I feel about that? Not so good. Not so good.
You want to give me a rating on a 1 to 10?
I'd say like a 3. I'm feeling like
that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
do you say snackies when you're like Lunchables or something like that? Would that be like a snacky?
That'd be like a snacky, yeah, or like an Oreo or something. That's a little snacky.
Dude, that's got to be like a Colorado thing. I don't know.
I'm from California. I don't know.
Oh, you're from California? I thought you were. Whatever.
It's all right.
The other C state.
Yeah, it's okay. But back on the point of the game, Enchantress doing what she does best, which is pressuring the mid lane, like we talked about. And speaking of pressuring the mid lane, they get the spear back. What a timing!
Oh,
and
that was
also
nice.
as well. What 6 spell layering, but 9 with an illusion rune there, getting some good space for the moment. But it's level 1 blink against the Bat Rider. You are not long for this world. They do manage to secure the kill, dude. What a sick setup there from Schofield.
Yeah, that is a weird element to both of these heroes people don't consider that much. It's like the repositioning from Cogs, and then also the repositioning from Spear of Mars. They just kind of, and then also the repositioning from Lasso. It's like all of a sudden 9 is just in the enemy triangle for some reason. He's like, what the hell am I doing here, man?
I mean, he had the best possible rune there, too. I mean, not the best possible. Haste would have been the best. But, like, being an illusion rune, able to dispel, like, the 4 napalm stacks he already had on him. Like,
yeah, that
trying to get out, but it's not enough. And Dark Mago now going to chase down the Enchantress. A big arena coming out here from Sacred. The Spear going to be able to pin down this Timbersaw as well. As he is going to be able to Timber Chain away for the moment. Napalm is stacking up, but 4-point Timber Chain, hard to continue that chase. 9's going to come in on the Queen of Pain as well. Start throwing these daggers. He's trapped himself
He's
again.
Stuck again.
He's
How does this keep happening?
Bro. Oh, gets the hook off the mark there thanks to that God's Rebuke. And 9, it's just still level 1 blink. He gets rained down from the Bat Rider again. Dude, what a disaster for 9 on this Queen of Pain.
Dude, he's got to stay away from the washing machine, bro. He just keeps getting stuck. I don't know. That's the second time. That was really, really bad for him. I mean, we could see the issue with the level 1 blink. He's got the max Shadow Strike build because he's trying to pressure this Dark Mago Bat Rider out of lane, but it means that his blink has such a long cooldown.
Yeah. You have to go back for the levels in Stream of Pain, right? Otherwise, you just don't farm on Quap. Like, your game just feels so slow if you don't put those 4 points in Scream. So really, really rough start. I mean, we looked at this Queen of Pain, we're like, this is going to do great in mid lane up against this Bat Rider. He'll have a good time, should be easy. But look at the net worth difference. He is almost 2,000 gold behind.
Yeah, this is just a classic Beastcoast. The more you doubt them, the more power they receive. Parker also very bad in this game. He has Dragonlance Deso at minute 15. They can Roche very easily. I don't think Tundra can contest, and Roche is bot, which is actually it's about to move to top.
Let's move in top now, yeah. But I mean, he's like halfway to Blink as well. Like he's gonna have this super fast.
Yeah, this is gonna be a solid timing. And Skeeter on the other side, he's working on a Manta style, but it's not that sick of a timing. I think like he wants Manta plus 1 item, probably the Ags. I feel like you always go the Ags these days. As Schofield top lane, he's looking for Saksa.
I mean, Caudle would be a fantastic kill. He has gotten a lot of XP priority. Like he's level 9 on this Caudle. But net worth wise, the supports on Tundra are really struggling. And this, I think, comes back to what you were talking about earlier. Stinger's just been allowed to jungle for like a while. This is a level 8 Venomancer who's crushing the net worth, at least in terms of the supports right now.
He is more than halfway to Ags, actually. He has just been silently jungling this entire time. What a chill game for him.
Man, that's always a good time as a support Veno player. Mid lane, we're going to see the Lasso come out here onto the Keeper, and Bat Rider, I think, maybe just a little bit in trouble, but he just burns down the Caudle. Anyway, the TP out, as 9 will be forced to blink away since Parker is now here on this TA. Revealing the new Deso, but the blink comes out instead from Sacred. They pin down the Timber. Parker with 1 more Meld Strike finds himself a double kill. And Stinger throws for that Skitter as well on this mid lane morph. There's no wave form available. Schofield's going to trap him in place. Parker with a strike. He gets a triple kill now. And Sacred going for the wraparound. Does he find 9? He's got a blink in 1. He gets vision. There's the spear. They lock him down. Another metal strike. Ultra kill for Parker. 16 minutes. Can you give this man a rampage? No way. Not going to continue on to the high ground. What a series of events for Beastcoast, blowing this game wide open at the 16 minute mark.
Did you see the trap deny? He tried to get the side spill off the trap deny to
Is
kill
that
the
what
edge.
that was?
Yeah, I think if he actually hits that, if Snaking's like a little bit positioned more towards the side blade, I think it does kill him. It's pure damage. And I don't know how much armor does the traps have? 0, so yeah, that would have killed him. It would have been a rampage there. So cute little play from Parker.
Dude, we were talking about his timings, man. He just gets a Deso delivered. I mean, huge plays from Sacred, playing with his Blink Dagger to help set up these kills in the first place. But it is Beastcoast playing a super aggressive lineup now. A 9k advantage all of a sudden. They were just maybe 1,000, 2,000 gold ahead before this fight. Dude, yeah, they're just not done.
He's dead, man. He's dead. That's the shard on TA. That's where his gold went.
What?
He's got that silence already. He got a solo kill him. He did not even need his Bat Rider there at all. Parker is just a monster in this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Dude, the Queen of Pain has no answer for this either. Like, really does not. She has a Witch Blade and is queuing up an Aghanim Scepter, and suddenly there's just a TA with a silence. Top lane, they're going to find Skitter. Waveform already committed. He's a little bit of mana for a Spear, and that's actually going to cause him a little bit of problems with the TAs here. There's the silence of Morph, of course, getting thrown as well. Does get the Waveform away. They don't have... Oh, they actually missed with the hook shot, so he's fine. Parker, though, chasing after Snaking, and another Meld Strike with the help of Sacred finds the kill. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Dark Mega with a BKB trying to finish off 33 by himself. Does not find the kill, but it is just hyper-aggression now.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra, they cut their losses pretty well, but... Oh, Parker is stuck again. How does this keep happening? Oh, wow, that was nice.
What a sick play from Schofield.
True support player.
Yeah, absolutely. Soxa, you know, having a rough time now as another spear comes out from this Mars. They just play this hero so dang well. And it is just like last game, actually. 20 minutes in the enemy off lane, getting ready to look for that tier 2 tower, and of course the Tormentor to follow.
Regeneration!
This is a complete stop. I love that Sacred is flying around the spear, not just as a stun. Like, the fact that he's using it to reposition and, like, drag people out of their base as well is just beautiful.
Yep. Yo, Stinger has Ags, man. What is this? He's got it done.
Tranquil Boots Ags. My god, this is a support player's wet dream, bro. This is just... This is something else.
And yeah, they get the tower. Parker setting up here at the Meld, waiting for the Tormentor. He will crush this one by himself. Does not really need any help. As they're hunting top lane. Sacred knows someone's got to be here. Dude, so easy. As another Tormentor is going to get stolen here. And he's got a blink. He could look for Soxa. They get the hook shot coming through. Pushes him right back with the cog. Parker does have the blink available and a Meld Strike. Does he want to chase? He will absolutely do so. As they clean up another one. Parker 6-0-4. Never doubt this man's TA, man. I don't know how he makes this look so good every time.
And he draws a line to Roche. That is absolutely the next objective, unless they're bored and they want to keep the kills for fun. I don't think there's any way that Tundra can fight this Roshan. I'm not sure what timing they would need to fight. I mean, Skeeter is working towards the Ags. I suppose that's something. You can start taking some stats away from the TA, but even with the Ags, I'm not sure. Parker just had, I mean, a TA with an item advantage. I mean, any carry with this much of an item advantage, I feel like there is no counter. Unless Parker throws, big time.
Dude, he is level 18. This is unreal how much he's managed to amass on this TA. And he's just going to, of course, solo the second Tormentor. So that quick little stimmy of 1,400 gold each. Meanwhile, in the jungle, they're finding on the Queen of Pain. He's got Blink available, but he's just going to burn down for this damage. That's just going to be a hook shot from Schofield instead to secure it. Dude, it is just... This has to be like one of the roughest performances for 9 I've seen from him in a long time. Like, he has nowhere to play.
Yeah, and Parker is just going to solo Roche. He doesn't even need help.
It's a Daedalus!
Yeah, that's a Daedalus at 21 minutes into the game.
So where do you go from here? I don't know. Like, he's queuing up the Hurricane Pike. He just wants to stay, I guess, mobile, and can then, of course, like...
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I mean...
attack.
BKB, I don't even see him going BKB this game, just because he's got such an advantage.
Just go more damage?
Doesn't need Bloodthorn because of the Daedalus. Butterfly to just end the game, maybe? I don't know.
Snake King is experiencing the Bat Rider effect top lane. They get the free Roche, they get a kill on the side lane. I figure I actually do like the Butterfly. I think that would be
I bet
really
he goes
sick
Swift Link. I feel like it's Swift Link. That's like the most like Parker greedy option that he can do.
It's either Swift Blink, maybe Ags.
Yeah, Ags is good. I think also Silver Edge. Like he had Silver Edge queued up a little earlier, just so he can like run around and hunt and maybe kill the Timber for the break.
Yule's reveal from Sacred, gets the spear onto Ninth, Queen of Pain. He is dead. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're taking down the Caudle as well. It's just kill after kill for Beastcoast. A complete dissection of Tundra.
Yeah. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it should be pretty easy for them to go high ground here. I'm not sure. I mean, especially with Caudle being dead, that's the only real form of counter push.
Yeah, who do you put in front of Beastcoast? Like, you're just going to get Arena Speared, right?
Yeah, that will happen. I mean, he could even just blink in Yules and then spear back. I'm not even sure. Yeah, there he goes. He's doing exactly that.
As you say that, yeah, Snake King just completely obliterated, nearly one shot by the TA. And that is a dead Enchantress. They will pop their first fortification of 2. But this bottom lane tower not looking like it's going to survive here much longer.
Skeeter's not even bothering to come to this
wave. Yeah, but there's no way to clear this one up. There's one melee creep remaining. That backdoor protection is not going to kick in fast enough. The second fort comes through, but they should be able to clean up the melee barracks at least.
Yeah, this is a sack the racks scenario, which is never where you want to be in Dota. Especially because this next mid creep wave is actually cut by 9. So delaying the game by a little bit, but we'll see how much that actually has an effect. I would imagine it has almost no effect.
Yeah, just delaying the inevitable, you know, or as my boy Ricky likes to say, why prolong the inevitable?
Yep. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that right now, but, you know, Skeeter's got his Ags now on Morph.
Yeah. I was going to say, so what is the avenue to a comeback here for Tundra? It's got to be some type of defense, right?
Yeah, probably some Hail Mary, like, wraparound, picking off Stinger? I don't know.
Who do you go for, I guess? They like Sacred, maybe, if you can find Sacred?
I don't know. They don't have stuns, so I feel like you're just praying that Beastcoast throws right now.
Dude, it is so scary with this Mars Blink Yules too. Like, he doesn't have to commit the arena. He can use it defensively, but they just go for the lasso instead. They caught the Enchantress. He is completely upset. Where's the arena big too? Nice Spear, but Skitter's doing a lot of damage. A huge Sonic Wave from 9. Dark Mega forced the BKB as Skitter's trying to find an opening. Dark Mega for the moment is fine. Parker with a Melt Strike looking for a 33 on the Timber. He's got the damage. He's solo, 19 HP. He will catch him. One more auto attack to find the kill. And now Skitter, caught for the moment, tries to get the Dispel there on that Spirit Vessel. And that will pop the Aegis. But Skitter, he needs to get out of here now. He is on a little bit deep here. Spear will not actually pin him to the trees. But the backside of Beastcoast are falling low, not away. Sacred looking for an opening potentially to find another pickoff. No, I guess, I mean, that's a pretty good defense from Tundra all in all, right? They hold.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I mean, I guess, honestly, like, I mean, we already talked about it, how strong this Morphling Ags is, and how, like, a Morphling with Ags can fight a, 6-slotted Magnus, stealing those stats. We saw the effect of that in that fight. He was actually very strong when he turned into the TA, stealing 20% of his stats and 70 attack speed. Morphling with
the Caudle effect too
is very strong.
You were talking about Bottom's push being so good because the Caudle was dead, right? Soxa had no way to stop this high ground push, but him just throwing Blinding Light after Blinding Light in this fight, it's a lot of damage eventually.
Yeah, the mischance is very effective too against TA. Of course, there's nothing that he has that's giving him any form of true strike. By the way, Parker's going for a moon shard, so he is just like all-inning on.
Oh my goodness!
On the
He has
greed
it.
and the damage.
Okay, I mean that is definitely a build, and then of course the Swift Link, like you were talking about, mid lane, they've got the lasso, they trap that bottle in place. His buyback is available, which is really big, but Skitter's got to get out of here, man. He is caught by the Veno ult. Question is, do they continue the chase? Sacred does see a Snake King Enchantress for the moment, just drops the arena, throws the spear. You need some follow-up though. You just don't have the damage, and instead they're gonna turn around as the buyback comes through from Saksa, and the Sonic Liquid will clean him up. The Mars will fall. And Beastcoast, the one on the run at the moment. Skitter does need to respect Beastcoast. They are still pretty strong as he does waveform on forward as this TA trying to just burst through this Veno, but doesn't end up popping the mid this time. He's got no dispels. He's going to be the one that dies. A big win there for Tundra as now Dark Mago needs to be careful. Pops the BKB on the run. He will be forced to TP on home. He will be safe. Signs of life from Tundra.
Man, I mean, if they can bring this game back, I'm gonna be so impressed. I mean, I know this is a TI winning team, obviously, so it's something you would expect them to be able to do. But the way that Tundra wins is not usually from behind. This is usually a team that crushes you from some early advantage.
Yeah.
This Morphling's got to be addressed. He is doing a lot in these fights. As Snake King will get caught out of position.
Yeah. They actually did get vision of Saksa on the coddle. That is a dieback if they can find this. The hook shot does come through. He does have that Pavis to try and save him, but Dark Mago is coming, and Schofield has a blink dagger. You can't outrun this man anymore. Spear comes out. Saksa will fall, and that is 70 seconds without the coddle now.
Okay, so the moment Tundra goes out on the map, we can see the power of having a very farmed Batrider and a Clockwork with Blink. Beastcoast does have answers to Tundra if they split up at all. The high ground pushing scenario and the 5v5 fighting seems to be actually not bad for Tundra. I think 9 hitting some good Sonic Waves definitely helps out there. But when it comes to playing the map, yeah, Beastcoast has a pretty clear advantage right now. Parker is getting a BKB, by the way. I can respect this approach because, like I said in the last game, I do feel like if you go for the Lincolns against the Morphling Ags, a lot of the time the Lincolns just gets popped anyway, and it doesn't. Then you just have like a waste of a slot on a hero that's not a universal hero, so you're not really gaining that much from the stats compared to what those heroes would get from it. So I like these just good. Like I'm all in damage.
Yeah. I 100% agree. I feel like it's good on some illusion heroes where like Morphling is going to like morph your illusion and then the Lincolns will block it that way. But yeah, I agree. It just seems like Parker wants to just do the damage, find these kills, and BKB will definitely help him do that. A smoke out from Tundra though. They know Roche could be up soon. It is now daytime, so the bottom side of the map will favor them if they manage to set themselves up. Stinger, though, needs to be careful. He's going to get found for the moment. The Enchantress does find him, and he will fall. It's a decent chunk of damage out. As now they're going to turn it on to the Enchantress. Timbersaw on the lasso. 2 will turn. And now it's time for the rest of Tundra to get away. The silence is onto the Queen of Pain. The damage is going to get the kill. Flop will fall. Double buyback still from Tundra. They're trying to find their way back into this fight as Skitter trapped inside the arena for now. Tries to find the kill here on the Schofield, but a Cog's going to protect him. And now Parker getting the damage. Spilling back out this way. Sigrid with a nice God's Rebuke onto 3. He's trying to back out of this one. Stinky's going to go down. That's a dieback. Stinky's got to get up, man. The lasso was back from Battleider. He gets 4, and now it's all alone. 33 on this Timbersaw. Slow death, man. By 1,000 cuts that they will find this kill. And an absolute bloodbath. Beastcoast crushed them 7 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, just great positioning there from Stinger. I mean, I know all he did was walk in and die, but Venomancer is absolutely not the hero that you want to go on there first. Ideally, they would catch out Parker because he has no BKB. He has no way to get out from Tundra if they can, somehow cancel his Blink Dagger. Because Stinger, like, he dies, and he just poison novas all of Tundra, which forces them to, die on a few heroes and then buy back. And like you said, it was on the Radiant side, but they're still like staggering their TPs to get in, and Parker's just picking them off one by one.
Dude, it's just so true. They will pop their last fortification here in the mid lane as Parker just doesn't even care about the potential of a Roach respawn. He knows these heroes are dead. They're not coming back into this game anytime soon. Now turning his attention to the last lane of there. There it is, the play forward. Dark Mako fucking socks on the coddle. He is dead without buyback as well. Now Skitter waveforming on in, but I mean, you're not really committing much at all here. This lasso, it's up in 25 seconds. They find the Enchantress as well. They get themselves another kill. And it looks like Tundra at a loss for how to enter this engagement. They will waveform in once again, but the lasso, it's not even needed. It's just gonna reach the speakers. There it goes down on the Morphling. He's gonna buy back for now. It's going to be 3v5. 2 heroes still dead on Tundra. The question is, can they actually find their way in? 33 gets really aggressive here, but a spear, nice Sonic Wave from 9. But Skinner, he's all alone. He's isolated. Nice Manta there to dodge out the Meld Strike from the TA, but he's silenced up, trying to hobble away. Looks like he will be able to, but Parker, he's got to deal with this Timbersaw and soon. A nice deny, actually, and there it is. Timber will fall inside the base. They get 9 as well, potentially, as he's just burning down to this damage from this Venomancer. Now, he will survive. But Parker is not satisfied. He is looking for the base. Soxa nearly dying there, but a nice blink out to disengage.
I'm fairly sure, by the way, when Stinger dropped below 50% HP, Parker just started whacking on him with the Shadow Strike being active. I swear to God, like the moment Stinger's in deny range, he's like, I've waited my whole life for this, you know?
Got him, dude.
I mean, Tundra has one Rax left, so, a successful defense in some way or another. But
that is definitely
looking
somewhere.
good. And Roshan's up, so Parker will be able to snag that.
He is so far. He has doubled the network of
And you know the frustrating thing is still how effective the Morphling is looking. Regardless of being so low in net worth, he's still looking strong. What a hero, man.
He like morphs the TA and you're like, I guess we gotta actually back out for a moment. This hero can still just one-shot heroes with his own Meld Strike now.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's honestly so dumb. It steals so many stats, too. It is not acceptable.
If it was base stats, I think it would be a little bit more balanced, but it is all stats, right? Items, everything, right?
Yeah, it's everything.
It is so cool.
Very unfortunate when you're a universal hero, especially.
Yeah. All you
very unfortunate stuff.
You're just like building items for the Morphling at that point.
Yeah, you are. But Parker, playing around this early timing of the TA. I don't want to call it an answer. I think it works for Beastcoast because they're good.
33 gets hexed up onto the high ground. Sacred will drop the arena and the spear to pin him against the wall. The blinding light, not enough to keep him alive. There's going to be the lasso. They actually catch him to refresher into a second lasso. Morphling not going to be able to survive that one, and we might see the end of Tundra here in game number 2 as they have lost 3. The blink out from the clock, but the hook shot comes through into another hex, and there's the GG. Beastcoast, an absolute beatdown here in game number 2.
Yeah, Beastcoast putting on a clinic, reminding everybody why you should never doubt their drafts. If they are playing heroes that are in their wheelhouse, they will make it look good, win or lose. This team is so damn good at their specialty heroes, and they do not care what the meta is. They're going to pick them anyway, and they'll win.
It's actually just so true. That is just like a perfect way to describe this team. You look at them, you're like, man, I feel like this mid lane's going to be rough, like this off lane's going to be so-so, and they're just like topping the CS in all 3 lanes at the 10-minute mark. Like Parker is just an absolute beast this whole game, finishing 16-1-12. I mean, that being said, Dark Mago on the barrier, 13-2-17. He had an absolutely incredible game in what we thought was going to be a disaster for him.
Yeah, I would love to interview him and ask him what he thinks of this matchup. Because I know there are some mid laners out there that, you know, perhaps you could call their opinions on the edgier side. And maybe he's one of those mid laners that's like, the Queen of Pain doesn't counter bat. Everybody's wrong about that. You just got to go the 2-1-0 build or start with like these items.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like some mid laners just have an opinion on a matchup where they think it's just different from what everybody else in the world thinks. Or maybe he's just like, it is a good matchup for Queen of Pain. I'm just good at bat and I want to play it this game because it's good in the game.
Actually,
there's also that possibility.
You might just right. It could honestly be as simple as that, where he is just too good at this hero. Man,
yeah,
super
I think
super sick stuff from them. Loved it. I mean, this game was close for like 15 minutes. Like it looked really close, and then there was just one fight where Beastcoast just kind of pull away, right? Like they suddenly have like a 9K lead out of nowhere, and yeah, beautiful execution for them all around. It was just pick-off after pick-off, dude. It is such a hard lineup to play against, I guess, in that regard.
Yeah, somehow Schofield knew that Tundra was eventually going to leave their base and that they were going to have that little mini throw on the high ground. He had a Blink Dagger on Clockwork. I would wager that the Blink Dagger win rate on Clockwork is probably quite high, because if you're ever in a position where you can go for a luxury item like a Blink Dagger, it is probably a very good game for you.
Dude,
my man had a solid game.
Stinger just getting an Ags at like 13, 14 minutes into the game as well as like 5 Veno is just absurd. Like you just don't expect it. You're just like, oh, we're gonna like chill, play this fight, and then a Poison Nova comes out and you're like, wait a minute, how did that get here?
Yeah, that was something else. I mean, the best part about it is like Parker just wants to be left alone. You know, he just wants to be in his own little bubble, free farming, nobody stealing his XP, and Stinger's like, all right, this is a good deal for both of us. You know, I'll just get super farmed.
All right. Oh, looks like we're just going to look at some of the actual scoreboard info here from the game. But yeah, like we said, just incredible performances. Dude, so few deaths on Beastcoast. Like they have only 11 kills on Tundra. That is, I didn't realize like how little they actually managed to accomplish on these heroes.
Yeah, and I think a lot of those deaths come from the high ground pushes that Beastcoast was doing. Like if Beastcoast played the map, if this was flipped and it was like Tundra playing Beastcoast draft, then it would probably be a lot less deaths, but the game would go on for a lot longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a very, very fun game or series number 1 to start off the day. It's going to end up in a tie 1-1 for them. So both teams, you know, not maybe as excited as they wanted. Starting the tournament off as a 2-0 is always fantastic, but we've got another super sick series coming up in a moment, which will be PSG.LGD taking on Nouns, the big question mark team, I think, in this tournament that a lot of people are wondering like how they're going to fare.
Yeah, LGD, of course, because everybody knows that Nouns is second best team in NA, potentially the best team in NA, which is the best region in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. As a NA caster yourself, you know this is a very strong team, and you know LGD they prove themselves at Dream League, but we'll see how they can do against the boys in blue at Nouns.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, it's going to be a fun one, absolutely. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and make sure to stay tuned for that. We'll be back here with more at the Bali Major, brought to you by IoEsports and Epulze. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. Or not, maybe. Okay.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
1 event nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Everybody, welcome back here to the Bali Major. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Jenkins, and a quick turnaround here as we're getting ready to jump into our second series, which is, of course, going to be Nouns, brought to you, Nouns versus PSG.LGD. Not brought to you by PSG.LGD. That would be quite weird.
Conflict
Jenkins.
of interest, you might say.
Yeah, a little bit of a conflict, yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited to see both of these teams play. I mean, LGD at the Dream League Season 20 did very well. They, showed some of that previous LGD character, the absolutely legendary LGD that I think a lot of people were really hoping for out of this team. And I know people always meme on LGD that they say they got Wings vibes, but fuck it, I don't care. They do have Wings vibes. I'm going to say it. This team looks awesome. And then on the other side, we have Nouns, the unproven NA squad that finally got that second slot at a major. It always seems to go to TSM, and finally they get to prove themselves. So this is going to be a really hungry team. I think they could do it.
Yeah, I think this is going to be like one of the best possible tests that they could have. Like, this is going to be such a interesting game for them. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. So I think we can go ahead and take a look at is it the team rosters that we're taking a look at? Was that what I heard? But let's go ahead and take a look at the teams real quick.
Let's do it. Let's get into it. We already talked about some of these players off stream. Here's LGD. Of course, we have Nothing to Say, who at this point is a LGD staple. Of course, TI winning player. New is one of my favorite players to watch as of late. This guy was absolutely needed for LGD. He carries a lot of their games. He is like the backbone to this team, it feels like. And I think it was Zhao 8 in an interview at Dream League actually said that they had their eyes on New for the entire year, and they just couldn't get him on their roster because of some contract reasons. And now they finally have him. So kudos to their talent scout, whoever did that, because this roster has clicked. This team looks freaking good, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Nouns roster. Something, you and me from good old NA region are very familiar with. Some long-term legends here. Of course, Husky, Moo, and Gunner, and Lus have been fighting here for a long time. Now, Yamsun, kind of the young gun in the carry position. These guys, like you said, have been fighting for that second-place spot in the DPC for years now. Have been basically knocked down by teams like Quincy Crew, TSM, and the like for quite a while, but they finally get their shot. They get the invite to the Bali Major, and this is their first time on LAN, competing against the best of the best.
I'm super happy to see these guys here. I think Yamsun is definitely a guy to look at. He has recently hit very high rank on the leaderboards. He's a guy who's kind of like improved himself a lot over the years. A lot of people look at this team. They look at Moo, second place at TI player, looking back to DC. Gunner, he innovated like the Tusk mid before a lot of people were doing that. But to me, like, Yamsun is a big guy to look at just because he has recently peaked as a player. Not peaked, but he's recently like improved a lot as a player. And I think he could surprise a lot of people who haven't heard his name before.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. And it is about time we head on into the draft here of our second series. It's game number 1 of Nouns versus PSG.LGD. And we are already underway on this draft here a little bit, past the first phase picks into the second phase bans. Anything surprising here out of the side of either team? Because Undying Pugna, first phase, pretty standard stuff. The Ember Spirit as the response to the Storm. How do you feel about this?
5 seconds.
I think Ember is definitely one of the better heroes to answer a Storm mid. Obviously Storm is fine in this matchup. Like, I think Storm does good in the lane. It's not like a 70-30 or something crazy like that, but Storm is definitely perfectly happy here. But Ember, he has the Searing Chains to lock down the Storm, and there's just like a lot of the old Storm counters on the mid lane, like something like a DK or I don't know, like a Tiny or Puck. These heroes are just not that strong in the meta. So picking an Ember kind of feels like it's the hero that has the Sable that goes mid that is also just really good right now. That's kind of how I feel about the Ember.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. They are flying through this draft as we are already into the second phase pick. So the Disruptor here, I actually like this hero a lot. Obviously, very good into the Ember Spirit, getting that instant silence from the Static Storm. But also very good at, I feel like decent enough at dealing with heroes like Undying.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are 3 ranged heroes, 2 potential ranged supports. Both of them can lane against the Undying and be, fairly happy.
remaining.
Nobody's like exactly, ecstatic to be laning against an Undying, but you'd much rather be one of these ranged heroes. And man, what I'm surprised about is we are in a meta where people are actually comfortable picking Skywrath Mage into Pugna. You drop that Sky ult, it costs so much mana. The Pugna ward just rips through you. But really, Sky is played a lot around pickoffs these days, where the ward maybe is not going to be dropped down in time for the Sky ult to come out. Also, the silence is very important against a hero like Storm Spear, or even silencing the backline Pugna, who is played as like more of a healer now. So,
absolutely,
yeah, interesting pick.
Yeah, I like it. That makes a lot of sense. The Terrorblade in the response to the Doom, one of the easier lanes for Terrorblade to play into, and I think between Terrorblade Disruptor, you actually have a lot of kill threat against these heroes, so I like this a lot. I mean, the magic damage is obviously a little bit frustrating for Terrorblade to play into from the Skywrath Mage, but I think for the most part, Yamsun is set up for a pretty decent lane, right?
Yeah, I think so. At Dream League, we saw a lot of TB against Doom. It's just a hero that can generally shred him through whatever sort of defenses that he gets early. I mean, barring like maybe a Frost Ogre creep, and I think we've also seen like if he can get a Harpy on Doom, he can pressure a TB decently okay if he's given some levels. But like Terrorblade on his first meta or second meta can definitely kill it and pressure a Doom pretty hard. And Skywrath Mage is a literal 0 armor hero, so he can also die to a Metamorphosis for sure.
Yeah. So they get rid of the Faceless Void here. They're definitely going to be worried about some of those really hard counters to the Terrorblade. Luckily, Morphling already removed from the pool. They don't have to worry about that one.
5 seconds remaining.
How do you feel about... I guess, what are you more worried about here? It's got to be PL, right? That's the other, like, really, really rough Terrorblade matchup.
It's definitely PL.
Yeah. Right? I was like, I'm trying to think, like, you have no answer for it at the moment. It's either PL or Naga Siren, but I'm way more worried about PL here, right?
Because it's LGD, I think Muerta is also always an option for this team. I have been seeing it a lot more in pubs too. Like, I feel like people are realizing that this hero is quite decent. In fact, I would even say, because you're playing into Pugna, who has Decrepify, and Muerta can attack heroes who are Decrepified, I actually feel like Muerta might be the pick here over the PL. I really... Come on, Nouns they've done their research. The
Muerta man! No way, dude! Dude, that is Jenkins 5-head. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think now is where probably the PL comes out. It is one of Shiro's favorite heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Very good matchup into the TB. It's just a hero that like plays from range, and you slowly but surely harass him down, drain his mana so he can't get the Sunder off. Not the greatest against Storm, but also Storm is... I mean... Yeah, like Storm can't like exactly clear through the illusions by any means, but you can hunt down the PL and
Anti-mage.
kill him. Oh, they go for an AM. Okay, well, it counters the Storm and the Pugna. These are two heroes that are going to be losing a lot of their mana.
Isn't this like not a good matchup against Terrorblade?
I don't think it's good against
Legion's
TV.
still available.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I guess Legion into Skywrath is pretty rough, but like,
5
you can just pick
seconds
a hero that locks down Anti-Mage here. Honestly, you could go Axe. It's a pretty good Axe game.
Yeah, I agree with all of these. I mean, I feel like Legion is definitely the best one. Let's see. It's an
alive in Doom.
It's an Undying in lane. That's the only issue. Is that I think the Undying makes it so that a lot of the traditional AM counters are already like pre-countered.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, okay, what about hear me out, the Mu Slardar? What about
Okay,
that?
that is throwback, dude. That is a hero I have not seen in a long time. It's great into the anti-mage lane, right? You just don't care about mana, but I feel like you just die to the Undying just as easily as other heroes, right? Like,
Probably, yeah.
I feel like that is such a hard hero to land against this Slardar.
But you've gotta counter this hero. I mean, AM plus Undying.
Heroes. Like, unfortunately, the Broodmother is banned. That would have been a very good pick here. I mean, I know
heroes that are good against AM. I mean, I remember seeing Collapse play Ogre against Anti-Mage and do very well with just like the base damage.
Lycan.
Oh, Lycan. I actually thought this was banned.
Okay.
For some reason, I thought it was banned. I was looking at Zoo Heroes, but I guess I just missed the Lycan on the list. Fantastic against Skywrath and Undying, right? They literally can't play against this hero.
Yeah, that is true. It's extremely good against the supports. And this hero... Yeah, I mean, the Wolf Bite is... I mean, eventually, when he gets the Wolf Bite, which won't happen for a very long time because there are a lot of other items you want to build on Lycan, but eventually, if you Wolf Bite a meta TB, it's actually the only hero in Dota that I can think of that stays ranged because the meta range takes priority. So that's very good.
Whoa. I was going to ask about that.
It does work. It does work. But
cool.
I also think that Terrorblade and Lycan just have very...
10 seconds.
Like, they enjoy each other's timings, you know? TB gets, like, 2 items. Lycan gets, like, 2 items, and they both just, like, want to run down towers. And it's an insane amount of, like, just ball that is very hard to fight into. And I think, like, a very good way to beat Anti-Mage is to just 5-man and Death Ball, because the hero can't do shit when you do that. So,
yeah, this
is a great pick for the game, and I imagine it probably does fine in the laning phase. Like, you have wolves to last hit.
You just pull the lane, right?
You can always pull the lane. Let's see, they're running Lelis on Pugna. You can also just pull with wolves. Like, that's always an option with Lycan. But I think eventually, like, Lycan will be very happy in this lane against AM.
Yeah, I agree. I actually like the Lycan a lot. It's definitely a Mu classic as well. Like, this is a hero he has a lot of experience on. The real question is going to come down to, right? Like, can you, like, actually deal with this Undying, or is it strong enough to not get countered by the Undying? He's not a strength hero anymore, right? He's universal, isn't he?
Yep.
Lycan?
Yep.
So it's a little bit better of a matchup than it used to be, but still, Undying just kind of feels like one of those massive bullies in the lane stage.
Yeah, this hero doesn't lose lane. That's, like, part of why he's so strong. Is it makes drafting so easy. You can basically pick, like, any carry, and you're guaranteed that, like, yeah, you're gonna that carry is gonna have absolute free farm, essentially, which is very, very nice. As we are actually, the game has not paused, so
yeah, I was told we're gonna have a little bit of a pause, but it looks like we're just gonna jump into the game instead. Okay, both teams ready to go. Nouns versus PSG.LGD, our second series of the day. Game number 1, for those of you that are just tuning in, welcome on over to the Epulze end stream.
Oh man, they were all grouped up mid on Nouns. Nothing to say though. Not taking the bait. Not walking up that high ground.
Good ward there too.
Yep, very nice smoke out.
Ooh,
as
look at
Planet.
this ward placed by Planet.
That's cool.
Glorious.
I mean, it makes sense, right? As this Terrorblade, he's gonna definitely retreat back to farm those
30
camps
seconds
pretty
to
regularly. And
yeah, eventually.
Now you have portal rotations, I guess, but
I think that's probably the big thing, is scouting through the portals. I can't think of any other reason why he would put the ward there, because I don't think TB's going to retreat to there. In, like, I mean, I guess you'll get like, I guess you'll get like a couple of minutes where TB's going to potentially retreat to there, and you could have like your support come through the portal and gank him or something.
yeah.
We'll see if
like,
it pays off.
Certain heroes that like usually take advantage of those camps are things going to be like the Medusa, the Alchemist of Past, you know, things like that can just really easily farm those camps with like no punishment. But TB does need some levels, right? He needs like 2-3 points in this Conjure Image, which he's going to have to go Reflection 1, probably meta at 2, be able to play aggressive with this Disruptor. So you're not going to get that Conjure Image till like level 4 or 5 when you can really actually make things happen.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm curious what the idea is behind this ward. I'm sure later on we'll have a pretty good idea for why he put this here. It will be revealed to us in due time.
I like that. So mid lane, brother on brother, Storm Spirit versus Ember, a classic matchup. I feel like this is one that is pretty decent for Ember Spirit now. Like in the past, he's moved bottom lane. Actually, Yamsun incredibly low. We thought the lane was going to be good for him, but a pause? I mean, he's certainly dead here, right?
Yeah, he's blood grenaded. I think he will end up going down. Man, Skywrath Mage is just such a powerful laner right now. 80 mana for 120 damage is nuts from Concussive Shot. And on top of that, the blood grenade.
There, the blood grenade actually takes him down, dude. At just a fraction of HP, the blood grenade finds the kill.
Yeah.
That is rough.
We did miss it, but we promise. Yamsun did go down on the Terrorblade. That's why he's TPing.
I mean, I see it. He's back in lane. He's alive on my screen. How do you know?
Yeah. No, everything's fine. So this is a very good start for PSG down here. I do think if Doom can get to like an early Vanguard and pick up a good creep, this hero can win pretty much any matchup. It is very creep dependent, though.
That's super true. If he gets the Harpy, that's like the creep you want against a hero like Terrorblade, right? The Harpy is just incredibly strong. You get the mana boots all of a sudden, and then
of
no
course
one can play against you.
That's why he put the ward there, to scout these camps, so Doom can go eat the get the right creep. He's going to get the Frost Ogre.
Yeah,
okay, there we go.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that's really interesting because it means that like that is how high of a priority they put on getting the correct Doombringer creep, is that they literally ward for it, which is very interesting. I've not seen that before.
I mean, it would suck like making that walk all the way there and finding that the only option you have is like a Kobold and a Mud Golem, right? Like that would be super rough.
Yeah, that'd be really bad. That'd be like throwing the lane. So that's really cool. And it also scouts the portal rotations that will eventually come through as well.
Speaking of Harpies, one did just spawn on the easy camp here, so they're going to have to actually kill this. Otherwise, Mew getting that on the Doom is going to be a really big problem.
Yeah. You can always go for early mana boots on Doom if you see the Harpy. It's super nice.
Absolutely.
He will just farm the camp, though, instead.
All right.
Level 2 Scorched Earth.
Level 2 Scorched Earth.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dude, he's having a great time.
Yeah, he's getting real fat.
Look at this. Gunnar tried to get aggressive here on NTS and has managed to just pull the wave off to the side now. Back where it looks like his bounty rune.
Very nice from Gunnar. I love this play. Like, I love when you cut the wave like this, so that way you can go get a rune without like losing any creeps. TP's back mid, he lost nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing to say, really, by the way. He even tried to pull the creep wave in a way to the left here, where Gunnar would lose creeps to the tower. That's why Gunnar TP'd in. So this is some like very high-skilled mid-laning stuff going on between these two.
This is so many points in this Flame Guard, actually able to keep NTS alive for the moment. Does pop a fort on the wave as well. And unfortunately his remnants will not connect. Gunnar just trying to get an edge here onto Nothing to Say, but so much resources committed from both of them.
God damn, the mid lane is sometimes so beautiful, man.
It's so stressful, man. I hate this lane.
I can't deal with it either. I can't play this role. It's so stressful.
Nice chains. He's actually turning it back around, just right-clicking the Ember Spirit. But top lane will eventually bring down the Undying.
Tower is under attack.
The Obs was looking in the right spot. There was no kill mid. It was just we're just getting excited about like the high skilledness of this matchup. They're both playing this very, very well. Yeah, this is like on a razor's edge between these two.
I love watching matchups like that are just like incredibly close down to just like incredibly small details. Ooh, he take a big remnant there actually. That is gonna hurt Nothing to Say quite a bit.
I cannot take my eyes off these two.
Oh, Searing Chains? He's actually in tower range. Oh, Fairy Fire will protect him. Does have Slight. Dude, Gunnar, be careful, man.
He's really baiting with the Fairy Fire, bro.
He is.
He's gotta be careful.
He's gonna probably have to walk base, right?
Yeah. And
then TP out for the, like, have bottle and everything for 6 minutes. NTS is actually going to get his level 6, so he could Remnant TP back if he gets the 6 here on this mid wave.
Yeah. And Gunnar having to walk all the way back means he can't go and try to help salvage these side lanes. I mean, I say salvage, but Moo actually has quite a lot of denies up here. He's doing very well. CS-wise, he's doing pretty good, but denies, like, that's quite a lot. 18.
How does he have 18? I mean, I'm assuming some of those are probably the Wolves, but that is still a lot of denies. Mid lane, NTS gets caught! Gunnar, with the help of Husky, finds the kill onto the Ember Spirit. As he committed all of his remnants, he's gonna buy back and take down Gunnar. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good lord,
Dude,
this game
what a mid
insane
lane.
on the mid lane.
Thank you.
I don't know. That's a respect tip right there, by the way. I know Husky has a lot of respect for this team, and nothing to say. Like, that is a cool buyback. That's 100% worth it. Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been
Yeah, he was going to be at a serious XP disadvantage, and now he is a full level ahead, top net worth, like you said. He is having a great time after that buyback. That was fantastic.
If that happens in your pubs, it usually means you've lost, but not in this particular scenario. That was a real buyback.
Making the fight for this Wisdom Rune will force Why You Smile away, so he's going to be fine. That being said, Husky actually might be able to grab the other one. The Glimpse will send Planet away, and Husky will be able to successfully steal the Wisdom Rune. He is level 5 already. That is fantastic for him, and he should be able to just TP away. Oh, actually doesn't have a TP.
He has no TP is the issue, so that'll be nothing to say getting a free kill here. He's got a Remnant to go back mid, so...
Yeah, beautiful
Bit of juicy XP and gold, and he's going to go straight back towards mid.
Right, good heads-up play there. Good call-out, most likely, from Planet on the Skywrath Mage, being like, yo, free kill? No TP?
I mean, definitely still worth it for Nouns, though. You get the 2 Wisdom Runes. That is the most important objective in, like, the first 10 minutes of the game. They're definitely happy with that. If they can get these supports to level 6 early, it can mean some pretty important ganks on a hero like Anti-Mage that, you know, needs to be slowed down.
Yeah, I mean, Husky getting that early point in Static Storm is going to be huge for them, right? That is a massive pickup for their lineup. And when you compare it to the Undying, like, Undying just now hitting level 4 in mid lane, why? Can they actually bring down NTS? He's getting incredibly low. Will be able to dodge up, but Gunnar just goes right into a Doom as New is there waiting. And NTS will end up trading a 1v1, but going down first on the Storm Spirit is incredibly rough.
Very nice rotation from New. I mean, that's just, like, super heads-up play from him. It is more common these days, I would say, than before that you see offlaners going mid. A lot of the time, it's when the lane is a little bit rough that they go mid to just, like, have some sort of impact on the game by securing a rune. But in that scenario, like, he just had a sense that even though he's doing very well in the spot lane, that there was going to be some important kill that would happen mid. And I mean, TB will generally just retreat to the jungle anyway, so it's not like he's going to kill TB down here with Doom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's a really good point. And it is going to be the Vanguard into Midas. I think since this patch, we've seen a lot of Dooms kind of go back for this Midas build, right? As opposed to, like, the Octarine early top lane. They get the glimpse onto Shiro. He tried to TP away. Into the trees he goes, but they're trying to find this kill. 7 seconds without a blink up onto this high ground area. Moo just needs one more auto attack, but he's got to blink up. He's going to be able to make it out.
Husky does have another glimpse. He's pinging. He's like, guys, this is a low cooldown.
I don't know if he's gonna get the
Shiro?
He grabs. Yeah, really, really nice play there onto the Lotus. He's going to be able to use that. And Gunnar on the other side here will be able to end up trading blows here with the Ember Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh my
attack.
goodness, he snipes a courier in the middle of all of it.
They're still hunting him. Husky has no spells right now.
Storm Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, making his way to the mid lane for some reason. Just running away from all the chaos that's going on. Yamsa made his way top, so Shiro wants nothing to do with that.
They do manage to get a bottled Invis rune here for Gunnar, so taking that away from the Ember is quite nice. But they get the top lane tower, a little bit of a trade as Mew has just been left completely alone bottom. And he is really finding some net worth in this game now.
And he is still being active despite having this farming build. He wants to go and use the Doom. Ideally, he gets it on Gunner, who might zip in.
I mean, they've got ice armor on basically everybody here. These guys are really not that easy to bring down. And Lycan, he ends up popping that for Shapeshift. Can't actually bring down the Skywrath or the Undying. A little bit of a unfortunate first ult there out of the Lycan.
And okay, LGD, they want to abuse the fact that the Lycan form is down. They know he's just going to be jungling and chilling up here, and so they want to get him with the Doom.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Mew has so much impact with just this Disruptor, however, just being caught out here by the support, trying to hobble away, but does not have the HP to survive it, so he will fall.
Honestly, a good gank tank. Otherwise, that smoke goes directly to the Lycan, and LGD's read on it was completely right. Mu is just farming the jungle. Like, what else is this hero going to do when he doesn't have his ult? You know he's just going to be farming an area, scouting with wolves. As Neo does actually finish his Midas, so he is going to go from fat to obese fairly soon, because he is farming a lot of gold, that's for sure.
You'd mistake this man for an NA player.
Yeah, you would.
Top lane Mu in a little bit more trouble. The Doom is available, but they're holding the cooldown for now as they know he doesn't have this Shapeshift, trying to just chase him down, but he's getting some work done, actually turning this damage right back around onto the Skywrath Mage with these wolves, with this Warpine Raider. And mid lane, Lelis trying to chip down this tier 1 tower with this Nether Blast. It looks like they should be able to get it here in just a moment. Gunner's got a DD rune as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And sometimes I do feel like losing this mid tower is not that impactful because the side lanes are just so important on this patch because of the Twin Gates and all the objectives that are there. But this is Ember versus Storm Spirit. Both of these heroes want runes like going forward into the game. So getting the tower actually very impactful for Nouns. It means that it'll be a lot easier for them to secure runes. But LGD just not looking to contest it. They have some late game farming heroes. Anti-Mage wants his Battle Fury. Doom, he's got a Midas. That's just wasted net worth essentially until he gets some more items. So they're contentious farming.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you feel about the Crimson Guard this game, right? Against Terrorblade and the Lycan summons seems pretty valuable, right?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I really do. Especially because this item has, you know, since 7.33 scales with your strength, Doom has some pretty good strength gain. I feel like this is necessary.
Yeah. Ooh, smoke pop. They get the Silence here onto the Storm Spirit, but there is going to be coming out and Planet is stuck inside this prism. He's going to fall down as they're looking for New on the backside. Gunner with a nice Vortex to slow him up, but the question is, can they actually bring this guy down? The Vanguard is there. A nice Blood Grenade with the slow. It actually might just be enough, and they've got him. One more auto attack from the Lycan seals the deal. 2 heroes fall, and this actually might be a tier 2 tower because of the Lycan. Meanwhile, mid lane, they've got the Ember Spirit. They get the Silence, but he doesn't have mana for the Vortex. Oh, no.
I like the attempt. I think that was a really cool attempt there. It just, yeah, unfortunate that they didn't have resources for that, despite having the Pug Note. You know the crazy thing about that fight top is that was LGD that did that smoke into Nouns.
Yeah.
So they were just looking for a quick pick, but I suppose when you run into like 3 or 4 heroes that you didn't expect to be there, then it doesn't go so well for you.
So at the moment, Anti-Mage getting closer and closer to his Valkyrie, as we're going to see Skywrath Mage get picked off here in the top lane once again. But he did go for this early Vanguard, and it's not an item that you know, you can disassemble into this Battle Fury anymore. So it definitely is going to slow down his item progression quite a bit.
Yeah, it made him tanky. It made it so that he survived a few ganks early, but man, he is farming slowly. When compared to a hero like Terrorblade, you are not going to outfarm him. And are Nouns going to go for a super early Roche here?
I think you can with the Lycan, and Meta still got a decent amount of duration. Dude, this is a sick call.
LGD, they know. They're going to look to fight this.
Yeah, there's smoke heading up into the top side of the map, and that ward's not going to reveal them. It's too slow, though. I mean, this Roach is dying decently quick. NTS has got to make some big things happen here. The Undying Tombstone's available as well, but that's it. Roach falls, goes the way of Nouns. They'll put that one up onto Gunner's Storm Spirit. A really good find here for Nouns. This is great. This is great stuff.
Yep, and they got out unscathed as well. I mean, a big thing that we've seen in this patch, and honestly before the patch, is like a lot of teams choosing to fight after Roche because it costs like a lot of resources, big guy. And so, people, you know, first Aegis doesn't really matter that much. We're just going to fight anyway. So not only does Nouns get the Roche, they also escape the typical like post-Roche fight, where because you've used resources, you can sometimes lose a couple of heroes, or maybe even like get team wiped and lose the Aegis. So Nouns is just playing this game extremely well here.
Yeah. Man, I like what they've done. They got the Granite Golem up and running. They're going to do some serious work. They do see the double portal into the bottom lane, so Yamsun should know this is no place to be for him, so he is going to just run all the way across the map, heads up towards his team most likely, farm his way there. What's the next objective here for Nouns? Like, are they waiting for item timings? Is this kind of like a lot of times first Aegis can just be a farming Aegis? Is that what we're seeing here?
Probably. If they get a kill, they can force high ground, I think, because they do have Lycan and TV. They need these two heroes to be together. I really feel like this top push is just a poke and see who we can get to come back sort of scenario. Unless somebody goes down, I don't see this as being like a full-on push.
I mean, you can chip for so long with the Lycan and the Pugna here, and NTS comes in, Connor. Trying to bait some spells here, potentially. But, I mean, this tier 3's taken half of its HP already. Can Pugna heal the Granite Golem? Is that a thing? I actually have no idea. But either way.
I'm not sure, actually. Crimson Guard will help out.
Yeah, Crimson Guard will help a lot. Really good timing on this to pick this one up. So this will slow down this push quite a bit. And, I mean, they forced pretty much everyone on PSG.LGD down here. But now Yamsun, he's farmed his way all the way up to his team. He's got this SNY done. He's going to pop the meta. They want to force the high ground. Fortification is still available as they don't pop it. Okay, well, they'll get the refresh anyway. And now Gunner still has this Aegis for 2 more minutes, still trying to bait out some spells. He has Lelis behind him, Husky waiting for this Static Storm opportunity. Finding the Ember Spirit would be absolutely massive for them. It's a glimpse. It's going to find the Doom. Crimson Guard comes out. He just throws the Doom out onto the Terrorblade. They drop the Static Storm as well, but Lelis, you got to start healing your Terrorblade here. In goes Gunner, trying to make some space, holding down the Ember for the moment, and it is working. That's going to be able to force his first Aegis. His Moo, targeting the backside, gets on top of Planet, crits him down. And now Moo's got to be careful. He's running away, but the Mana Void in from this AM just doing way too much work. Gunner needs to disengage. They force the buyback. He will be able to throw a glimpse, sending this Scarth back to the base, but Terrorblade is falling low. He's got a Sunder available, but it's hard to throw into Shiro with the... Tries to TP, I guess. I don't know about that one, bud. That's a very optimistic TP.
That was a bit of a disconnect there from Nouns. Gunner went in when Lelis was just sitting in the back healing Yamsun, who was doomed. I like the idea of them pushing that high ground there. Obviously, it was working until the fight started and went south. That's what we saw in Dream League. Is Bet Boom was the first team that I saw do this, where they just forced the high ground super early, like way earlier than other teams were willing to do, and people realized like, hey, this is a timing where, especially if there's like a Doom with the Midas, these heroes are not ready to fight. But yeah, Nouns pretty much just misexecuted the fight or miscommunicated, where Gunner went in when his team was kind of looking to get out. And even with I think he did it because he has the Aegis, so he feels strong. But
yeah,
you respawn and all of a sudden it's like, well, all right, now what? Your Terrorblade has no meta and he's half HP.
Yeah, I think the idea was like Lelis had just popped Life Drain onto Gunner and was waiting for the cooldown to try and save the TB, and like they threw like a defensive Static Storm to try and like get Terrorblade away, and then Gunnar just straight sacked himself. I'm pretty sure. Like I don't think like he wanted to do that. I think he felt forced almost. But yeah, it's like you said, just a rough executed fight there.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes back to bite them. I mean, now all three of the cores on LGD are the top net worth. Neo has a Pipe of Insight for the next fight, and Shiro actually has his Battle Fury working on his Manta. He's got the full Yasha, so he will be speeding up his farm immensely here.
All right, well, they're going to go ahead and start beating down this tier 1 tower bottom. As the 20 minutes did just come through as we're getting ready for that 21-minute Wisdom Rune, and it looks like they might be able to snipe this away. Planet is here on the Sky with Mage, but we'll see what's going on. And on the other side of the map, NTS will grab the other. So it ends up being an even trade for those, but the Glimpse actually will find nice fight there, scouted out by the Lycan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Right,
Yeah,
tier
nice
2 now in trouble.
Maybe they take the Tormentor after this as well, since they're all already there anyway.
I think
or perhaps they just force.
Yeah, maybe they're just going to force it once again. You got Pugna, you got Lycan. The Glimpse? Who did they just catch?
Nothing to say, but he had a Remnant back, so...
okay, alright.
He's fine. Yeah.
Decent chunk of damage there once again into a tier 3. They have a fortification available, but with the meta pop, they will back here for this Tormentor. I like this. I think this is a really good objective to steal away.
And who'd they get it on? Lelis. Okay, not that important.
Yeah, not the best, but at least... I mean, to be honest, both Disruptor and Pugna don't have great shards.
Those are two of the worst in the game, I would say. The Disruptor shard is pretty rough. Yeah, I mean, this Pugna shard, turning the Nether Ward to... you can target it with Life Drain, turns it into an AoE. Good against PL, I would say.
Yeah.
But,
I guess when you have anti-mage illusions, like from Manta, you can like one-shot the illusions potentially with it.
Yeah, but then you have to Nether Ward, and then you have to put Nether Ward down to kill illusions. It feels kind of sus.
Yeah. And you'd rather just Life Drain your allies, usually.
Yeah, exactly. The Disruptor one is... oh, they actually didn't take the Tormentor, so doesn't matter.
Of their own.
It sucks.
Okay. Yeah, it's just... big AoE. You just have way longer cast range on Thunderstrike. That is the good thing that it has. Like the cast range is just, it literally doubles it. But the ground targeting is, you know, not as impactful. But they're pinging out top lane again. I mean, they are just going from one lane to the next. They are 3,000 gold behind, but it is Nouns just pressuring these lanes super heavily, and Lycan will crack this ranged barracks. He's got this Solar Crest that is done. They've got to come back. They've got to fort for this as well, and they will. But Moo is making it happen on the Lycan.
Okay, so yeah, that forces LGD back, and Nouns, I think they make the right decision this time, which is to force them back and just back off, farm the map, take the advantage that they just gained from forcing LGD to waste all those TPs. So they're going to make their way back across and just farm everything.
Yeah, it looks like tier 2 mid's their next objective, right? Gunnar does have an Arcane Rune and a BKB to play with, which is nice. Nothing to say, actually going for a Yule Scepter this game. How do you feel about this item?
Yule Scepter?
I'm trying to think what it's for. Is it just to bait out time in like Static Storm or something?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. Eventually, it's going to be a Wind Waker, and Wind Waker is an amazing counter to the Disruptor Ags Static Storm.
True.
For your team, like, you know, if let's say Anti-Mage gets caught out by that, you can Wind Waker him. But that's a very late game thing.
Yeah, that's like 6th, 7th item type of thing usually. You never see Wind Waker before your other core items. Like he of course wants like Ags, he wants Kaya Sanj, all these other good things. Roche gonna be up in a minute and a half, so almost a max duration Roche respawn here. Which will put it on the dire side of the map, of course. So they are just getting set up. Dude, I mean, this is good call-out times from Nouns here. Like they know Roche is gonna be up soon. They portal to the top side. They're actually going to be able to scout why on the Undying is it's just going to be the Wolves just setting up a kill here. And that's big. 36 seconds. as he will go down, but will be up for the next Roche fight.
And for the next Roche fight, Yamsen has Butterfly ready. This is not an item that LGD has. They don't have great answers for this. I mean, I suppose they can Doom him. That's always going to be effective. Moo pops the ult.
Yeah, they've got tons of vision here to play around as they are just going to look for Planet here on the Sky. Mage Gunner goes in, pops the BKB. Will be able to grab the Doom here. He has to be very careful. If New manages to target him, he's in so much trouble. Gunner, he's out of mana. Wellis will try and refill him here. New is plenty healthy as they don't get anything after this. They pop meta, you pop shapeshift, and you find nothing. NTS is on the backside here looking to try and find some openings. Do they have Static Storm? They don't. He just remnants away.
Yeah, they already
some more vision here to play with. Mew on this Doom trying to find an opening, but they actually find Why You Smile once again on the Undying. There's the Doom that's going to come out onto Yamsen. Shiro goes in on the anti-mage, trying to get some serious damage dealt, and they will be able to do it. The Terrorblade will fall at the end of the day. NTS doing some serious work as well. Now Lycan trying to stand his ground. Amano Imato will not be able to do it as Shiro will grab himself a double kill as he finishes off Gunner right into the Roshan, and this is a huge win for PSG.LGD.
Disaster. Once again, Nouns, they were a little split in the fight. You had Yamsen on the back line going on Nothing to Say, who was Static Stormed, but with the Yule Scepter, there was enough time to delay where they just did not have enough damage to kill him because the rest of Nouns was going on the other heroes of LGD. They were going on New, who's very tanky, with the Pipe and the Crimson Guard. I think they definitely want to focus one guy together. These heroes are very tanky now. Like, all three of the cores on LGD all have something that some items that make them very tanky. You know, Sanj and Kaya on Nothing to Say. Anti-Mage, he's got the Vanguard, Mana Shield. Neo on Doom, he's got Crimson, he's got Pipe, he's building into the Shivas. Like, these heroes are very tanky. Either, like, kill the supports, ensure you can focus different guys then, or all go on one of the cores. Like, you need all 5 heroes.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of going on the supports, like, Planet has almost, he has 1,840 HP basically on this Skywrath Mage. He has the 200 health talent, he's got a Bracer, a Pupil's Gift, and a Glimmer Cape, and combine that with the damage reduction from the Doom, dude, they couldn't even scratch this guy. Yes, we'll clean up the wars. They go up onto the high ground. Gunner will find him, but can they actually finish him off in time? Husky doesn't have this. He just doesn't drop the Static Storm. Instead, they're to turn around and bring down Gunner. He's dead. They did not have the heroes there. Shiro will get glimpsed away. They do find the chains on the Pugna. Lelis in trouble as well. They end up losing a second kill here. It just seems like they're on different pages a little bit in these fights.
Yeah, and they're getting to desperation territory as well. I feel like when your carry straight up TPs away like that to the bot lane and Yamsen is just like farming down here, I don't know. This is when a game has gone totally south, where you're trading Roach for just some farm bot, but what else is he going to do? Like, this is the best thing he can do. And when that is the best thing he can do, you know things have gone kind of bad. I don't see any timing for Yamsen where they're now going to have any, like, spike or advantage on LGD. They basically need LGD to really mess up or to get some, you know, really important pick off. I mean, I suppose, like, Husky getting his Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor is a timing, but he has 150 gold. So that is not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it was like a 3 to 4K advantage just like 5 minutes ago. Like, that is how fast this game fell apart, and you can just see it all on Shiro. He's level 21, almost level 22 on this anti-mage. He has got a full item and a half now up on the Terrorblade. He is just going to be... I don't know how you deal with the anti-mage at this point. I mean, this Butterfly is just so good. Like, you don't have the damage from the Terrorblade. He would need, like, an MKB or something to actually find this kill, which is just not coming anytime soon.
Or like a Bloodthorn on Lycan, which he's not even close. He's building into the Assault Cuirass, which I think would have been great like 5 to 6 minutes ago when there wasn't this Butterfly and when they had an advantage, so they're thinking about pushing buildings. But now when you're behind like this, you're starting to think about items to, okay, how do we kill one of these heroes? None of these items are going to let you do that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So LGD has got to throw.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, now he has a Shivas as well.
His auras this game have just been absolutely game-changing. Like the Crimson Guard to stop the top lane push was enough, and then he gets the pipe to stop till it basically like turn a fight completely at the top side of the map. Like everything has just start. Oh my God, Husky just got barely seen as he went to place that ward, so they will instantly deward that. But yeah, it's now gonna be PSG.LGD knocking on the high ground as Shiro is just beating down this tier 3 tower. They will pop their first fortification as TP is going to come back from a few heroes on Nouns. Let's trying to be a little bit annoying. Ah, there it is. Does manage to just pop the illusions. That's quite nice. It does work for high ground defense, I suppose.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Gunnar looking to scout a little bit. See if he can catch a hero TPing out. I like that Moo is not coming back to base right now. I feel like they're not really going to be able to defend this anyway if LGD did want to commit. They are playing it safe. They're actually looking to rotate around the map here and maybe get some kills on these split pushers.
Yeah, Shiro just finished up Abyssal Blade. He's kill hungry now. He wants to stop this Lycan split push. He has Aegis. You know they're not going to be able to kill him twice. He goes up onto the high ground. Yeah. They double TP back. All right. They know that this is not really a game plan anymore.
Yeah, and the entire rest of LG, they're just
tower is under attack.
Taking over this triangle area. You know, Shiro is strong enough to be completely on his own and clear the entire map of Nouns, essentially, forcing them into their base. And when you're in your base, when the enemy team is in their base, the best place to be is in their triangle. Because anytime they come out, you just jump them. You kill them. So now Nouns is in a... They're in a pickle.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Definitely nullifier pick up here on the Ember Sphere. This is so suddenly that decrep save, not quite there. And tier 3 under siege again. They don't have a fortification this time around. All 5 heroes from Nouns locked inside their base. They've got to find something. There's the Abyssal Blade just onto the Lycan. Moo will just get shredded. Now the turnaround with this Static Storm. Can they find their targets? The Ward's actually doing a decent amount of work here. Is New will end up dying. Yamsun with this meta pop trying to bring down Shiro, and he does find the kill. That's going to be his first life, but he has a second one, of course, ready and waiting. Yes, taking a good amount of damage here from Yamsun. They will back away. They will respect the Gunner. Keeping out here behind the base, looking for maybe an opening, but will not be able to find it. So high ground equals defended, but I don't think PSG.LG are really all that concerned.
Yeah, that was kind of like the dream scenario for Husky. He got a 3-man Static Storm on, I think it was all 3 cores of LGD, which is
yeah, it was
definitely ideal. But even then, they trade 1 for 1, offlane for offlane, and LGD gets the tower. I suppose they lose Aegis, so that means that Nouns, they could maybe smoke out and go for a play, but it looks like LGD is actually the one that's going to be doing a smoke here. Running
it's a
directly
really smart
to their
rotation.
wards.
Yeah, they've got the high ground ward. They're looking for Shiro. There's going to be the Blink, the Abyssal. They will be able to save him with a Glimmer Cape for now, but Husky pops his own Glimmer on the run. They've got the gem, though. He gets the bash. Disruptor falling low. Safe for the moment. Has stick. He's going to be fine. Okay. A clean disengage, but still losing more and more of the map. Actually, well, meanwhile, you actually have some Lycan things happening bottom.
Yeah, he's almost got the tower with the golem. This is really annoying.
God, what a hero. He's gonna get the tower, actually. That is quite funny. Probably gonna lose the golem, of course, as NTS has plenty of damage, so we'll claim the bounty on that. But you got tier 3, another tier 3. That's not bad.
Yeah.
For being 17k behind, I think that's okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, let's theorycraft here. All right, well, what can they get on Nouns? What can they get where they can actually kill LGD? I mean, obviously, there's the Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor, which is kind of a pipe dream at the moment. I suppose if Gunner gets Aghanim Scepter on Storm, there is always potential for like a big black hole.
It's just so devastating if that comes out without you knowing, and then suddenly you get like 3 hero vortex into the Static Storm. You do have BKB now completed on the Anti-Mage. You have one almost done on the Doom. He'll have it pretty quick, but So you find nothing to say is Ember, like, he's probably dead under that damage, as long as Yamsun's even remotely close.
Yeah. And I like that Yamsun, by the way, went for a Daedalus. I think he just needs to go all in on damage.
Yeah.
Like you said, he needs to be there, and he also needs to do a lot of damage in very little time. As Shiro has a BKB, by the way, so
yeah,
he's very hard to kill.
They will be able to bring down another tier 3 tower. Tombstone aggressively plays. He doesn't have the grab ally ability, but
not yet.
We'll get it eventually. Fortification comes out. Where's going to be the opening from Nouns? They've got to put up some form of a defense here, but where is it going to be? Maybe NTS on the Ember, but just sack the racks. It's gone.
And top lane Mu is still split pushing. Unfortunately for Nouns, LGD does have an Ember Spirit. Zero's very good at responding to split pushing without having to really commit much, being able to TP back, obviously.
This is your timing. You got a BKB on Yamsun. You have to take the fight to LGD now, right? Or do you just defend high ground?
You know, eventually they're going to get chipped away. Yeah, they're going to smoke. If there's any timing, it is this one. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, they're still 21k behind, of course, but you've got to try. There's nothing else to do.
Are they just going to try and rat top lane? Is that where Yamsun's heading? I mean, you have to, like, they're just barreling down mid. You got to respond to this, I think. Okay, maybe a wrap around here instead. They do get some vision on the planet here. The glimpse will catch him. Is protected by the Glimmer Cape. Yamsun, he ends up getting caught. The Doom comes out. He is stuck. Doesn't even get the BKB off. And now your Terrorblade is dead. Nice Static Storm does catch them. Moo's gonna fall. Gunner in trouble as well. They trade 2 for 1. Not the best fight here from Nouns. And that is likely going to be a mid lane barracks, maybe bot or tier 4s just directly, as Shiro is so dang strong on this anti-mage, and without a Terrorblade, you're missing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, even if he had buyback, no Metamorphosis, I don't see how they fight. They're probably going to have to play into Megas here, as Shiro realizes there is 1 barrack left, and he is going to go swiftly take that out. Okay, now back to the tier 4s, my friend.
Yeah, now back. Checking all the boxes here. Mega's completed 28,000 gold lead. They're going to go in here on Gunner. He's trying to bait something, but cannot clear this wave. It's only a matter of time before this anti-mage turns his aggression towards Gunner or Husky. And there it is. He jumps in aggressively. They've got the Disruptor. A buyback is available, but still in so much trouble as they're continuing to just barrel down these tier 4 towers. We'll buyback. He is respawning at least in a moment. Gunner gets caught by the silence. The nullifier is there. He is dead. No BKB, 15 seconds on cooldown. His buyback is available. Still no meta for 60 seconds, though.
Shiro's just throning.
This man is immortal. Aggressive blink in. They get the Static Storm. Can they actually bring him down? The Force Staff to try and get him to safety, but he's got a BKB. He's going to turn it around instead. The damage is coming through. Gunner with his own BKB trying to stand his ground, but will be have to Vortex himself to safety, and Yamsun gets a good Sunder, still holding his moment for the time being, but he just can't do anything. They don't have the damage for Shiro. Gunner's going to go in, does find Planet and Y on the backside. A nice double kill for him. But a nullifier comes out, the Abyssal Blade is there, and Gunner goes down. That's going to be a dieback, and Yamsun forced back into the base. Mu unable to help as well, and the Throne continuing to take a beating here from the side of PSG.LGD. Shiro gets tossed the cheese, tops himself back off, and it might be game 1 going the way of PSG.LGD any moment. Yamsun, another aggressive play out forward, but they just hold him in place, chained into Stomp. Yamsun barely survives on just a sliver of HP. Has a Sunder, maybe you can make it, but that is going to be it. The Throne explodes, and PSG.LGD will grab game number 1 against Nouns.
This team is very good at understanding timings, and really good at hitting them as well. Like, the Crimson Guard top to prevent the racks from going down to that just death ball push from Nouns. Very solid. Like, the very next fight that they took is with the anti-mage, and they almost team wiped Nouns at the Roche pit. LGD is not a team that you can make very many mistakes against. They will destroy you. Like 1 or 2 mistakes, that is all it took. I actually think Nouns played that game very well. They did extremely good in the laning phase. They had an advantage at multiple points in this game. They took some really good fights, some really good pickoffs. But just that one play top where Yamson got doomed and Gunnar went in, and like since that, it just spiraled out of control. Like LGD will absolutely destroy you if you don't play the game perfectly.
Yeah.
What a game, though. That was a great game. Good game of Dota.
Yeah, it was absolutely. And a good showing. I mean, Nouns, obviously, like, they dropped this first game, but they had a lot of moments where it looked like they were really starting to pull this game their way. And, I mean, I will say this is definitely in their wheelhouse of how they like to play. I know this team loves to play fast Dota. Like, they always pick something that's hyper aggressive, tries to play out of the lanes, and steamroll these teams. They were so close. They were really so close. It was new on the Doom that just unfortunately kind of thwarted those attempts, like you said. But if they manage to slow down that Doom even just slightly more, maybe he doesn't get that first blood in the bottom type of thing.
Yeah.
The game could have been completely different. So very close all around, but well played by PSG.LGD, keeping their composure, not crumbling to that early push. And closing this one out with Shiro going absolutely deathless. Really sick plays from him this game on the anti-mage. He just farmed,
definitely.
man.
Yeah, Shiro's so consistent. Like I know we all talk about Neo because he's the new guy on the block, and this team was okay before, and then they got him, and now they're like an S tier team. So everybody wants to talk about him, but I feel like Shiro has had a really solid year in general. He always, like, even in the games that they lose, he's often very close to deathless. He's so consistent. He always gets really farmed. He knows his timing, and sometimes maybe they don't hit it because they lose lanes or something, like against Bet Boom, for example. But he still looks fine in those games. So very solid, consistent player. I think if you're playing an anti-mage lineup, like, you need a guy that's going to be the, like, don't worry, guys, hop on my back, like, I'll 1v5 for you. And he did it this game.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Well, beautiful performance from PSG.LGD, but we've got one more game between these two teams, so we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and stay tuned. It is game number 2 of PSG.LGD versus Nouns, coming up in just a moment here on the Bali Major.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Bali Major. How you guys doing? Good to see you, Jenkins.
Good to see you too, buddy.
It just kind of surprised me there. It's all good. As we are getting ready to go into game number 2, our second series, it is Nouns versus PSG.LGD. All right, talk to me. Game 1, there was a moment, right? Nouns were looking really strong. What is going on there? There was some moments where I was like, yeah, they're looking pretty good, but unfortunately just unable to close it out. A couple of mistakes, and PSG.LGD, capitalizing on it, turning the game around. So what's got to change here for game number 2?
They've got to be on the same page, for sure. There was some classic NA Dota blunders, I would say, in that game, where they're just not playing together. I think their draft was fine. I think their laning was great. I think most of their decisions were really good. Like, they kept it competitive, which I think a lot of people wouldn't expect, considering how LGD did at Dream League and how this looks like a S-tier team. But with that being said, this is still LGD. Like, this is not a team you can make pretty much any mistakes against. You probably get like 1 or 2 mistakes, and then they're going to beat you. So they just need to do the same thing, but flawless. That's it.
Yeah. No big deal. Just don't make mistakes. Easy Dota. I'm trying to see. Hopefully we can get ready to jump into the draft here, as this is already underway. First phase bans a lot of what we saw already, but are a little bit of a respect ban onto the Undying. Not willing to deal with that once again. but it does leave some interesting heroes still in the pool. Notably, Nouns grabbing one of the most annoying heroes, I think, of patch right now. What do you think?
The techies? Yeah, I mean, this hero is... Like, the main thing with... There's a few things with techies. Techies is bonkers. Like, he's universal, of course, so he has ridiculous damage. You grab a bunch of sticks or a bunch of branches, and he deals, 62 damage with the longest attack range in the game. But also, he is just, like, such an aggressive support. Like, a lot of the heroes in Dota right now, like, Nullifier doesn't counter techies. I feel like every support is countered by Nullifier other than techies, and everybody's getting a Nullifier in every game. So I think that helps a lot. Not that techies can't build, like, the Glimmer Capes and the Pavisas. He's still good at building those as well. But the hero does everything. Tons of burst. He's got lots of... he's got good stuns, good disables, magic resistance reduction, yada yada. As we are 2 picks in. There's other picks here. But,
didn't you hear there's 5 seconds remaining?
I do hear that very loudly. Very loudly.
Just in case. I'm getting scared. Help me, Jake.
Go ahead and turn that one down. I'm gonna go I don't know if that's going up to stream or not, but
I don't know, dude.
It might be so loud it's going through my headset into the stream.
I don't know.
As there's some other heroes picked up in the draft. Skywrath Mage, Beastmaster, picked up on the side of LGD. Man, Skywrath is like maybe like the second best blood grenade abuser in Dota. I feel like it's like him and Venomancer, like the heroes that have a really efficient level 1 ability that deals good damage and also pairs with like the slow and the damage of the blood grenade, It like pretty much just gives you like an extra spell to work with at the cost of 75 HP or whatever. Like it's impossible to lose lane with Skywrath Mage. And then the silence is always going to be good going late. The silence and the burst damage. This hero's very strong.
Yeah, he really is. Like we saw last game, just like how potent it was. So we'll see how they end up making it work this time. In terms of the bans, we're just going to radio cast this for you guys so you can kind of see what's going on here. Nouns, with their Timbersaw pick, they have responded with bans to the Morphling, to the TA, and to the Ember Spirit, which does mean that you can kind of flex this mid lane or off lane. Moo is traditionally like one of the best Timbersaw players out there. Of course, Gunner can definitely take it to the mid lane. So you kind of protect Bandit in both of your lanes, potentially, but not really revealing exactly where it is going, which I like. I think that's smart.
Yep. I mean, we saw 33 playing it, despite being fairly sure that like 9 would, because he just loves the hero. And I think Nouns is in a similar boat. Gunner played Timbersaw mid it's actually his most played hero in the DPC. That was a little bit ago, so maybe it's changed up and Moo feels comfortable on it, but regardless, like they can always flex it. And of course, lots of universal heroes are picked up. Snapfire gets taken. This could be mid. This could be a support with the Beastmaster. It's very strong with the Beast in particular in lane. Lots of kill threat there. Lots of nukes and harass.
All right. I like it a lot.
And the Husky Chen. That's right classic, there, man. Is a classic, my friends. Yeah. He is a Chen player through and through. Even when he can get Enchantress, which, by the way, he could. It's available. He wants Chen. He likes this hero better. I don't know exactly what it is about this hero. I think Husky feels like the guy. I think it's more specialized than that. I feel like Husky just enjoys the Chen character.
Oh, okay.
Nah, he likes.
Do you think he like relates to him on a personal level of some kind, where he's just like, yeah, this is. If I was a Dota hero, this is my hero.
Yeah, it's like he has to round up all these animals in his NA pubs usually, so like he just is doing that, like literally with the jungle creeps in game. So it does make a lot of sense. But no, I think he really likes the like mechanism timing where you just deathball and you group up early. Like you said it in the last game, Nouns is a team that at least regionally really likes to play fast. And instead of having the Lycan that's doing that, in this game they have the Chen. It's the same thing with the creeps and grouping up early with auras. So yeah, he's just a fan of that sort of play style. This team is.
Man, how do you... Okay, I'm really curious, like, what you can do to respond to the Faceless Void here, because that's a super fast response to the Bloodseeker, and it is probably one of the better late game counters, right, to Bloodseeker, is this Faceless Void. He is, of course, the controller of time, and very few people can outrun time. So, late game, definitely favoring PSG.LGD, and you have a lot of things to dump into the Chronosphere, right? You have Mystic Flare, you have Mortimer Kisses, you have Roar to follow things up, you have Cookie. This is a lot of really, really strong combos here.
Yeah, this is a really great draft from LGD, I would say. The Void pick in particular, like, there is not good disable for him. Techies is your best disable. Rupturing a Faceless Void doesn't do anything because he presses his Q and he doesn't take any damage when he jumps, despite, you know, going some distance. It makes you immune. You can jump out of the Blood Right very easily. It's a classic counter to the Bloodseeker. And also, Timber and lane, if they do lane the Timber against the Void, this is a hero that does, you know, big burst, and Void can press Q and backtrack all of it. So, super solid pick, and it's also Shiro's favorite hero. It's the hero he played the most in Dream League Season 20.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, I remember watching him play this back in the eHome days. It was one of his best heroes. Like, Shiro, I think, has been, for a while now, in my opinion, one of the best carry players coming out of the Chinese region. I think when eHome picked him up, that was like the first like real Division 1 team that he got kind of like his spot on. And he just was blowing away like well-established carries, people that everyone considered to be some of the best in the world. And you're like, this random guy that just shows up on eHome is just crushing them in games. And I remember even back then, Faceless Void being absolutely one of his best picks. So really excited to see how he does that.
Yeah, he's proven himself, man. And he had big shoes to fill. Like, this is, you know, the team in China. Like, this is the one that everybody looks to as the kings of the region. So, Broodmother coming out. Very good pick. I think there's not much to... Well, I will say Beastmaster has a very high win rate against Brood because of the Ags build on Beast. You heal a lot from all the Spiderlings. Like, you can basically never go on the Beastmaster. But I think this is on Dota buff, so I think a good Broodmother will just not try to ever go on the Beast. But that does suck to, like, just be banned from ever going on one of the heroes. That's not a good situation to be in. But I do think Brood is definitely quite good against these supports that can't do much against the summons, and Faceless Void doesn't like taking this slow, methodical damage that Brood can put out.
Yeah, it is an interesting pick into the Faceless Void because you definitely constrict the map that he can play on. But it's a little bit different because the Broodmothers of past would build things like Orchid, which would be really strong at helping secure kills early onto this Faceless Void. Is that a mid Coddle? Or mid Snapfire?
Or mid Snap? Okay, mid Coddle.
Dude, that is a sick Coddle pick. Not a hero we see in the mid lane all that often, but this is the momentum you're gonna get out of this is gonna be so good. It actually should help you really slow down this Timbersaw. I like this a lot.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, it's a hero that can deal with the summons from the Chen and the pushing that we talked about earlier. It's also a hero that will probably build into a Vessel, and Broodmother has healing, Timbersaw heals, Chen heals, Bloodseeker heals. Like, all of these heroes don't like dealing with the Vessel, and it's also more damage to throw into the Faceless Void Chronosphere. And you said it, Nouns likes to play fast. Coddle is one of the best heroes at just delaying a game and getting to the point where this Faceless Void can act as the Bloodseeker counter and the Timber counter, because he does mixed damage in the late game. I do really like this pick, for sure.
Yeah, I think that actually might be the biggest problem for Nouns draft here is just the amount that this Coddle, like, can just delay. Like, he's just going to make it so that your pushes aren't going to happen. This Chen's going to be way less useful in the early games just because of the fact that every single creep wave he's pushing with is just going to get cleared out, no problem. You have Solar Bind, super difficult to play against until you have like a Dispel in the form of either like BKB or Manta or Lotus. So it's going to be good. I think this is a really sick pick for nothing to say here. I'm really curious to see how he's going to play it, if he's going to go for the early Vessel, which I think we see a lot of time on Coddle, but only time will tell.
Yeah, he's got queued up the Boots of Travel plus Earn, so at the very least going for that. I have seen where, like, in some games, Coddles will go for Earn, and then because the game is... Oh, there's actually a level 1 engagement back in the game.
There is indeed a very nice Blood Right with these Blood Grenades, and that will be first blood going the way of Gunner on this mid lane Timbersaw. That is a good way to start the game. So that is going to be a super early Vanguard for him if that's what he's aiming for. I like Huskies have fun afterward. Dude, that is an NA pub mentality. That is like an NA pub thing for sure.
Yes, it is.
That is so funny.
30 seconds to battle.
Husk's build is so weird, too. 6 Tangos Magic Stick, 2 Sentries. I like that they're...
Grenade.
Yeah, of course, naturally. I like that they're having fun with this. I respect it. You know, you're playing against one of the best teams in the world. You just gave them a competitive match.
Go Chen,
why not have fun?
Mother, you know? Why not? Top lane, Shiro will be forced to time walk, so he is out. I mean, I think he goes time walk in this lane anyway. Yeah. So we'll be... Ooh, 3 runes for PSG.LGD. Is actually bully them out in the bottom side. I like this. That was smart.
Oh, look at this. LGD there looking for the level 1 wave play. As Nouns look to dodge, and LGD, they called the dodge. So they're going to have to TP to the tower, which doesn't feel that great. Yamson's already a little bit low HP.
Yeah. I mean, he TP'd down here. They might just dive for the kill.
I love this strategy. This is... Okay, I learned this one from a Russian player called Sonic. Oh, you know, of course you know Sonic.
Yeah.
Where you put 3 heroes in the offlane so you can block the very first creep wave. And that way, it bounces the wave out because the tower will obviously kill the whole creep wave. And now the equilibrium is right in front of LGD's tower. That is very nice. That sets you up for
and
such
they block
a good
the
lane.
easy. They block the pull camp too, so you can't even reset now.
Yeah, this gives you such a nice equilibrium.
Have you seen the Techie's Minefield sign bug right now?
Yes, I've seen that. And the Sentry ward as well. You can Sentry and the creep will attack it, too.
It's so weird.
Yeah, there's some level 1 creep wave shenanigans that probably need to be fixed.
Techie's was already good at so many things, and now he can just freeze a creep wave indefinitely.
Yeah. That one needs to be hot fixed. I'll say that much.
I thought it would be, which is the weirdest thing. Like, I feel like that would have been something that's like, okay, we need to hotfix this because it could definitely make a big deal in like a pro game. And I feel like it's definitely like, it's definitely a bug. Like, it's not supposed to happen.
No, God no. I mean, dude, a lot of these like tier 1 teams are winning games by like abusing the first creep wave. I remember watching Game of Gladiators as... Ooh, looking for Why You Smile. He's dead.
Yeah, that is rough. Very nice play there. Ooh, well, I think maybe high rolled that damage. I don't think he was actually expecting to grab that last hit, but either way, they managed to take down the Snapfire. Beautiful play from them. As Yamsun is really struggling in this bottom lane, mostly due to that creep equilibrium like you were talking about.
Yeah, 5-1. Not a good start for him, and they're keeping him constantly low between the harass of the axes and concussive shot from Planet. He has Blood Grenade. Yamson's got to be careful.
Yeah, dude. He's got Wand and Fairy Fire, but he really needs the Thirst to start, start coming through. He did get his second point in the ability now. I guess we haven't really talked about mid lane. It's kind of just, I don't want to say it's a boring mid lane because there's not like a ton of like out skill that can really happen here as opposed to last game where it's like Ember v Storm, right, where it's just super intense. But Gunner with a massive creep wave, just having to deal with it because of the Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, Gunner is technically owning right now because...
Yeah, he's way ahead in CS.
Yeah, these creeps have not died yet, and he's like every single CS. Gunner has been very impressive in the laning phase in both of these games, at least so far.
True. I mean, NTS can't really push out the Timbersaw until he gets like a vessel, essentially, right? Gunner will get his level 4 here.
Yeah, this matchup is just both heroes will farm just fine. You never really pressure a Coddle out either.
Yeah. Looks like he does pull it into his tower here to start kind of clearing up some of these creeps, get himself some experience. He really does need. He wants to be able to get to that level 6 before the Coddle does, so he has that potential kill threat.
Dude, Gunnar is taking it to nothing to say both of these games. Good for him. He has improved so much.
He really has. I mean, not really like a sellout thing, but I was listening to the interview of like Quinn with Sunfen and Synderen earlier, and he was like, one of the things like Quinn was talking about was the fact that he's like, Gunnar is like has the potential to be like a very, very, very high tier mid laner. Like, kind of just from the NA region is the downside, but if he was playing in another region, he says he could definitely like pull a Quinn.
Hey, it worked for Quinn, wins. You know? Everybody doubted Quinn, and he's won 4 major tournaments in a row. And we'll see if he can win this one. In a row. Yeah, we will see. Man.
Gunnar is just walking at the Coddle here now that he has his Vanguard completed. He's like, I dare you, come to these waves, sir. The good news is Coddle is super fast, and you're never catching this hero once he gets level 6. Like, Spirit Form, providing that additional movement speed is a heck of a lift to this hero.
Yeah, I mean, and the good news for LGD is that it's not like they don't have some Timbersaw answers. If they can Chrono or Roar Gunnar and get a Skywrath ult on top or the Mortimer's Kisses, it's a lot of damage. Lelis is taking a lot of damage top, and he's dead. That was a blood grenade.
Sick rotation there from Planet, actually coming through here to find the kill with the Snapfire. Just a bonus damage from Ancient Seal. It's just too dang much. Gunnar still has, if I did my math correctly, about 100 creeps sitting in the mid lane still. Just,
that checks out. This is an NA game after all, so we got the NA math going in.
Top lane move.
Nothing to say.
Ooh, that's so close. Does end up dying.
And nothing to say, he's rotating bot as well.
Yeah, level 6 gets a Spirit Form, has that Solar Bind available, and Husky is stuck for the moment. Actually surviving thanks to the help here from Lelis and Yamsun with that Blood Rights. They actually just pushed them away. Very nicely done. And now NTS is in trouble. Wait a minute. Gunnar, if he can get close enough, this would be a massive kill, but he doesn't have any points in the Timber Chain. And Lelis, he's forced to kind of back away for now. He is going to check for the high ground, and he actually does manage to find the Coddle, throwing out that. It's enough to slow him. Gunnar almost chips him with the Chakram, but not quite enough.
I'm a little confused by Gunnar's build. I mean, maybe I'm a noob. 3 points in Whirling Death. I'm not entirely sure about this. As bot, Neo has a Vanguard.
He does, but Husky's got this Chain Lightning coming up in a moment. It's gonna do a decent chunk of damage. In comes Lelis, misses, but yeah, Husky grabs the kill. Okay, that's huge. You've got the catapult hitting this tower as well. These are great timings. Oh, they got both Wisdom Runes though. Really sick plays from Y.
Husky's a little late there. But bottom lane still pressuring.
Oh,
catapult.
Planet's gonna take a lot of damage here too. Going for the dive. I don't know if you want to continue that chase. Will force money to the tower. He's trying to chase him here with this Harpy, but nice silence from Planet. Does not want to risk it. Mid lane is just so funny. It's Gunnar just chasing an old man on a horse.
It's so weird.
Oh man, good stuff.
He's kind of owning with this 3 points of Whirling Death.
He's 1,000 gold up on the Coddle, like an actual 1,000 gold. I think this is the normal mid lane build Timber. You go 2 points reactive armor, and I think you do just go 3 points Whirling Death. It is really good.
I've seen the 2-2-2 or 2-2-1.
Yeah.
But I've also been the Timber and losing, so maybe this is why.
I think most people max the Timber Chain. Bottom lane, there's going to be the Roar, the setup as well with the Cookie. In comes Techies. That bonus move speed might be enough to get Yamsun out of here, and now Gunnar to make his presence known. He's going to try and chase down Mew here on this Beastmaster. He needs a little bit of help. The Rupture's going to catch Y as well on the side as Yamsun just barely dodges out that Scatter Blast. A couple more out attacks. He'll be able to find potentially both kills. Gunnar gets him with the Whirling Death. 2 kills going their way as top lane getting some damage here to force Shiro out of the wave, and Moo should start working on the tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And he's going for this Helm Dom build. We saw this at Dream League. I can't remember what team it was that did it. But
yeah, it was Broodmother Helm Dom, right? I remember seeing this.
Yeah, I think
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm not gonna remember. It might have been Beppo. I don't know. But
was it Ace? Did Ace do it?
Oh, it was Ace. You're right. It was Ace. Yeah, it was.
I was like, I feel like I remember like being like, of course it's Ace, because he just like gets so farmed so fast. Yeah. Husky top lane gets caught out, tries to hurricane himself away, but is definitely dead. Moo coming through, wondering if he can offer some assistance, but not gonna be able to. Oh, they caught on the chrono though. NTS does have a lot of damage to dump into here as well. The cookie to follow, and they got him. 4 points in that illuminate is enough. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's the save your friend syndrome there. I think if he just lets Husky die, that's a perfectly fine death for him. It took the mid laner to rotate. It took, Why You Smile had to be there. But Gunnar, in the meantime, does get the mid tower. It's not as impactful as it was last game, because neither of these two mid laners really care about runes at all. Like, he's going to secure this because, hey, why not? You're already there, but they don't even have a bottle between either of them.
Yeah, well, let's at least grab a DD, so he'll take that away. I will say, I feel like your map is going to start shrinking a little bit with this mid lane tower being gone. You have the Broodmother as well, who can play super aggressive. Where does Yamsun go? Because I feel like he's the character here that I'm mostly concerned for on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, that is true. I mean,
Another rotation.
I suppose he can fight. Rupture is pretty good ability. Durachio, when he plays Bloodseeker, he always just, runs around on every Rupture cooldown and gets kills, so... Yeah, I'm sure Yamsun can do that too.
He ends up just TPing away. He does not want to risk it. I think he saw the Faceless Void. He knows Chrono's not up, but it's still pretty rough. Shiro is going to go for the Midas build on the Faceless Void. I actually really like the Midas on this hero. Mid lane, Timber is just getting shredded by the magic damage. That is Solar Bind combined with that 2 points Ancient Seal. I was wondering earlier, I was like, the level 6 from these supports is going to be devastating, and that is used to find probably the most important kill on the map.
Yeah. The supports are so good at killing Timber. It is just not a free Timber game by any means. Like, they didn't even need any stun set up there. They're literally just like the slows, along with the magic damage from the ults, is enough. And super worth it too. Gunnar is top net worth, so that's a very important kill for them on LGD.
Yeah. He's closing in on the Lotus. How do you... I feel like you just have to have the Lotus early this game. I don't know how you can play the Timber without it. This is stacks in the jungle.
This is a good choice. This is smart. It can feel like a... I mean, the Octarine is a bait. I really think it's a bait. Like, you get that, and you just die to the combo that we just saw a million times, and you wish you had the Lotus. So, I think this makes sense. He's almost got it. He can take off the silence. He can prevent himself from getting roared. He can take off the time dilation. The Solar Bind, the Spirit Vessel, which Nothing to Say is about to complete. It's very necessary.
Yeah, I like it. Good stuff all around. A 2k gold lead now for Nouns. Last game, one thing we did notice is like Nouns was definitely like in control of the map, but they were always slightly behind PSG.LGD in terms of farm, right? Like a little bit always going their way. But right now you have a super farmed Broodmother now, as he's actually managing to eclipse Nothing to Say as Broodmother. He's got the Helm the Dominator coming out in just a moment. I think it's on his courier, so we will see him.
Husky is there.
That. How did Husky get here? Where did he come from on this Chen?
That is the right question to ask. I don't have the answer for you.
He's just at their tier 3.
Yep.
What?
As Yamsun does go down, by the way, to Shiro.
Is that just a Chrono?
Plus Planet. Yep, they Chrono into Mystic Flare combo him. So Yamsun, I think, TPing to the bot lane, a bit of a mistake from him. He's got a whole map to farm and went for the greedier option of just staying bot and farming there. So he will go mid instead now and probably make his way to the triangle.
I was gonna say, I actually don't know if he can be mid. Like, Mortimer Kitsis is back up. Like, if they get like a single cookie into Mystic Flare, you could just die. So
yeah. And I think you were right to point out earlier that, like, Yamsun in this draft is the potential crack in the armor that can be abused. Like, his hero definitely dies, whereas running to a Broodmother right now feels really bad. He's super fast, and he can kill you. Gunner on Timber. He's got a Lotus Orb. He's nothing to say.
Dude, this Broodmother is a problem. He just killed your Coddle twice. I will say Husky has just been positioning incredibly well. He's got the Alpha Wolf, double Centaur as well now. He actually might go for the triple Centaur, we'll see. But I'm going to hold on to the Hellbear Smasher for now, it seems. Meanwhile, what is going on in the jungle here? Okay, he gets a good ward placed on the high ground planet. That is nice. He's pinging it.
He's running at Yamson.
I mean, yeah, Y is actually positioned really well for a Mortimer Kisses, but there's Lotus Orb now, dude. This is hard.
Yamson is in one of these games where it's like, if he just doesn't feed, his team is owning.
Has been killed.
And I'm sure after that, first death, he has recognized that. That's why he's playing all the way over here. As another kill goes to this Broodmother, who is just not able to be dealt with by any of these heroes.
Is under attack.
Like, who actually stops this? You have a Chen army and a full Broodmother army on your high ground. The only reason there's not a second Helm Bomb is because his Courier died. And it's now coming out. Like,
it's Beastmaster with Ags. That's how they deal with the Broodmother. But he needs 1,200 more gold, and then he'll have that. And even then, this is such a farmed Brood, it might not be enough.
Well, speaking of the Brood, nothing to say. Make a rotation there to try and find him, but does get scouted. So they all back away. He needs a ton of mines. I mean, you've brought a lot of heroes to the top lane to try and address this. I don't know. I think you don't really have a choice, right? Like, you have to stop this Brood push.
Yeah.
An early Roche again? I mean, they have Solar Crest.
Yes, they are. Yeah. 15-minute Roche on Dire side. This is one of the nicest things about playing a Summons offlaner as a Radiant offlane, is that at 15 minutes, this is always the timing where you can go rogue. 15 minutes, and that's also when it's going to be on Dire side, and if you're playing a Radiant side offlaner and you're a Summons hero, you have full control of this entire area. Like, nobody wants to go up here against you.
My goodness. Dude, I will say, Husky makes this Chen look good. He's doing so much work. He is 1-1-4, level 9.5, almost level 10. And he is got a full Solar Crest. He's on his way to his Pipe of Insight for his team. These are some big pickups. If that pipe comes out at a decent time, that could be their way of keeping heroes alive during this Chronosphere, right?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, even protecting the Broodmother spiders, I feel like is pretty important for allowing this Broodmother to continue to feel like this oppressive presence up here. Because once Neo gets the Aghanim Scepter and Coddle gets some levels, like, they can blast the spiders and take them out, but with the pipe, he might just continue to dominate up here and maybe even take the tier 3.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, dude, this is actually... I forget he can just send his creep through the portal, too. This is actually such a cool little thing.
He's being greedy. He's like,
yeah, I gotta farm, guys.
Yeah, Brood's farming all of top. May as well go through the portal and farm himself up some creeps down here. I would actually take that Kobold creep if I were him. He's not gonna take it.
The foreman for the money?
No, for the move speed. It's really nice to play with the moves, like, because then all your creeps move faster across the map. I remember seeing Insania do that right at the start of 7.33, but Husky is opting to instead play with the big creeps. I mean, the double Centaur is nice for the ganks that he's been helping with.
Yeah, and Alpha Wolf is just too value this game. That aura is going to do wonders.
Yeah.
Obviously, he wants to get higher levels. I mean, at what point do the creeps level up their spells in the jungle again? I actually have no idea what the time these things are. Okay, so it looks like level 2 spells are out right now.
Yeah.
This was like one of the weirdest changes.
Yeah, people forget about this one. He's also got to retake creeps. They don't level up when they're in his control.
Yeah, correct. Which he actually just lost his entire creep army, so... He's got one Centaur still, actually, but...
Yeah, and a Frost Mage.
Meanwhile, top lane, some more shenanigans happening. They force out the fortification, as they will just back away now.
Not gonna lie, I forgot Lelis was even in this game. There's a techies in this. He hasn't had to do anything. This is the chillest game for him.
He's got a Lotus queued up at the moment. I mean, the thing is normally techies are just super farmed. Like, this is a hero that can just accrue so much net worth, but you have this Brood and this Chen just soaking so much of the map that you don't normally see.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to do much other than just be near his team for when fights are happening.
They had a ward here that's going to scout Planet, trying to head into the trees, and Husky is going to just isolate him up. Gunner knows he's here, ready to go. No shot you're getting away there. All right. I mean, 6-9. Very nice score, as we have a 5k gold lead now for Nouns, and the Aghanim Scepter is done on the Beastmaster. So your defense against the Brood is online technically, right?
Yep, he can just chill up here, and Moo can never throw the spiders on him because he'll heal to full HP and just, you know, easily kill all of them. And every single time he throws axes, everybody's computer is going to lag as well, so we've got that going for us.
Oh my god. Please, server, don't crash. I mean, Gunner still does a ton of damage to the Beastmaster, right? As long as he doesn't get a ton of drums charges off of these, like, summons, you can bring him down with the burst from the Timber. Speaking of which, he still has his Aegis for about another minute, and Moo is looking for these heroes onto the backside, see if he can find an opening, but his entire spider armor is going to happen. Gunner now. Roar does come out. There's going to be the Morphling kisses as well, and he just dies right on the high ground. Shiro hasn't even had to pop the Chronosphere, and that is about as good as you could ask for.
I feel like we've seen this one before, dude. This is exactly what happened in the last game. They got a bit greedy on Nouns and tried to push that top lane. LGD, they respond with everybody, and they get an important kill on Gunner. And it was him last time too, where he went a little bit too deep. But you know, they only lost one, so it's not the absolute worst thing.
Lelis is zooming for this rune, dude. He wants to steal it so bad, but looks like he actually might be able to, dropping a proxy up on high ground. But he does get it. All right, stealing that away from the supports. Not the worst death in the world there. Wait, did you just get two? Oh, he got both runes at 21. The old rune was still there. He double stole.
Yeah, that was a...
All right, that's super worth.
That was a do what you must, I have already won scenario for Lelis. He just stood there, he's like, take me. Sweet
yeah, I'm
abyss.
okay with that.
Oh, yeah.
Suddenly he's level 12. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if he can have literally any impact on the game outside of the stealing of the wisdom runes. He has not had much Dota to play, to be honest. His team has just been kind of playing it for him, so chill game for him.
Speaking of
take their tormentor.
Other players, Yamsun, we've been very quiet on this front for a while as he's just been trying to farm up on this hero as he had a really rough start to the game. But he's got a BKB completed now, so he has at least an item build that makes him a little bit more survivable as opposed to playing super greedy. How do you feel about this?
I think when Chrono was down, I mean, still the fights are kind of hard. Like, he definitely needs the BKB. You can't not play with BKB on Bloodseeker, otherwise you're going to die to these supports on the side of LGD. You're going to die to Nothing to Say, who's doing a ton of magic damage right now. But even with the BKB, he can still die. He can get Chronoed, he can get Roared. There's really good answers here. So, like, Yamsun, I think the way he wants to play is kind of showing up to the fight late. Maybe after Gunner gets all of the spells cast on him. Like, if he could have showed up to the last fight with the BKB, which he didn't have at the time, then that would have been good, because everything was used on Gunner. But if Yamsun gets stuff used on him, even with the BKB, he's dead. 100%.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they are looking for bottom as Planet is getting chased here by some creeps. They're going to take the portal. Yamsun does not get the range here, does not get the vision. So, unfortunately for them, this TP is bottom lane. Not really going to net them a whole lot. They are pulling a lot of heroes down here, though, which gives you a little bit of a green light to continue ratting out this top line.
Yeah, he's going for a Hex. I mean, that'll be nice. Like, with this Hex, they can kill Shiro. Without it, I don't know how they kill him. There is nothing. Like, Rupture doesn't do anything to avoid, really. There are no stuns on the other heroes. Like he needs the Hex.
Yeah.
But the game has slowed down a lot for LGD, and this is definitely favorable for them. Shiro has made his way to top of net worth once again. Another flawless game from him. He has not died once. Full Mjolnir completed. Like the portal, looking for potentially Moo here on the Broodmother. They might actually find him.
Dude, this would be such a huge kill. He will see him now, so I think he's gonna back off, but Planet still hiding on the backside here. I think with that time lock forward, he knows something's up. There's no way. Time dilation come through. Moo is in so much trouble. There's gonna be the Will-O-Wisp into the Mortimer Kisses and the Broodmother. Not long for this world. They actually catch the Chen on the tail end of the Chrono as well, and Husky will fall. Two nice pickoffs there. A double kill going the way of Nothing to Say's Coddle. And suddenly, the game is dead even on net worth. I don't know, man. This is looking quite good for the side of PSG.LGD.
Yeah, this is kind of looking like the last game where my gut says that Nouns is going to fall off the face of the cliff now after that. Like, they seem a little bit lost. It was 2v however many heroes were top. Like in Nouns' eyes, they weren't entirely sure how many people were there, but they knew Shiro was there. He's got the BKB, he's got the Chrono. So like they definitely weren't killing him.
Yeah, they caught him on the roar. He's got to be able to BKB, but he just dies to the right clicks from Beastmaster.
This has been a bad past few minutes for Nouns. Like, legitimately, this is one of those situations where if it were in the rules that they could do this, they would need to pause and like talk about shit. Like, hey, let's get back on track. Like, why is Yamsen in their triangle with 2 heroes dead? Like, why is he there? There's no reason that he should be there. That is an illegal death. And then Moo dying top. Like, you see the Faceless Void, your 2 heroes, as YU Smile is making a similar mistake on the top lane.
Yeah, actually, he will die on the Snapfire, but the team... Okay, no, they'll turn around. Planet has a Blink Dagger on the Skywrath Mage, so he can just play super far back now. I like this a lot.
Yeah, he has 2 heroes to play around. In the Beastmaster with the Roar, or Faceless Void with the Chronosphere, so he can stand as far away as he wants, where he's not going to die, and then still get in there to do damage in the fights. He's also got a Veil, so amping up his damage as well.
Alright, Moo's finishing up his Hex right now. They have Roach respawned. Both teams know that this is up. And PSG.LGD, they are grouping. They want to fight. You have Will-O-Wisp, and you have an Agged Beastmaster. They don't even feel like they need to bring Shiro to the fight. He doesn't have Chrono for a few more seconds, but can Nouns bring this down fast enough is the question. They're getting it pretty close, but here they come. The rotations are coming through. The Techie's Mind's doing some good work onto the backside here. Shiro looking to go through. They managed to get the kills. They jump in. Techie's disrupting the backside, but a 3-hero Chrono. They actually can't follow up the damage quite yet. Finally, the Mortimer Kiss is going to come through. There's going to be the Roar as well, but Yamsen got the Aegis Husky. He's in some trouble, but Gunner going to come through. They managed to take down a 1-for-1 trade at the moment. Lelis on the run, but will end up falling. They've got to find this new Beastmaster, but he's got the BKB, holding himself. Plenty takey, the Hex on over to Shiro as well, as Yamsen trying to stand his ground. He pops the cheese, he can't do it, he doesn't have the damage all alone. Wait, he gets the kill! The help from Moo, trying to sustain the lives. Can he find Planet as well? He does. The Thirst, it's starting to do the job, and Yamsen turns the fight completely. Shiro now on the run. He's got Time Walk up in 1 second, able to get away, but can they actually chase him down? I don't think so. It's by a sliver of HP that Yamsen survives.
Whoever is making these Roche calls on Nouns is absolutely winning the game for them. That was a very...
It's gotta be Husky.
Close. It's definitely Husky. I mean, but such a good call. I think that was like the last opportunity they had to get back into this game. Like, LGD was... They grabbed the lead and they seemed to be snowballing, and Yamsen also with the call to sit there and manfight and go on the Beastmaster with his BKB, having the cheese. It looked like it could have been bad, but you know, he ran the numbers and he calculated and he was right.
Dude, they have no spells.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay, they will back.
They're not going to make the same mistake. See, they'll make it twice.
Yeah, not again.
Not the third time.
Oh my goodness. All right. Continue train of thought though. I kind of interrupted you there.
We got an actual game.
We got a game, man.
This is nice, man. I mean, Nouns is like. I gotta say, I'm impressed with their ability to. I mean, they obviously threw the game away a bit with some deaths that shouldn't happen, but they also make a call to pull the game back into their favor, which is very nice. Very nice for them.
Yeah. Dude, Lelis probably made one of the most amazing counter initiations into that fight, right? Chrono comes out, he gets a 3-hero blast off, catching Beastmaster, Snapfire, and Skywrath Mage. Like, it completely crushed their ability to follow up that Chronosphere right away. Like, eventually Mortimer Kisses came through, but it's like the whole thing about PSG.LGD's lineup is you get that Chrono and you kill every hero in the Chrono, basically. And it just, they weren't able to do it.
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. And I also think the mines, like he had 6 mines or something like that set up already that made it so annoying for LGD to try to get in there and take the Roche. So Lelis thought about taking that Roche well in advance to set up that many mines there.
Yeah, that was really smart. It really
look at Moo's build, by the way. He is going for an Eon disc. So he's he just wants to kite, or he wants to like tank the Faceless Void Chrono, maybe the Roar, the Sky Ult, the Snap Ult. Like if he can go in and just tank all of that for his team, then it means that Yamsen can go in and, you know, do what he did in the last fight, which is kill everyone. It does mean they're gonna have a single carry though. Like it is Moo is not a carry Broodmother right now.
And Gunner is going for a Scythe as well, so we're not seeing like more damage coming out of him. The lockdown's gonna be fantastic, but yeah, it's not until it's level 25 when he gets the second Chakram where we're gonna see like a damage spike on this hero. Dude, look at Husky right now. He just is cutting the wave with his shard because he just steals the ancient Ice Shaman. This is so funny. I mean, they've got one creep wave here, and if they can kill this catapult, they stop this whole push. They have no waves.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now the question is, okay, there's the fort. Yeah, there we go.
There's no fort for PSG.LGD. In top lane, you have a massive Broodmother army. So that will grab a range barracks. Why You Smile does clean up a lot of spiders there, so he's very happy about that. But dude, that's some sick heads-up plays there from Husky's Chen. It's one of the reasons he's just so good at this hero.
It is honestly really annoying to try to position the creeps, like, to do useful stuff at this point in the game, because they die so easily to, like, almost any of the enemy cores. And they're so damn slow, you know?
Yeah.
And Shen is so damn slow. Like, this is not a hero that gets around the map quickly. That's why people go for that Kobold creep that gives you the move speed. But he manages to do it. He just has really, like, foresight into how the game is going to progress and where he needs to be.
I mean, dude, this game is so close now. It is just neck and neck. Like, I'm looking at, like, items, like, what's coming out soon, what's going to be the big game changer, and one of them is obviously the Aghanim Step 3 we see just get picked up on the Bloodseeker, but nothing to say. Also just finished up a Scythe of Ice. Combine that with your Spirit form, this is, like, one of the most, like, rough items to play against. It just comes from nowhere. You can't see it coming.
Yeah. It's such long range. I'm not sure who prefers to be late game in this game. I mean, I would wager that it's probably LGD because they have the matchup of, Faceless Void into Bloodseeker. I think is very good, and just generally Faceless Void likes playing in the late game against anyone because you stop time, which is pretty OP. But I think, like, Brood to Beastmaster, they're both kind of utility. Coddle to Timber, they're also both kind of utility. Disable, a bit of damage. So it's very close. It's really one carry versus one carry, and then a bunch of utility heroes.
Oh, we're going to see PSG.LGD contest this. They do not want to give up this tier 2 tower and this Tormentor. I like this decision a lot. So they take the enemy tier 2, they grab the Tormentor from Nouns, and now they are all here to grab their own again. So 2 shards going to go their way. This is really sick. Real question is who's going to get it.
Ooh, oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Birds. His birds now and do damage. And also they have less of a cooldown, which sometimes you could argue is the most important thing.
Yeah, the 10-second cooldown reduction is just so good. I mean, all the shards they had left are all super good. It was Shiro's, the Coddles, and the Beastmasters. All three of the
Nouns is smoked.
Dude, finding Shiro here would be enormous. The blast off comes through. The Hex as well. Can they find the kill? No, he gets forced out away. The Rupture is there. He's going to try and just lock down New. The BKB doing some work. Shiro forced to pop a Chrono defensively, but he's got no damage to drop into this. New surviving thanks to his Ag, but finally Yamsun will clean it up. The Mortimer Kiss is doing some work here onto the backside, but Why You Smile, that's going to reveal where you are, and he will get chased down by the Brood. You can't go onto that low ground. 2 kills go their way. Chronosphere, Roar, Mortimer Kisses, all committed for this.
This should be pretty big here for Nouns. Like, let's see. Can they realistically take the high ground? I mean, I feel like they should try. They've got a hard on buyback.
Yeah, I feel like you got to. Oh my god, Gunner did go hard. He had a Hex queued up, but dude, this guy has 5,000 HP. You are not touching this hero. This is your one and only fortification for the moment. Yamsun has no BKB, but he needs to start getting these third specs. That will be the tier 3 that falls. Shiro needs to be careful as well. His BKB is available, but you are just tickling this Timbersaw for the moment. Hex does come out, a counter Hex as well back the other way. Mu tries to clean up the Will-O-Wisp, will be able to do so. Beyond Disc on cooldown here for 30 seconds, but they get the racks and they clean disengage for the moment. Shiro takes a lot of damage there on the Rupture.
Dude, Gunner is immortal.
He's literally taking no damage.
What is this,
Oh my god.
He has an Eternal Shroud, by the way. This is the first time I've seen this in a long time.
He went second item Eternal Shroud this game. He literally built it right after the, or I guess after Kaya Sanji went right for the Eternal Shroud.
And he's got a full Octarine now as well. Holy Hannah, this guy's fat.
When did he get? Yeah, I don't know when he found this kind of money, but Gunner is rolling in it right now, and now that is a melee barracks down bottom. You've already taken the range racks top. It's gonna eventually become difficult for PSG.LGD to deal with this, and Roshan is up once again. Lelis setting up on the top side of the map. Can PSG.LGD sniff this one out? How far are we from Chrono? 8 seconds.
Dude, I'm not sure if they kill Gunner by pressing everything on him. I really don't know.
I don't know if you do either. Oh, Husky's got to be careful. They run into Gunner. Not the hero you want. Can they get the Hex here? It's not going to happen. Not yet. The mine's going to continue to get placed here. They are sitting in a really good position on Nouns, just behind this stone wall that is Timbersaw. They'll clean up some wards. But, okay, the Roar, can they actually find the kill? They're trying. Mortimer Kiss is coming through. New has Roar. The Aegis get claimed. Gunner's got to get out of here, but there it is. The Chronosphere, he's still surviving. Do they have the damage? The Immortal Timbersaw finally falls, but it's Yamsun's turn to get to work. His Aegis will get claimed. His second life is available, but it's going to be Mu on the backside, controlling up a lot of these heroes, getting a lot of work done. The Cookie on board, but the Hex onto the Bloodseeker. It's Shiro trying to finish him off, but the Spirit Vessel burns him down. Hex out onto the Faceless Void. Can they find this kill? Lelis trying to do what he can for the Time Walk, reducing all of this damage. They've held the Broodmother in place for the moment, but continue to play up and down on this high ground cliff, trying to hide his way in these trees. The double TP out, and Mu likely to fall here at the end of the day. So PSG.LGD finally take a successful Roach fight, but bottom lane, you lose your ranged racks in the process.
Okay, so the answer of can they kill Gunner if they press literally everything on him is yes, they can, but it takes everything. I think if Nouns is a little bit closer when Gunner is getting gone on, that fight goes extremely well for them. Good call from LGD being like, yeah, this guy can't wall us like this. Like, we can actually just press everything on him. And Gunner also did not have buyback. He bought out the Octarine core, so that meant that his death, like, if he buys back there, it could just be over for LGD. If he buys back, he can make his way into the fight.
Dude, he tanked 8,000 damage in that fight.
Yeah, that checks out. That checks out.
Actually, 8,000 damage. That is unreal.
And I know I've complained about Universal Heroes already a few times, but I'm going to do it again. Mu was doing so much damage with Insatiable Hunger in that fight. He had like 450 damage or something as a hero who has all utility items. So
yeah.
I said he wasn't scaling to be a carry. He actually is, just by virtue of being a Universal hero. And he's going for the Aghanim Shard next. So he's going to have even more bonus damage in the fight from that.
Yeah, I feel like he was the one who just like killed off both supports eventually, right? Like he's kind of did it all by himself.
Yes, he did. And if he can get like a nullifier, then it's going to be even easier to kill off both supports.
Shiro is in really aggressive. They do have a good Hawk here.
Radiant's middle tower.
PSG.LGD, I mean, they're the ones feeling confident. Newly completed Monkey King bar here. Shiro hits level 25, so 20% backtrack. Going to be able to keep him alive a lot longer in these engagements. I mean, this is as good a time as you're going to get to try and go high ground. The question is, can you jump Shiro? Can you bring down this Faceless Void, or do you ignore him and try and kill the rest of the team? Tier 3 is gone down. You do have a second fortification available. Bottom lane, Chen. He's just pushing in. He's got an Alpha Wolf here onto the tier 4s. And now the time to chase is here for now. Like, they TP back on the Coddle. They know that they've got themselves an open. The question is, can they actually find anything? At the moment, Mu is chasing with this Hex. There's a Faceless Void on the backside. He gets the Chronosphere onto this Bloodseeker, but he's taking a lot of the damage, and Yamps on top of BKB. He's going to be able to get out for now. Aurora onto the front side. He's going to catch Mu, but the Aeontis will protect him, and Gunner. He's going to be able to turn this aggression back around. Can he sustain this damage? This Shiro Faceless Void is doing so much work, but the Hex! They just burst him down. Yamson, where did this damage come from? And now Planet to fall. 3 dead without buyback. They managed to just clean him up, knock him down. It looks so good. What happened?
That's actually game. They have no buybacks.
Yeah, they have no buybacks.
They're going to push straight down mid. I mean, these heroes are just so tanky. Lelis got the reactive taser off on Yamson in the Chronosphere there, which protected him just enough that he could get some heal from his thirst. And they're going to go straight for Throne. This is a good call. They are calling the bluff of LGD.
Absolutely.
They do not have buyback.
They have no buybacks. Not a single hero, man. It's got to be game. Like, how do you stop this on just Coddle? He's doing his best, but there's just way too much damage coming out from the side of Nouns. The Throne starting to fall. It's down to 3/4. Almost half HP. You're back here on the Skywrath Mage, but Nouns looking to tie this series up here 1-1. The Will-O-Wisp buying a little bit of space, but the Throne is gone, baby. Nothing left, man. They actually closed this game out. What an incredible final fight here from Nouns. People said it couldn't be done. I saw it. Everyone doubting this Noun squad, saying that they're going to get crushed in this tournament, but they managed to take a 1-1 against PSG.LGD.
Man, okay. And this is not just 1-1ing any team. You know, like, I could see people expecting Nouns to take a game off here or there. You know, one of the teams that has a history of maybe throwing a little bit. LGD looked amazing in Dream League Season 20. They looked so dominant. So to have Nouns come in and give them a competitive Game 1 and then a competitive Game 2 and then win Game 2 is very impressive. These guys are hungry, man. They've got some interesting strats. They've got some interesting play styles. A few mistakes here or there, but it's like, number one, if they didn't make those mistakes, like this is a scary team because their ability to come back in the game after making those mistakes from just like really ballsy and good calls. Like every Roche call was so good and very close to being disastrous, but they ran the numbers. They calculated it. This is fantastic for the NA region. I hope they can keep this up. Good for them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and you're so shocked that you can't even move. It's very. That's not just on my end, right? You're frozen on my screen. Whatever. Maybe it's just. Oh no! Is it just me talking? Well, that's awkward. Hey guys, if it's just been me talking for the last 25 minutes, Ricky may have been kicked out of our software. That's very unfortunate, but yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed just hearing me talk with nobody, if that's the case. Amazing play from Nouns. Very good for them. There's a few mistakes here or there, but man, that was like, they beat LGD while LGD was looking good. I think LGD made like all the right moves in that game, when they put their whole team against the Broodmother in lane to like try to make space for Beastmaster to pick up his Ags, and then they run the Beast against the Brood in lane. Like, they made all the right moves, and Nouns still won. That is very impressive from this team, and I'm excited to see what else they have in store. They closed your link. Okay. You're gonna go ahead and hop in here. He's coming back, so that means the audience has only heard me speaking. That's really awkward, dude. That's really...
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality. Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, the Bali Major group stage continuing as we get cracking with day number 1. I'm joined by the lovely Lacoste, as always, getting into this major group stage. And, you know, we've already started off with a couple of 1-1s, as is expected from some of these best of 2s, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to like the other tournament, the Dream League Season 20, it was like all 1-1s, and something that does happen in BO2s quite often.
Yeah, it sure does. And of course, heading into the third series today, we've got Beastcoast against Shopify, both doing very well in their regions, coming through the DPC and looking pretty hot. Shopify dropping just a couple of games. Beastcoast just a couple of games, one series down as well. So yeah, top of their regions, looking real hot heading into the major and looking to see what they can prove here in Bali. And we should be able to get ourselves underway and into the draft quite shortly. But of course, we can take a look at the standings and see those 1-1s in action. A couple of 2-0s, though, in Group B, as we've actually got some victories for teams, not just draws.
Yeah, I think the biggest one was like Nouns taking the game of PSG.LGD.
Yeah.
And this B group is a group of death. Like, they do have like so many stacked teams, and I feel like, you know, any 6 teams out of like could be just taking some of these like bigger spots, and overall, it's gonna be stacked as hell.
It sure is. Getting into this first series, we've got Beastcoast there coming up as our first team. And the big story about this, of course, is K1. Hector, no longer with the squad, has been released, and they've replaced him with Parker, which was quite an interesting one, a rising star. And, you know, Lacoste, you and I have both covered him quite extensively, going back to the South American DPC over the past couple of years. You know, he's a pub star. He looked a bit shaky, honestly. We didn't really think he'd be getting up to the top tier of Dota, but he has quickly gained all of the education, information that he's needed to get himself on a top tier squad. He was always a good player, but now he's kind of been refined.
Yeah, I think it's what you needed to be a part of the like some bigger team. As you said, we covered some of his performances before. He looked good, but this is a kind of an opportunity that he needed.
And their Shopify, of course. We all know and love them. Saberlight, looking very handsome. Crit, Arved, Arteezy, and Fly, as we should be able to swing ourselves into the draft pretty shortly and see exactly what we will be contending with. As this meta, as it's developed, we've had a few nerfs on these universal heroes. Void Spirit is still very popular. We've got techies out there as well, but I think Morphling he's got to be that hero that needs answers at this major.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Morphling Major. I mean, it's still going to be like Medusa Major. We had the Lima Major. Lina was super popular. Medusa during Berlin. And this one, I feel like Morphling's going to be that one hero that everybody's going to try to figure out how to counter it, or at least how to deal with him. But we'll have to see if either Shopify or Beastcoast want to be looking into that Morphling pick.
Man, we'll see indeed. I mean, it's all down to these hard carries. You find something to exploit, every team's gunning for it, and then you get into this interesting battle with that first pick, second pick. Who's going to be grabbing it first up? Who's going to be pairing it with certain combos? And trying to figure out their draft and where we're heading. But it looks like draft is underway. I hope we can get ourselves across to that. A couple of picks already grabbed up by either team, as we do have a Morphling pick already, Lacoste. Undying Morphling, that's the duo. So first pick Undying, the double pick of Snap and Techies, though, from Beastcoast. Interesting.
They probably saw this one coming, because Snapfire Techies, they have a ton of magical damage that deal well with Morphling. Morphling, of course, high armor hero. I think Undying plus Morphling has to be like the strongest opener right now. You know that this is going to be the lane. I think there's a scenario where you could play Morphling on a mid lane. It has been done before if the matchup does allow you to do so, but most likely, like 99%, Morphling's going to be playing that safe lane. And banning out some of the heroes that Morphling does not like to play into. These like illusion-based hero, Phantom Lancer, Naga Siren, like even Slark, something elusive, because this opener, Undying Morphling, doesn't provide you with any kind of lockdown.
Yeah, none whatsoever. You got great laning from Undying. I want to say Undying's teamfight capabilities have dropped since the changes to how you skill him. Like, we used to have the kind of 1-1-4 build with max tombstone. Yeah, teamfight Undying. Then we had the Soul Rip max meta where it was all about healing. and Tombstone fell off the cliff. And now Decay has had so many buffs over time. We've got this like Decay, Soul Rip, max that, and kind of ignore Tombstone outside of like a value point. So he's very focused on laning stage. And then with level 6, you know, you get into the Roche pit with that amplify damage.
Yeah, huge. Like, Undying does open up the Roche, as you said, provides good vision as well in a team fight. If you don't take him out immediately, Beastcoast also Snapfire as well, so with that low shredder you'll always have something to kill the Tombstone with. There has been like rise of popularity for Snapfire recently when it comes down to mid Snapfire. I think this hero is very flexible right now. I've even seen it like it's NA Div 2 we're talking about, but I've seen it being played as carry.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean we've seen it, you know, 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4, sometimes 5, but yeah. Yeah, definitely very flexible.
For Beastcoast, like, Sacred is the one who played Snapfire a long time ago, before it was meta. He still banged out a couple of games on that Snapfire recently as well, during Dream League Season 20. I don't recall Dark Mago playing it, so... Because he plays these, like, different heroes, you know, he's Tinies, he's Konkas, it's still gonna be... these heroes for him in the meta, even though these are not meta heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Snap was always like a Chris Luck hero when he was still on Beast Coast. And they were very, very happy to have him kind of rotate to side lanes at level 6, get some kills with like a, you know, a K1 Sven, have a stun in a side lane, jump into the action quickly. But coming out of the second ban stage, some Zoo heroes being removed. When I say some, what I mean is all. Lycan, Ench, Visage, Beastmaster. Okay, now a Storm Spirit gets taken out. As Shopify Rebellion, you know, like you said, focused on these anti-Morphling carries, Naga Medusa and the Anti-Mage. Can give you a lot of late game.
The question is, yeah, do you want to pick up maybe some Ancient Apparition? This has been a hero that got banned a lot of the times when Morphling is picked. The question is, like, do you want to have Snap Techies Ancient Apparition? So that means your Snapfire needs to be played as core, either from the mid lane or from the off lane, which is, I mean, Beastcoast are very familiar with it, so they gotta decide. Still,
how many heroes have guns?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Beastcoast, they're all about the guns. I mean, shotgun, Morphling, there we go. That's the third one.
We need Gyrocopter. Oh, it's a Venomancer coming out, so that's going to be your oppressive lane bully, right? Veno plus Techies, the Venny's lane. Yeah, just get the old Venny out into the lane. Yeah, crush the Morphe.
Have you talked to Venny recently? How's he? Is he good? Hero that builds into Spirit Vessel has that level 10 talent, HP, regeneration reduction, which is going to be great against Morphling. And Shopify Rebellion, you know what's coming from this team. You know, that like Storm's always in the back of their heads, so Beastcoast decides to ban it. So they will now need, I think if they want to shift Snapfire to the mid lane right now, that should be a good one. It's a good matcher against Ember. You do harass him quite a lot in the lane. You scale pretty well. If you hit that level 6 earlier, you might be able to get the kill. So this is very, like, magical oriented damage coming out from the Beastcoast, so I wouldn't mind seeing some offlaner that provides auras for the team. Anything that buys like Guardian Greaves, Pipe.
Yeah, it would definitely work out. And Ember Spirit is also like a tag on to the comment you made earlier. Very little consistent lockdown from Beastcoast. Now they've got Cookie and Blast Off, but nothing really to bother the Ember Spirit when he's got Safety Remnants and Slight to play around with. And of course, Abed with his quick fingers. It's kind of difficult to catch him out. Full pick up from Shopify, the Rubik. Tons of great spells to steal here. And a very, very safe pick, and it keeps you open in this off lane. Rubik is such a good lane partner. He can go with anybody.
Pretty much. Rubik does stabilize most of these lanes, gives you kill threat. If you steal, like, Noxious Plague, anything from Techies is good. You can easily steal Snapfire Kisses, because you can't protect yourself against that. And now, Beastcoast, they're gonna need to show their hands. With this Ember Spirit pick, they also kind of said, okay, do you want to go for Phantom Lancer? We're gonna have something against it potentially, but builds into Maelstrom, Sleight of Fist, very efficient against him and the illusions.
Is this where we whack out the Huskar?
You know what? I would bang out some Necro here.
Ooh,
I know that
that
Sacred played it. I don't know if they can fit it in. Venomancer can be like still played as 5, but great matchup against Ember Spirit. Morphling always plays on low HP. They don't have any kind of save until Undying gets shard, so you can get into the bunker. And I don't know. I'm feeling the Necro pick that it could come out. Either that or Faceless Void. I think there's not much lockdown for him for now. Rubik, Ember Spirit. Also great matchup against the Morphling, Chronosphere, Kisses. You have a lot of damage over time. Hero that likes to reset, go in and out of the fight.
And that just gives you overwhelming team fight heading into late game as well, with this Chrono into Kisses and Mines and Blast Off. Tidehunter's their option though, so looking more and more likely that Snap is mid, and that's going to be the matchup against the Ember, right?
Yeah. And
then Venom support.
It's a good matchup. That's why we said it. Venomancer as a 5 gives you kill threat pretty much in any lane. He's the type of a hero that goes in, uses Blood Grenade. Like, this hero just is one of the better Blood Grenade users on top of Skywrath Mage. I think like everybody wants to buy Blood Grenade, but it synergizes so nicely with Veno.
Slows on slows. Damage over time stacked up galore. Last ban phase. So if we're looking at this, as we have been, Snap mid, tied off, Techies, Veno supports, we still need that Parker hero in the last slot. Yeah, TA and Monkey King are always 2 heroes that come to mind for him. Those were his signatures for a long time. But he's, you know, also able to pick up some of these kind of, I guess, more meta heroes. But with Medusa being banned, PL, Faceless Void, probably the 2 big ones left in his hero pool.
Yeah, I'm mostly leaning towards Faceless Void right now. Shopify, they need to show their hand before, so Beastcoast will be able to see the whole draft and react to it.
Yes, that's why they picked the Tide now. They know what that lane's going to be. It's Morph Undying. They can send him there, no real problems. And then they'll wait to see what Parker has to face up against.
So banning out Doom against Tidehunter. If you remove Doom, Tidehunter really isn't afraid of any of these heroes, so he has pretty clear entry to a team fight. Doesn't need to not to be afraid that he's gonna be, you know, getting Dooms and like Static Storm, any of these big abilities that he doesn't like to play into. So you know that there's gonna be guaranteed Ravage.
Yeah. And when you've got that, you've got a pretty good like 4 Protect 1 lineup if that's the direction you want to go. All 4 of these heroes, yeah, very good at fighting and skirmishing. And I like that Bloodseeker ban because it's not necessarily a 4 Protect 1 to just completely AFK farm. If you have a hero like Bloodseeker that can get to Maelstrom, come out of laning stage strongly, and join all these fights, it could be a rough one for Shopify. So a solid ban there.
It's the thing, I've seen Bloodseeker being picked a lot against Morphling. Morphling always like playing on low HP, which means that you have that extra move speed with Venomancer. It's these 2 can easily dominate the lane. Like you build into Maelstrom, full Mjolnir, you match up nicely against some of these heroes. Again, limited lockdown for now. Ember Spirit, Rubik, like 1 chain, 1 lift. You know that early on you're not going to be having. Okay, I kind of like this one. So now you need to think about the lane. If there was AM available, I think this would have been a really good AM game for Beastcoast. But Faceless Void seems nice. I mean, Faceless Void gives you another long cooldown with Tidehunter, Snapfire, Kisses, but I think you can get away with it. I think this is the one that...
Yeah, as long as they can kind of keep that tempo up with their other heroes, cycle through your ultimates, win a couple of good team fights, and then, you know, it's like map control with this Venomancer, Snapfire. I think for Beastcoast, the primary thing here, right, is coming out of the lane strongly. And there's the Void you were calling for from like the 3rd pick in. Faceless Void, almost an inevitability as we have our 5v5 drafts all lined up. Are you leaning one way or the other? It sounded like you're leaning Beastcoast.
Why? Why did it sound like that? I mean...
I don't know, you were a big fan of the Faceless Void.
I was. He's also good in the lane against Darkseer. This time dilation early on, he can time walk some of the damage that has been done to him. I've seen Darkseer lanes. I know that it's not a thing recently, playing like Darkseer with some Nyx Assassin, Clockwork, Tusk. These heroes are not as popular, so you need to pair them up with some ranged hero, and it does work out not as good as you would expect it to look.
Do you think Shopify are going to have struggles kind of getting out of lane and into their items for the Morph and the Ember Spirit? How quickly can Beastcoast close in the map around them? Because it feels like Darkseer is also a very greedy offlaner.
They can control like certain areas of the map. You have Venomancer, you have Techies, so getting into certain areas of the map is not going to be as easy for Shopify Rebellion. They do lack some early tower damage from Shopify, like Darkseer doesn't provide you with any mid or does Ember Spirit, so they'll need to play with the catapult timing, and we'll see how early Arteezy wants to get involved.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Does Morphling get booted out of lane? Does he get involved in fights early on? How quickly can Abed kind of spiral out of that mid lane and control up the side lanes with his rotations? Lots of questions to be answered here as Shopify, maybe looking towards that mid game around timings with their key items on Ember Morph and Darkseer, who need to get out that laning stage unscathed, whereas Beastcoast, so many slow teamfight ultimate. It kind of feels like they just need to get level 6 on several of these heroes and come out the laning stage all guns blazing with the techies and the Snapfire. Lots of long-range artillery to pump into that Faceless Void Chronosphere, as it looks like we are ready to get underway. Game 1 of this Best of 2 series, Group Stage Day 1, already halfway through for the Bali Major, as Shopify take on Beastcoast here in Game 1. And we can see exactly what we'll be contending with. Of course, all 5 members of each team smoked up, and an early ward in that mid lane from Abed.
Yeah, I was looking at Abed. He bought Boots of Speed, used his career, so he places Observer Ward faster. He was smoked, and now he sold Boots of Speed, bringing items on his career, Double Branch, Fairy Fire, and some Tangos. So sneaky little play there from Abed.
Yeah, just speeding out onto the map. A turbo strat.
Yeah, you're a big turbo player. Turbo expert.
Main.
Yeah.
Yep.
30 seconds to battle.
Shopify, they don't rely on any cooldown, so they can keep fighting all the time. So now you have like one team that doesn't rely on cooldowns, and the other team that like needs to be heavily involved with like landing the Chronosphere. If you don't have Ravage, do you take the team fight? No Kisses, no Noxious Plague. So we'll have to see. Laning stage, Morphling Undying. This is a super strong lane. Tidehunter, he doesn't put pressure on Morphling by any means. So in this matchup, Morphling should be free farming. Maybe like some blast damage from techies. I don't know if he can like surprise him from the fog. Not gonna be as easy, but yeah, Morphling definitely loves to play into Tide.
Yeah, what's the build on Tide this game? Is it just Gush? You just Gush the Undying,
Gush
blast off, head in
level
with techies?
1. Yeah, probably try to harass Undying. Undying hero that doesn't have much armor. Sitting at 2, level 1.
And then in that mid lane, like we were talking about, the mid Snapfire. An ability here to continually harass the Ember Spirit. Tons of magic damage to blast through that Flame Guard. And then later on down the line, these rotations with level 6. And you even mentioned the possibility here, if Dark Margot gets level 6 first, we've seen these solo kills happen. Just launch the Kisses. Get Morty in there.
And he should be getting level 6 faster than Ember, because he is going to put so much more pressure. You get close, and as we can already see, Abed on very low HP. Dark Mago already threatening a kill. Arteezy low on HP, but Morphling always is, so it feels like, oh, he's going to die, and he never does.
It's not just low HP, he's on 1 hit point, Arteezy. Shifting all the way down, swapping branches, popping wand. Getting himself back up with a little bit more HP as the sticky bombs get launched at him.
What a hero,
middle lane is
Morphling.
Oh, he is. I mean, they're going to zone back Schofield, give him a bit of the harassment. But nicely done by Beastcoast, just separating both heroes, making sure Fly doesn't get the full value out of the decay. And every time we're looking to mid, oh, nice dodge on the cookie. Abed with that sleight of fist gives it back to Dark Margot as good as he's taking it. Both of them on a knife's edge, very close to death. There should be bottles arriving soon, though.
Yeah, they're coming. Dark Mago's bottle gonna come slightly faster. Then he can maybe get another round of spells. Abed, only level 2, hits that level 3. And first blood. Stinger doesn't manage to get the return kill.
Yeah, dead up in that top lane.
Usually Venomancer like dies, your carry picks up a kill, and then he comes back to lane, full HP, full mana. Didn't happen this time. At least Stinger is going to be able to bring some extra items to Parker.
And Stinger kind of doing a similar job to the Undying, just making sure his safe lane carry has that guaranteed farm. Not as well as the Undying is doing, as we see Morphling 15 and 5.
Crit is in
much
trouble.
More comfortable in this lane, and you're right, Crit is in trouble. Slowed down and trying to deny himself to neutrals, he succeeds. The neutral creep gets the kill.
Parker canceled his attack, thought, you know, if I don't get the bash, I'm not gonna get it. So nicely done there from Crit. I want to see what Parker gets on level 3. I think putting a point in time dilation. Usually I see Faceless Voids like getting it sometimes level 1, on level 2 it's kind of a must-have. Look at him battling it out.
Yeah, he got a lucky bash there. Stop Saberlight from grabbing the Lotus from the pool. Wave is pushing back in towards the Darkseer though. And Stinger, he just chucks the Venomous Gale at Saberlight. Good pressure from Crit.
Poison Stinger, gonna put in some extra damage. Like as soon as you hit the level 3 second point and Poison Sting, it's just constant chip harassment. Parker going in. He decided to opt to go for second point in Time Walk. Not sure if I like it too much here.
Because it feels like you say, that time dilation could maybe guarantee. Oh, the kill on Morphling. That blast off from the fog set up by Sacred. Great kill onto Arteezy by Beastcoast in that bottom lane. Oh, he's dropped down a tombstone here. That's probably just going to be free money here for Beastcoast if they can get close to it.
Not surprising from the fog, as you said. Like that's the only way you get killed in this lane, because they don't have like any instant silence. Their burst damage is not there. Sticky bomb takes some time.
They're going to save Light and Crit, just going to walk back, trying to manipulate that creep equilibrium to drag it closer to their tower. And it's always going to have that ebb and flow to it with the Darkseer lane, shoving naturally with the Iron Shells. As down at bottom, we take a peek again at Arteezy being bullied. Harassed down to like 100 HP, trying to shift up with a Morph, and he will be okay. Not a comfortable time anymore though. Now Schofield and Sacred have both hit level 3. There's a ton of magical damage.
Arteezy still CSing nicely in this bottom lane, sitting at 23. Very comfortable. Another stun. This time, not gonna surprise him. Schofield needs to be careful diving underneath the tower, but they don't have like slows, they don't have stuns. They see Fly, who has no mana whatsoever, only Magic Stick at the moment, so they can afford to play slightly more aggressive. I was looking at the mid lane. Abed dodged like 3 scatter blasts with his Slight.
Yeah, it feels like he's dodged like every spell. I've seen him dodge 2 cookies. He's dodged a bunch of scatter blasts. His last hits aren't that bad. 26 and 4 up against the Snapfire is pretty damn good, to be honest. He's going to get walked down a little bit here by Schofield. Another cookie, and they know Slight is down, so the blast off in and the scatter blast.
He's 1 CS off 6.
Oh, he's so close. Pops the Fairy Fire, trying to get 6 of the Remnants out, but he's already dead. As Crit comes in with a Fade Bolt, but doesn't finish off the techies. Puts himself in harm's way now, but Dark Margot under the tombstone, trying to turn and fight while Stutter stepping back to high ground with a cookie there. Dark Margot slipping away out of the grasps of Fly. Zombies are chasing though, and that'll be the finishing blow to take him down, and Fly with a double kill. Gets the decay on the techies.
Ganking Undying. He just moved to the mid lane. Both supports, Abed, like managed to place Remnant before he died. He was probably also thinking about getting second, third Remnant, getting a kill onto techies, but this panned out to be better than Shopify Rebellion kind of expected. And now you have Ember Spirit with the Shield Rune. We talked about the importance of playing with the Catapult. 6 minutes into the game, both supports focusing down onto mid lane. Rookie, they need to like fall back. Catapult is still alive.
Oh, it's kind of spooky to bring both supports in there. I mean, Dark Margot has these kisses. But again, just kind of thinking back, the amount of lockdown they've got. Limited to Chrono and Ravage, pretty much. You're going to need these surprise blast-offs and cookies to catch people out, which just isn't going to be happening now. And Sacred down at bottom lane, dying to Arteezy Morph, who's just under the tier 1. Oh, it's 7 minutes in, there's a Wisdom Rune. Arteezy's going to get a kill, dive tower, get the Wisdom Rune, and then get back to farming. This Morphling's having such a free time.
Already supports on side of Shopify Rebellion were level 5, and now with those 2 XP runes, Undying level 5.5, Rubik about to crack level 6. This is massive. I mean, the way they move to the mid lane relieves some pressure off Arteezy, and he manages to get the solo kill. He's bringing something on the courier, gonna be Morbid Mask, so he's good to go. Suddenly Morphling on top of the net worth, as expected, I would say. I think that's just one death that happened. It's still a good matchup for Morphling, and they don't put as much pressure, so... Speaking of putting pressure, again, onto mid lane with 3 heroes. Shopify, they want to take this tower as soon as possible.
Yeah, not too much Dark Margo and Schofield can do there. The Stinger is rotated in, but he's got no mana. And so Abed just jumps over, grabs the Arcane Rune. Keep this pressure going. These lanes are broken down very quickly. Now you've got these greedier heroes on Shopify out-farming their counterparts. Darkseer top of the net worth, as the Venomancer gets caught, kisses in with a blast off there and crit. He will pay. Abed diving a little deeper, looking for Stinger. Dark Margo hunting Fly on the right-hand side. Gets the kills on both supports as Abed will slay the Venomancer. Disarm for now has a Remnant to jump to. Another one, just in case. He gets the kill as well.
He manages to get it.
Fist. He finds him.
Schofield, he could have gone back. I guess he didn't expect this damage. Like, Orb of Corrosion, 4 points in Slight, and crit. TP's mid, refills his bottle one more time. Action-packed game. 10 kills. 9 minutes. But supports are still under level. You know, you see Stinger in the jungle, who's level 4 on Venomancer. There's a big difference on like Rubik, who just steals level 4 Scatterblast. With Fate Bolt, it's an insane amount of damage.
You get like 100-0 Stinger here. Nearly does it. Gets back to low ground, and that's Abed open up on them. And the turnaround is there. That's Beastcoast trying to make a move to defend their tier 1, being punished.
Dota is 3 versus 3 mid lane now.
All random, all mid, let's go. But yeah, that Wisdom Rune that Morphling took, that's really been a big deal here, like you're saying, for these dire supports. Having a rough time.
Parker made a rotation to the mid lane. Try to go for some kind of an opening. There were no kisses available, so I think they would lack damage anyway. And Abed, he's having a blast of the game. Playing like behind enemy lines. They set up some good vision around mid, and this is going to be the 3rd power rune that Abed picks up. First Shield Rune, then Arcane, and now a Haste Rune.
Yeah, all the pieces are coming together for Shopify. 2k lead already, and Abed just continues diving. Crit will clear out Schofield in that northern jungle, as Stinger will get burnt to a crisp. Abed dominating on this Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, Saberlight's cutting waves, pressuring the Faceless Void out of his lane. Tidehunter's picked up his Meteor Hammer bot, but Morphling just continues free farming while we take a peek back into mid. Fly with a Flash Golem Tombstone down on Dark Margo. They'll slice into the Snapfire. And Shopify Rebellion. This is looking real good for them. 10 minutes in. They're in the driving seat, and there's no signs of this ride stopping.
Yeah. Beastcoast lanes are bleeding way too much. They're not going to be able to fix it seems, if they misuse any of their abilities. Tidehunter Ravage, like, it's a lot of commitment. Chronosphere has been used. They didn't get much out of it. And now map opened up. Just constant pressure on the mid lane with 3 heroes. Shopify Rebellion killing off the tower, and now they can rotate to the bottom lane. Look at what Arteezy has. Seeds of Serenity as his neutral item. Like, you would not expect Morphling to pick that one up. I don't know, like, I would wish if we could see their item choices and then go like, oh yeah, that's a good one. Try to theory craft why they actually picked it up. But with Morbid Mask, it's I think it's a nice pairing, just because Morphling loves to play on low HP. Morbid Mask not as good as it was before, because you only lifesteal 40% from the creeps. Before it was 100.
Wow, yeah, with that tower gone, Crit and Fly coming behind. Sacred will ravage all 3 of them, and with the Meteor Hammer blast off, they'll connect onto Crit and Arteezy. But look at them fall so quickly afterwards. They drop a couple of mines down. The tombstone's out, but the kisses come raining in. Trying to focus down the Undying, but not quite getting the finishing touches as Abed. He claims another life. Mega kill streak for the Ember Spirit, killing off Sacred. And the game is not hard, Arteezy. He feels like you're having a very good time with all the sustain in the world you've got. And at this point, Lacoste, it feels like Beastcoast have no option but to 5-man. Let's try and get your ultis out. Get something done.
Ravage pop, they don't even get the kill. Chronosphere on cooldown. Saberlight, he's been pretty silent, I would say. You know, just farming, taking the tower, creep skipping, maximizing his farm, and he's almost the most farm hero in the game. Going into pipe next against Veno, against Snapfire Kisses. A lot of that damage will be mitigated. They really focused heavily on Dark Mago so that others can have a good... Because Snapfire is their playmaker. He's also a hero that builds in Road of Atos. Great against Darkshire. All 3 cores pretty much. Ember Spirit, Morphling, they can't get their spells off.
Yeah, she's really the centerpiece of this draft from Beastcoast. You shut her down, side lane rotations out the window. That's where this tri-lane mid from Shopify has just paid off dividends big time for them. Oh no, is he in trouble again? Getting solo killed by Arteezy once more. Goes across to the pool to grab a Lotus, and he skirted around the edges of the trees for long enough that it looks like Arteezy has lost interest, lost vision, lost track of the Tidehunter.
Sacred
and you see
channel Meteor Hammer on top of Morphling. He just stunned him with Adaptive Strike, and then he was in trouble. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that again.
Oh crap. I was just watching the minimap at that time as well. We saw Snap and Veno moving up to top, looking for the darks here, but Saberlight, he's pretty aware of his surroundings. Schofield, unfortunately, in this Ancients area, going to get hounded by Abed. Another kill for the Ember Spirit, will gladly take it, blowing up some mines on his way through. And Sacred being bullied back behind his tier 3 tower. Beastcoast just getting hemmed into their base. Now, finally, we see the Faceless Void join in. 14 minutes in. Yeah, being dived into tier 3.
Look where
Arteezy going incredibly deep. Get him with a time dilation of the bashes. Drop some mines on him as well. Arteezy, this might have been a bridge too far for you. Sacred and Jim Park, there we go. With Ravage connecting. They'll lose the tide, but get the Morphling kill. Meanwhile, Abed clearing up Dark Mago with flies and dying.
That was way too ambitious from Arteezy. Just died. Like, there's still tier 2 tower. He's diving tier 3 14 minutes into the game. There was no chrono being used. Yeah, Host, is that you?
Oh, there we go. Parker with a chrono onto 2 of them. It looks like with his pipe, though, Crit and Fly taking literally no damage. Blast off does nothing but tickle Shopify Rebellion. And Schofield scurries back to his tier 2. Sacred lands the Meteor Hammer on Fly, and then what? Getting lifted up, dragged back in towards the wall, and the Fade Bolt. It feels like Shopify lacking a bit of that firepower to kill off Sacred here. Abed and Arteezy are elsewhere on the map, but now the Ember will rejoin.
Arteezy's contribution was well played twice in the old chat, while he's on a different side of the map, farming, picking up XP rune, and now, again, everything is on cooldown. Minute and a half for Ravage, 2 minutes for that Chronosphere to come online.
Yeah, it's just a big
very
downside.
difficult. Yeah, the lanes went pretty bad for them. Like this top lane, I think they could have maybe gotten a kill, and now Parker also dies. Root, Abed's just having a blast of the game.
Oh yeah, you can feel it. Absolutely feel it. It looks like Shopify having a lot of fun. Diving tier 2s, getting these huge kill streaks up. All 3 of their cores, top 3 of the net worth. I mean, Tidehunter right now is like half the net worth of the Ember Spirit. We're feeling very sad down in the dumps. What are the cooldowns like? 40 seconds for Ravage, 70 for Chrono. So it's not as though Beastcoast can even come and contest Roshan.
Yeah, this is something you talked about, Undying. Even though he doesn't have Flash Golem available, you have Tombstone, more than enough damage coming out from Arteezy. Like, this is 3 heroes, 16 minutes into the game, so it's gonna take slightly slower than you maybe expected. Medallion available on Fly, so that's gonna help out with some armor. I don't know how they deal with this overfarmed Darkshire who has Pipe, Guardian Greaves, you're playing into Veno Snapfire. They did put a lot into this like magical damage department, and Seems like they heavily focused on the lane, lost the laning stage. Now it's gonna be recovery mode for Beastcoast.
Yeah, and at this point, like, okay, Beastcoast, they can win fights. They've got the tools in their arsenal to do so with all these big teamfight ultis. It's just a matter of how many fights do they need to win to kind of even the playing field. 10k behind. What is it going to be, like 2-3 fights to feel comfortable?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah,
so you kind of want to go late game with a Void, right?
To start that second game in this BO2 series. I don't know, it's just very, very difficult. They misuse any of their big abilities. They don't get anything out of it. There's Chrono. Kisses. Might need to use Atos. There it is. Nice spell usage. I was afraid the Dark Mago is just going to go full Mortimer's Kisses, launch a couple of globs, and then into Road of Atos. No BKB yet available on Abed. Very close to it. 600 all the way.
Well, a big kill, and he's tapping out all the damage that was dealt to him by his opponents. Void with 1,000, Snap with 650. Little pick there on the Venomancer by Saberlight and Crit. Just keep control of the map continually. Now, Shopify control 2 out of the 3 lanes right now. They've already taken Roshan, of course, having Aegis on the Morphling, so he's very comfortable to sit wherever he wants to. And you know you're ahead and feeling good about the game when the Undying is solo pushing mid and playing into the enemy jungle. Iron Shell's up, Sacred.
Oh, look at that play.
Hammer. A lot of Atos there to help catch Saberlight, but they just don't have the damage to turn around onto Darkseer Undying. It's a 3v2 and the 3 are being crushed. Now, Stinger, he's in trouble. Chased out by Fly. Saberlight is coming in from the back as well. A couple more decays, but we'll get to high ground safely for now. Good run of Atos into the cookie and the sticky bomb. There's the blast off in as well. But Fly with a surge of the pipe. He's running back, gets into the tree. The soul rips up. He's going to drop eventually, but he's bought so much time for the rest of his team to rejoin. In comes Morphling, slays the Snapfire, and a 3-for-1 trade out.
I'm not sure what that was from Sacred. He's in the middle of, like, runs into the enemy team and starts channeling Meteor Hammer. It feels like they're memeing at this point, and he's channeling it up one more time onto the mid lane, but Saberlight way too tanky. Also, like, the way Shopify is playing, Iron Shell, Surge on Undying. He runs in, pipe, mech, make it as tanky as possible. Fly will pick up Gem of True Sight, something that we do see teams pick up a bit.
Yeah. He does get the root on Parker, but that was kind of nicely done by Parker and Schofield, and they might still have him, but no, Saberlight is here. Heals for days. The mech, the pipe, and the kill on Schofield. Off the back of that kill on Faceless Void, Shopify brings 4 members up north.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah, you're right. This Iron Shell Surge, just put it on people, charge forward, keep playing aggressively, oppress your opponents. We have not seen Beastcoast cross the river or even get out of their own jungle in the past 10 minutes, really.
Yeah, there's a crocodile in the river. Very afraid. Only Tide, like he's the guide from the depths of the sea, so he can only be across the river or into the river. Rest can't afford to go there. Also looking at the item build from Dark Mago, going into Manta style next. Like, he wants to scale, prepping for the late game, like this mid Snapfire, because you're a universal hero, so you get like Manta, Linkins, so you upgrade your Road of Atos, you get Lightmere. It's just
Sacred.
It's not gonna work out, I think, in this game. You're way too far behind in terms of net worth. 14,000 already for Shopify, and holding the Aegis for 50 seconds. They could kill Tormentor, pick up their Wisdom Rune one more time.
Yeah, just keep removing all of the options from Beastcoast. Take their Tormentor, their Wisdom Rune, take this part of the map. Even start thinking about next Roshan once this Aegis has expired. A lift up on Stinger in the mid lane. A lot of damage coming his way. Pavis is there, but the bombs are dropped. Crit with his Scatter Blast and Stolen Spells blowing up the Venomancer one more time. This is definitely a draft from Beastcoast if they can last another 20-30 minutes. Faceless Void will pick things up. Currently sat at 4th place in the net worth, though. Needs a lot of time. Like, I'm not joking about 20 or 30 minutes. That's how much time it feels they need.
Just turtle for 30 minutes, bros. That's all you gotta do.
Turtle. We've not heard that in a long time. The sharks of Shopify circling the turtles.
like, unless, like, Shopify can wait, get some pickups, wait for second Roche in the next 3 minutes or so, pick up cheese, pick up Aegis, go for pickups, because in terms of tower damage, you need to have Morphling attacking it, and you can't just slowly siege. You might get blasted off, you might get ravaged, get chronosphered. Beastcoast, they also want to be looking for something. All the green diamonds available on top of the screen.
Do love a green diamond. They're looking for an opportunity. But Shopify not going to give it to them. Dragging waves are away from mid, so not giving a free push into that mid tier 1. And now playing down from the high ground, the back wall, Sacred Stinger, both caught up with that slight change to start things off. Kisses are out, but Sacred not really in position here to ravage. So they've spent their big damage spell that's meant to be alongside the Chrono and Ravage now. And this team fight, it seems impossible for Beastcoast to pull off. Sacred's going to try stand his ground against Saberlight. The Rodovatos route, Parker on the side, Ravage is there. Does connect onto a couple as Fly and Saberlight just playing in tandem together, and the slight change to the stolen kisses. The green globs of lava land on Beastcoast, crushing their hopes and dreams. Schofield gonna get caught out in the trees here, spotted under a ward, blast off in, but he's dead to rights, completely caught. Saberlight on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Parker being harried by Abed. Time dilation, the bashes come, but they just call GG. Not really a celebratory Chrono, but a game-ending one nonetheless. It's over. Stolen Chrono from Crit. Let's see it in action. Puts it onto the void, but game will end. One final kill there for Parker on Abed. As Shopify Rebellion, an incredibly straightforward game 1.
Shopify, they were really aggressive. 6 minutes into the game, managing to get multiple kills, stealing XP runes 2 times in a row. Like, you can't allow yourself to get your XP runes stolen. Sure, you can, but you also have to steal theirs. If you don't get XP runes, like Venomancer, he was useless. He was level 4. Techies was level 5. He also relies on his level 6 to be able to get that extra damage output. And top lane, I think it comes down to Faceless Void's skill build. They should be getting kills from that lane, putting 1 point in time dilation. And then, like, because he was just like 1-1-3 build, you don't get the right click in. You also want to remove damage from that time walk, like use time walk to be able to remove the damage from Ion Shell, Fate Bolt. It's on too long of a cooldown, level 1.
I mean, a 23.5-minute game. I mean, with the action heating up over here at the Bali Major, make sure you do check out H&M's new summer collection for clothes to suit all of this action. And Shopify Rebellion take down Beastcoast in game 1 in this best of 2. Very, very nicely done. You know, coming out of that tri-lane in the mid lane with Undying and Rubik both rotating in, shutting down Dark Margot worked incredibly well. And really, Beastcoast with these heroes, Venomancer, Undying, the Snap, the Tide, it felt like they had these tools to bully and dominate that laning stage, but it just didn't work out for them. And Shopify show why they are at the top of the North American region. And yeah, you see the skill builds there. That Faceless Void going for time dilation level 4. A little delayed.
It's slightly too late, I would say. Also, not managing to get any return kills with Venomancer, and yeah, I feel that Beastcoast, they picked these long cooldowns and just couldn't capitalize on that. In the last team fight, you saw Parker just waiting until he finds the right opportunity, but at that point they were just way too tanky on side of Shopify Rebellion, and he doesn't even land the Chrono. He just like uses solo Chrono on Abed and then game ends.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, a quick one and done there, but of course, best of 2s through the group stage, so we'll see if Beastcoast can continue tying things up in these 1-1s, or if Shopify can take that 2-0. We'll take a quick break and return with that second game coming right up after this.
I'm not sure, maybe.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sugar Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sugar Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
This third series of the day here on the second stream. It's Shopify Rebellion taking on Beastcoast. And of course, looking at the way game one went, Beastcoast, even with Meteor Hammer Tidehunter, did a total of 516 building damage. And that was all on the Tide. Just showing they were hemmed in, bunkered down on their side of the map. They never saw a building.
Yeah, you don't know what's lurking in those deep Dota rivers. If you can't fly over. Maybe Snapfire could have like cookied over the river and then little shredded the tower, but didn't happen.
Just find a way.
Try buy a blink dagger, go across the river, or find some other way. I mean, there's a bridge. There's a bridge that you can cross.
There is.
So you don't get your feet wet.
Just try and get over there some way or the other. Oh, yeah, also usually with like a Venomancer, you've got these plague wards to kind of get an area of the map, push a tower, create your little zone. But Stinger had such a rough time in laning stage. You were saying, you know, he's level 4, level 5, 10 minutes in, really had some struggles coming out of laning stage. And when you've got this very teamfight-centric draft, you need to come out of laning stage on even footing, if not ahead. And the fact that Shopify Rebellion, did well bottom, crushed mid, came out and got a couple of solo kills on, Arteezy killing the Tidehunter as a solo kill a couple of times. There was just no breathing room for Beastcoast to actually gather up and use their teamfight ultis. And by the time they were kind of ready, Saberlight had a pipe and a mech. It was just completely mitigated.
Yeah, it was a bit too late. These rotations from both supports and Shopify, Fly and Crit, just constantly playing around Abed, filling his bottle. Sure, you managed to kill Abed once before he got that level 6. It was 1 CS off level 6. Still managed to get it mid-fight, gets the Remnant out, so he immediately comes back after he revives, and then they just constant pressure underneath the tower. XP runes. This has to be the most important thing to pick up. Screw these 6-minute runes. They matter, but not as much. If your supports can't play Dota, there's a big difference. You have Rubik, who steals Scatterblast, and then has 600 damage nuke 7, 9, 8 minutes into the game. And then you have Techies, who's level 4, and your Venomancer, who's level 4, who was also going, by the way, for Aghanims straight away, because he wanted to die. It's pretty similar to, I don't know, Vengeful Spirit, when she picks up Ags, where you're yeah, I'm gonna go in, swap someone, use my spells, revive, then use everything again, and then maybe have buyback. But it's a very greedy build.
Yeah. Oh, it absolutely is. What kind of changes do you want to see as we head into Game 2? Draft looks like it's pretty much ready and underway for us. Do Beastcoast want to shift things up? Because it feels like that Morphling wasn't answered. First phase Snapfire Techies, maybe that's something they look at to shift up, or do we just ban the Morphling?
I don't know. I think that they could have still,
Radiant team.
Ancient Apparition is a good counter. He's just weaker laner compared to some others. I don't know if you want to ban Morphling straight away. I think this hero is just as we talked before the series started. Do you want how do you counter it? You need to have some kind of a plan. And this plan didn't work. You also need to put pressure
10 seconds
in the
remaining.
lane. Tidehunter is definitely not that hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he was very much just kind of a sit in lane, hope things go well for himself.
Radiant team.
Kind of deal
back.
for him. There it is. Yeah, Beastcoast decide they don't have the answers to it. It's not a great sign, day one of the group stage, you get crushed by a Morphling, and then you're we can't really handle it. This is the hero of the major, potentially. And you're going to have to figure out some way to contend with it.
10
There's one way to
seconds
deal with it.
remaining.
Use one ban in the first phase if you don't have the first pick.
5 seconds
Probably
remaining.
you don't want to do it, but I know that Dota teams, Dota players in general, are very stubborn when it comes down to because we don't have all the information. These teams, they play tons of scrims, which we don't have any information about, so they might have played 5 games against Morphling and they beat it, and then when it really matters they don't, so you're they're so bad, why didn't they ban Morphling or just pick it themselves? Because maybe they don't play it, maybe they
10 seconds
beaten it
remaining.
so many times they're it's easy peasy, and sometimes the lanes don't
5
go
seconds
too well.
remaining.
And we see some adjustments. Beastcoast banning out Techies, banning out Morphling, which does leave some other heroes in the pool. Pugna was super popular,
Radiant team pick.
just like the battery.
Enchantress.
I think
Radiant team
if
pick.
Shopify wants to pick it up,
Spirit.
that'd be pretty good. Just to have that battery, but again, same picks. If it's not broken, no need to fix it.
Yeah, the only thing they'll have to change is that Morphling for Arteezy, but Ember for Abed, Undying for Fly. All these pieces looked like they slotted into place
10
perfectly for them
seconds
in Game
remaining.
1. And Beastcoast, the ones to adapt a little bit now, so we're going to have this
5
Stinger
seconds
Enchantress. We'll see what's going to come out in this second pick to try and answer this. And you know what the mid lane matchup's going to be. You could just throw out your mid lane hero now for Dark Margot.
Yeah, this is very punishable. I think opening up with Ember Spirit should be punished. Dark Mago, he plays some of these lane down. They don't necessarily need to pick it straight away, because Ember, at least in the lane, has some good counters.
Timbersaw!
This is the one, if they want to play it from the mid lane. I know that Stinger usually is the one who's playing the Timber, because I don't recall Dark Mago playing it. Sorry,
Sacred?
Sacred's the one who's playing it.
10 seconds remaining.
It's been like when the 733 dropped, people
5
tried to theory
seconds
craft how
remaining.
to deal with Void Spirit pre-nerfs, you know, and
Radiant team
there were two
back.
heroes that worked extremely well against him in the lane. That's Lone Druid and Timbersaw. So if they still want to put Timber in the lane against him, it could work out even against Ember Spirit. And now we see Beastcoast immediately banning out Bloodseeker, one of the heroes that deals super well with
10
Timbersaw.
seconds remaining.
Pure damage, Rupture. You can't use your Timber Chain. You build into Maelstrom, so you
5
don't care about
seconds
his
remaining.
armor.
I'm just trying to look back. It's like the last 10, 15 games. Yeah, it's all been sacred on this Timbersaw, so I think you're right. There's still that off chance Dark Margo picks it up. We'll see exactly what they have in store. Second ban stage. Shopify. We can start looking at taking out some of these Dark Margo heroes. Yeah, there goes the Storm. You could maybe even throw in a Tiny or something there if you really want to. It's like one of those weird things. I've not felt like Tiny's good, but it's Dark Margo, you know?
Even like Dark Mago can't make this hero work right now, so you know he's in a pretty bad spot. Played it like once during Dream League and didn't look too good on it. It's just that everybody becomes super tanky. You don't get the kills with combo anymore, like neutral items. Occult Bracelets, suddenly you have like 10% magic resistance. Position 5 takes it, doesn't get bursted. You like buy some random bracer raindrop. You don't have enough, and also in terms of scaling, it feels like you need a lot more compared to some other mid laners. If your Blink Dagger is delayed, you're not gonna be able to get to your timings. The hero just like falls off so quickly. So like, let's say 12, 13 minutes into the game, you'll see Tiny, who's like on top of the 2 bad fights, and can't really recover because he wants to keep fighting. If he can't, the hero doesn't just fast as he would want to.
Yeah. So the last time Margo played mid-Timber, December 19, and the last 5 matches of Tiny in the last 2 months, lost 4 and won 1. So I think everything you're saying is absolutely correct.
Backing me up with some stats, Gary. You could all hate it up, but he got it. This Garrett guy, he really likes the last double check on that. Call him out.
I've got a Dota buff pages open right in front of me, doing some quick searching as we get through the second ban stage. Underlord, Shadow Fiend, Lycan, all being removed. That's the scary thing. Arteezy's hero pool, you're not quite sure what he's going to pull out of the bag. Pretty versatile player.
I'd say everybody's versatile. Like, usually you would have like your position 4 playing pretty much everything, but in this meta, it just doesn't work as good. So, Crit has like the lowest hero pool right now, I would say. Because as a position 5, there's a bunch of heroes you can play, other roles as well. Not a lot of heroes are, I would say, available to be picked at the highest level. There was a Reddit thread, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, where somebody said that like 60-65% of the heroes have sub 50% win rate.
Oh, wow. That many?
Yeah.
That's pretty
There was
wild.
an exact number. I turned it into percentage. Probably I lied a little bit, but it's
rounded
okay
it.
to lie. Yeah.
Just keep rounding it until it sounds like a nice number. Shopify taking a bit of time here on this last ban coming in to that second pick stage. What could they be thinking of? Like a Monkey King could be out there for Parker. Okay, it is a Parker hero, but it's the TA.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Straight into a Mirana for crit. So they've got their mid, their 2 supports all lined up for them. A bit of damage and lockdown there from Mirana to kind of control up the Timbersaw with that magic damage. And Moonlight Shadow always going to help you get in and out of team fights safely.
Yeah, these are also, again, so that don't care too much about their early levels. Even if like you don't pick up Wisdom Runes, they can still play Dota. These heroes can easily rotate to Abed's lane one more time. You'll have Ember Spirit with the Chains Arrow combo throughout the whole game. Something to play off. And yeah, now you probably want to pick up mid matchup. You already know what's it gonna be. So try to dominate this matchup, because you have if they had different hero than Timbersaw, I think, you know, maybe bang out some Huskar. I don't mind too much. If you really want to try to get the dub here, cheese it slightly. Because you don't want to pick Pango into Ember Spirit matchup. It's a bit of a difficult one. Maybe Shadow Fiend. Maybe that's the hero.
Banned? They banned it themselves?
They banned it? Okay.
Just a little bit of cheese. Sprinkling a parmesan on your bolognese. Just a little bit. So I said Mirana going to be a crit hero. That's pretty much true, right? We've not seen any like mid or safe lane Miranas in the past long while now, right? I know Sumail tried it.
Not really. I mean, there has been some like mid off lane, but I don't think I like it too much.
Yeah.
Maybe
it was like Sumail and Resolution playing it mid and off lane, right?
Yeah, there's possibility for it. But now the Skyrat Mage, do you want to pick it? Probably not. It's a good Sky game against Ember Spirit. You have that instant silence. Same goes for Mirana. Now you need some kind of a setup.
Legion Commander.
And there it is.
Ooh, so who's gonna be going mid? You said that Timbersaw hasn't been played from the mid lane for this Beastcoast squad in a really long time. So I don't know.
It might be a Legion mid, right?
Could be Legion mid. Yeah, that's a good call. Also possibility to keep this Legion flexed to position 1 even. It's been done in high-level pubs. This hero is insane in the laning stage, but I think it's just matchup against Ember Spirit. And also, if you lane against him, it's a good matchup for Legion. Plus, you also don't care about rotation from Mirana. Having 1 point in press, you get chained, instantly remove it, don't get arrowed. And also going to be good against arrow if someone else gets arrowed, of course.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Yeah, I'm looking back. It looks like Sacred was the last one to play the Legion Commander with this Beastcoast lineup, and before that, it was always Whisper when they still had that roster. So kind of a new pick for them. Sacred can definitely grab it, and it kind of fits Dark Margot's bill. This tanky strength hero that jumps in, initiates, starts fights. It could be the answer here in this draft. As Shopify, they dip back in for the Doom, give Saberlight a little bit of greed as he'll print his money. And here come the bans. Huskar, the cheese is removed. And Troll Warlord, the ban out from Beastcoast.
I don't think I would expect Troll Warlord ban. This hero, like, we like to talk about Troll when it's like
we talk shit about Troll,
that's the first thing we talk about when this hero, like, it doesn't even need to be picked. It's like we start talking about Troll, like they don't have any, if carries are banned out, and it's like, oh, we're in Troll territory, and then we start talking badly about him. But not sure why.
Yeah, it goes from like, yeah, me neither. It goes from you saying, oh, I kind of like Troll here, then he gets picked, and you're like, I don't really like Troll here.
Oh, just like Troll idea always sounds good in your head, but it comes down to gameplay. I wouldn't mind it here. I don't think I don't know if Shopify would pick it, but against Timbersaw, he's the one who deals well until like level 5, level 6, and then he needs to go back to jungle. And speaking of cheese, Shopify Rebellion, removing Meepo, removing Huskar. You know that when you have like one of the best Meepo players in the team and they ban the hero, means it could have been a really good Meepo game.
Remaining.
Oh, yeah. But Bulba's asking Abed, like, is this a Meepo game? Abed just says, yeah, get rid of it. Don't allow Parker to get his hands on that Meepo. He looked pretty good on it not too long ago, but there is his signature hero, the Monkey King. That's what we've been waiting to see. Does know that he's against the Doom and Mirana, so should have a solid lane here paired with the Enchantress. Sky Timber going to be a solid lane in the off lane for Beastcoast. But it's Shopify with the ultimate pick, and it's a Terrorblade coming into this second game of the best of 2.
So they'll have Undying Terrorblade against Skyrat and Legion Commander. So
yeah, it is the Dark Margot Timber, huh?
It is Dark Margot Timber in the end. How do we like it, Gary? I'm just thinking right now. This was last pick Terrorblade. Whenever you see TB being last picked, you know that it's gonna be a good game for him. Like in terms of lane, he might not be able to get most out of the lane. It's gonna be a lot of spam early on. Timber, Skyrat, Mage. They might even get kill on Undying. But playing Monkey King, Jim Park, aka Parker, you called out his Monkey King a couple of times, like through this draft and even in the previous game, where it could be a good game for it. Some of these heroes are very elusive. You have Ember Spirit, Mirana. just like difficult to catch. This is where Sky Legion are gonna come in very handy. This time Beastcoast doesn't rely on long cooldowns. Like, they don't have any pretty much other than duel. Like Wukong's command, you can still take a fight even without Wukong's. So seems like they learned a lot from the previous game where they picked heavily into long cooldown department. No chrono, no ravage means you can't take the fight. So now they want to have something to fight pretty much all the time. And I do like the adjustments that Beastcoast made.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the big things for me. Two things out of this draft was, number one, not relying on long cooldowns so they can continually play Dota 2 as they want to. And the second thing, picking Timber for Dark Margo mid means that if they bring the tri-lane as Shopify again into the mid lane, Timbersaw, one of those heroes that is not too bothered by it. He does have the staying power to just stick it out and say, okay, cool, do what you want. I'm going to stay in my lane. Because the way Beastcoast, and I think in particular Dark Margo has always played, is not necessarily come to mid and help me, but he goes to side lanes to help others. Beastcoast like those side lanes, like to play in that laning stage for as long as possible. So if Dark Margo is able just to be on an island, allows that kind of supporting cast of Beastcoast to stay and protect their side lane cause much better. Already seeing some nice warding out from Shopify. These observer wards becoming very vital for Doom players in particular. We saw LGD doing it earlier. We've seen plenty of teams doing it, in fact. Getting the wards down around these neutral camps to see what creeps Doom can eat early on.
Yeah, he cut down trees so that he has entry to the camp so that he can see what's actually going to spawn. 3 minutes for trees to grow, and Abed again did the same trick onto the mid lane. Buys boots, plants down observer ward, which is not gonna get rewarded, it seems. Placed it on a different side compared to the game number 1.
The battle begins.
Yeah, sends it all the way to the top left. And down at the bottom bounty rune spot. Reflection out onto Sacred and Schofield. They do get themselves 3 bounties as Beastcoast, though. Gathering up a little bit of an early gold advantage. And in this bottom lane, they're going to have press the attack against Reflection. So a bit of protection there that Sacred can kind of levy to keep that lane stage okay.
A lot of kill threat in that lane. TB hero that doesn't have much HP to work with. So we'll get harassed, concussive shot. Scarlet Mage level 1, one of the better heroes in terms of harassment. And you can see RTZ already using that reflection. Okay as well. To bring in the courier. For now, just be another healing salve. Understands that in this matchup, he's going to need some extra regen.
Yeah, salve, sticks, anything you can to withstand that pressure. Especially when we're going to see multiple blood grenades for the Scarlet Mage being lobbed at people. Big hit from Stinger there. There's impetus onto crit. And Parker under his tower, getting a couple of last hits. And so far, Beastcoast pulling out ahead slightly with Timber and Monkey King looking very good. Parker, yeah, he can just keep getting on top of that Doom. We'll want to get level 2 for Beastcoast here in this lane. Make sure they can actually apply that pressure from the Monkey and the Enchantress. An awful lot of damage does get offered up here. Sableye and Crit got to be on their toes.
Spoil that shot.
Arrow for a range creep.
So what does Doom have? He does have Harpy creep available. Does he want to get in there? Let's see, Saberlight. Maybe there's a big cam, some speed aura. He's still looking, still searching. He's like, I don't like these guys. Mud Golems. They are level 4.
Kobold, move speed, gobble it. Oh, he takes the break creep.
Okay, that's interesting.
Can you?
Yeah, you can break monkeys.
So yeah, you stop him getting Jingu stacks. That's cool, actually. Maybe not
Let's
ideal.
see how effective. Yeah, well, let's see how effective that's gonna be. Doom's.
Yeah.
How long does it last? 3 seconds, so not bad.
You turn, you hit him once, stop the Jingu's coming up. That's a pretty nifty way to play out this lane.
Parker's gonna be, what the hell? Pause the F9, pause the game, like bug. There's bug.
So why can't I get any Jingu stacks? What's going on? And Sacred gonna drag his way back to his tier 1 as Fly drop the tombstone down on this large camp. Gather up the little pull there that was made by the Skyrath Mage. And so far, so good for Arteezy. 15 last hits. Not too pressured after bringing out all that regen for himself, so sticking out in the lane. The only hero really losing out this laning stage is the Doom. And of course, he's against the Monkey King in lane, so it's going to be rough for him.
They're still like farming okay, I would say, in this lane. Crit is getting some CS compared to, I don't know, some other supports in this game. He's 7-2 already. You show up with a creep, only changes, fly. A bit of a trouble, but Arteezy popping meta, reflection as well, zones them out completely. What a carry. Saves the support. Pops that meta. Can he save himself? It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of regen there. Thankful that he bought that full magic wand. Had plenty of charges on it to keep himself alive. And yeah, Sacred and Schofield will wait out the meta. Maybe look to go aggressive again.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They spent quite a bit.
In trouble. Blood grenade. Slowed him down. If he slowed down Fly, he's dead there. He needs to use healing salve immediately. You gotta be careful. As Skywrath Mage, you have 0 armor, literally taking full damage.
Yeah, from a TV as well. But now they get back on top of Arteezy. Doesn't find protection under his tier 1. They were whittling them down, putting them in that kill threshold, baiting them in. And Schofield does very well, but up in that top lane, Saberlight and Crit, as they've been spreading the XP and farm across them, they've hit level 3, played onto Parker, gets the kill on Monkey King, and now Stinger, he's in a spot of bother, getting dived under his tier 1, and this Shopify Rebellion offlane paying off big time, gets the takedown with a Starstorm. A huge plays up there.
I wanted to praise that break creep Hill Troll Berserker, but Saberlight actually had mana burn and mana aura. It's just a better overall creep. And Crit will die to a tower.
Yeah, finishes off his urn. No charges on it though, sadly.
Next time he dies, he'll have a charge. That's a big upgrade to earn.
Oh yeah. Feels so much better now. Oh, he's going to come back to lane with Urn, Blood Grenade, leap forward, throw the Blood Grenade at Parker. Monkey King losing a lot of his HP early on, dropping Tombstone down as Flyers come through the Twin Gate to rotate. Another kill on Monkey, twice in quick succession.
Pack it up, boys.
Minute, he's been dead for 30 seconds.
Yeah, so now he needs to walk back to the lane. Monkey is supposed to be like this lane dominator. He wants to be the one going through the Twin Gates. Dead mid. Will get cut down. Still level 5. Difficult matchup. But at least Beastcoast is making this rotation for the mid lane with the catapult. Dealt some damage. It's a bit of a rough one for Ember. We're playing against Timber. He does have Vanguard now available. Skipping the bottle. Like, both carries are gonna be like zoned out relatively early on in the lane.
Yeah, quite ballsy from Arteezy there. Runs away from Sacred, far to the left, and TP's back to his tier 1 to get some illusions out, just to hold this wave, gather up what XP and gold he possibly can. Yeah, a lot of emphasis taken away from this bottom lane by Shopify as they rotate mid. Mirana, Undying, both kind of eyeing up this mid lane to help out Abed, like you're saying, having some struggles against the Dark Margo Timber. Gets back on top of him immediately. Not going to actually take him down just yet, though.
Dark Margo doesn't have much mana to work with. Let's see. XP runes. Shopify again. Beastcoast.
I do lose Abed mid, though. Schofield's rotation will gather up a kill on that Ember, who's still level 5. But you're right. These Wisdom runes, more important than the Ember's life at this point. Especially when you get both of them. Doom. Trying to turn and fight with the Monkey King, but a good Hurricane back from Stinger. Drags him in, the arrow flies, the Soul Rip's there, and Saberlight's fine. The Tombstone and the Blood Grenade onto Stinger. I'm going to turn this around as Shopify. They get the Doom on the Monkey King as well. The long-range launch from Saberlight gets the connection. They know he's in the trees. It's just a matter of catching a glimpse of him. Crit. Does he find it? Hello. Jump in. We'll find the Monkey King with a final arrow and a double kill for your Mirana. This is just Shopify saying, okay, game 1 will focus mid, game 2, you got a Timber. We'll go for the Monkey King instead.
Crit is rushing Spirit Vessel. He's just a recipe away from it. No boots. Getting the kills, has 3 charges on Urn. Against Monkey, against Timbersaw, that's gonna be your way of killing these heroes relatively easy. Not allowing them to lifesteal. Not allowing them to regen.
That's huge. Pivotal item for them. It still doesn't feel like Beastcoast have been able to get a foothold on this map. You know, Dark Margo's doing well, and he's got a couple of kills on his Ember Spirit. But yeah, there's no reveal bottom. Moonlight Shadow gets the TB out of danger. Monkey King's still level 5. Those 2 deaths really have halted him.
Monkey King kind of needed their supports to pick up Wisdom Runes. He might have actually picked up some of that XP because he's really under leveled. Now again, supports. At least this time, Enchantress is level 5. Kyrat is about to crack level 5, even without picking up those Wisdom Runes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
6 from
bottom
crit,
tower has
8
fallen.
minutes into the game. Moonlight Shadow suddenly. Undying has Flash Golem available. Shopify Rebellion, both games
Radiant's
heavily
middle
focusing
tower is
onto
under
Wisdom
attack.
Runes. Gotta set that alarm. Somebody make Dota app for alarm to ring every 2, every 3, every 6, every 7 minutes.
Never refuse gold given.
Get yourself one of those smartwatches that vibrates. And then have a notification. It's like, Wisdom
Dyer's
Runes.
top tower
Let's
is
go.
under attack. Radiant's
Roshan,
middle
Redstone
tower is under
timer.
attack.
Yeah. Ulti cooldowns. Where's the turn Envy?
Dyer's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
Keep
middle
track
tower
of
has
Watchers.
fallen.
Dark Mago kills the tower on the mid lane. Rest of the team is there to back him up. Abed, do they have a control? Ancient Seal, not there on time. Not in range.
Where did that net come from?
Radiant's
You got netted by an
bottom
Enchantress
tower
creep.
is
Yeah,
under
there it is.
attack.
Little hill troll.
Dyer's top
And
tower
snared up the
is
Ember for a
under
second,
attack.
and now a smoke out from Beastcoast. Dark Margo still playing into mid, but top lane is the angle Beastcoast will approach towards. Flying, gonna get slowed down here by the concussive shot. Good arrow though,
great
connected
arrow.
Sacred. And now a TP out. Is there a boundless strike? No, there's no stuns.
Wow. I can't believe he actually lived there. Thought they were gonna commit. Doom was available. Place a Tombstone. They TP out, but this was 4-man rotation from Beastcoast, not getting anything out of it.
Yeah, that looked like it should have been a guaranteed duel victory for Sacred. I'm not sure if he's used it yet, but he's definitely got no wins yet. And Beastcoast still ahead in terms of net worth overall, though, thanks in part, primarily, in fact, to this Timbersaw. And Terrorblade and Ember Spirit not looking too hot in terms of net worth. Even though Shopify are the ones making moves and applying pressure, Beastcoast is doing a decent job of keeping in the game, but now we see again this Doom Sableye crit on top of the Monkey King. Arrow well placed by crit. And Parker, he dies. Nearly lost his courier as well on the side.
Crit knows these trees, knows where to place an arrow. Sometimes we do like people getting new juke spots in the trees, but this time Crit not getting juke. This is Spirit Vessel 11 minutes into the game. So now they can go and actually go and try to kill Timber. 3 points in Flame Guard. They might need to bring an extra third hero for some lockdown. 1 point in chain. Not gonna be like the easiest kill to get. They're trying. Arrow misses.
Yeah, and Dark Margo uses that as an opportunity to get on top of Abed. Ancient Seal silences him up. That should wear off, and he's got that backup remnant. And he'll continue just playing in the back lines, clearing out creep wave. Beastcoast struggling to really latch onto any of these proper engagements, and this gives so much room to RTZ. He is freely farming that bottom line of camps in the southern part of the map. Doom takes over the top part of the map as well, so both these side lanes going well for Shopify. 12 minutes in. Well, they send everyone into mid. Ember will zip out and Remnant away from that Sky and Timbersaw. Just trying to keep the pressure off Artur. Sacred. He's got Blade Mail and a duel there. I think he was looking to go on to Arteezy. He probably wants a little bit of backup.
Yeah. Legion, like, more experienced players will keep away, understand that they don't want to give Legion some early damage. And the hero feels, I'm not going to say useless, but feels so much weaker if you're not off to a good start. Change. That's it.
Sacred. Oh, no, Blade Mail duel. Crit gets the bonus damage. Plus 10 for Marana. And now Stinger turning onto Arbet. The Ancient Shield, the Ember Spirit up. But the Soul Rip Sunder heals him, but it's not enough. They lose the Ember Spirit, traded out for the Enchantress as Dark Margo goes gunning for Arteezy. Knowing that Sunder is down, it should be an easy kill for Dark Margo. Beastcoast finally getting on the table with everything they've got, but the Doom comes out. Sablehead's in, the Vessel charge onto Dark Margot. They deny the Tombstone in the middle of the fight, and they kill the Timbersaw off as well. The big turnaround looked good for Beastcoast until it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Arteezy used Sunder, try to save his ally. Didn't work out amazingly for him in the end. Moonlight Shadow, but still, Timber runs him down, finds where he is. But that was a nice play. As this Spirit Vessel is just doing too much, and as Mirana, by Shard, by Daedalus right now, dual victory damage. we said that Legion Commander, it feels bad when you don't have any damage. This is even worse. This wasn't even a scenario in my head.
Is under attack.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Wukong's used up there as Arteezy plays forward onto Parker. Monkey King does finish off his Battle Fury now, around 14 minutes in, so he's going to start accelerating that a little bit quicker. Honestly, it's felt like Shopify being the ones making moves, looking good, but Fly, oh, grab the Wisdom Rune. Even if he dies here, it feels worthwhile for them.
Monkey's level 10, Mirana's about to crack level 10. Creep wave. This is like Monkey that just finished Battle Fury, so he's going to be getting some extra levels. The thing is, difference in XP is massive. So they picked up 4 Wisdom Runes against none on Beastcoast.
Yeah, that's where the big divide starts to show itself. So I think Beastcoast have done a pretty good job keeping in contention with their 3 cores. They're all farming reasonably well. Even both supports having some decent net worth here. Just going to be a matter of now. With this Legion Blink duel, getting some Mystic Flare kills, getting some dual damage onto Sacred. It feels like that's the most important thing. But Schofield goes very aggressive in the mid lane, trying to clear out that wave. Killed off by Abed and Crit. Way too far forward.
That's an interesting one. I mean, Scarlet Mage doesn't push out the wave. You need Concussive Shot, like 2 Arcane Bolts, multiple right clicks to be able to clear it. Or if you want to drop down some Mystic Flare, which is kind of a grief, but...
Just a bit. Arrow. Change it to Arrow. There it is, but Dark Margot has the pressing attack on him. Gets rid of some of the debuffs. There's the duel. Ember. He's down. Sacred with the bonus damage. And will turn on the Sableye as well. The Ember shots are landing. Doom onto the Timbersaw. Arteezy shows his face. Comes in, collapses onto that Timber and kills him. And Fly in his 1v1 with Stinger. Not really a 1v1 when you've got an army of zombies hoarding around that poor Enchantress. While Sacred blinks away, dodges the Starstorm. They don't connect on the Legion Commander, but Crit is still hunting. Observable on the high ground. He sees the Legion. Comes out. Sunder there from Arteezy. Parker trying to fight into Doom and TB. But look at Crit just lurking in the shadows, making life a living hell for Beastcoast. They're really struggling to find the initiation until finally Sky and Sacred, they jump in with the double blinks. They get the catch they wanted onto the Terrorblade. And
another duel in 10 seconds.
He's got Leap.
Dyer's
playing support Terrorblade, using Sunder to save his teammate, then dying twice in a row. Another duel. It is.
Chaining them together.
Plus 10.
Bonus damage galore for Sacred. Fly trying to TP out. Any stuns? Nope, doesn't look like it. They've spent it all. Well, this is where Beastcoast pick up the pace.
Not having any cooldowns is exactly what they needed. Now they're playing much faster. Jim Park showing in some of these fights. These were some like very on the edge duel again. Like who's gonna win it? Oh, Crit gets a solo kill. This should reveal the ward on the high ground.
Kitty.
Yeah, they absolutely have to know that now.
550.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
We'll get to ults next. That's massive. That's such a big item in this game. Remove Wukong. Remove silence on yourself. Also stop Legion Commander from getting the dual damage. He blinks in. Instant duel. And Schofield is going to reward that high ground ward that just gave 550 gold to Crit. I could see Shopify Rebellion going for Roast with next meta probably. Try to sneak it in. Still going to be 100 seconds. Yeah, still gonna be on Dyer's side.
Hey, where did I go?
And Arteezy, he's been trying to join these fights. He needs to get into these next couple of items though. BKB queued up as he's well on his way to that. Dragonlance and Yasha, the first couple of pickups for him. All these scrappy fights being exploited by Beastcoast, and like you say, these short cooldowns the Blinks on Legion and the Skyreth Mage, giving them that mobility to catch up to the Monkey King and the Timbersaw. Basically playing with 4 mobility heroes right now. Arbed. Oh, they jumped the Doom. Could have been the Ember easily, but there we go. The Tombstone down. The Wukong's out. There's the Boundless onto Ember and Fly in the back. Arteezy at half HP, just disengaging and running back. The Tombstone's still there on the ground. A little bit annoying as Arteezy sunders out onto Dark Margot. But Beastcoast control this entire part of the river. No way for Shopify to enter. 2 swift kills. And back to farming.
Seeing this green arrow on Tombstone, bunker inside, but didn't manage to grab an ally. It's really good against just like Skyreth plus Legion Commander combo. If you can get it off, I was wondering where gold is on Fly. So yeah, he invested heavily into it. Does want to have it early on. Even though we're close to 20-minute mark, there's a 50-50 chance he's gonna get it. So I don't mind it here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, but it gives you so much potential impact. Yeah, it's worth the expenditure.
Yeah, it also allows your Ember to potentially pick up Shard from Tormentor, because right now he's the 3rd most farm hero on Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, very true. We are starting to look at Beastcoast, grabbing some of these next tier items. BKB queued up for the Legion Commander. Timbersaw eyeing a Lotus Orb, which he's pretty close to with a disassembly of Arcanes and Vanguard. Not too far off it, in fact. And Monkey King just finished off his Aghanim Scepter. Sanjan Yasha queued next. A bit of status resistance against the Doom, gonna pay off big time. Shopify.
Arrow.
Dueled again.
Duel.
Oh, there we go.
Inside.
Grab ally. Grab ally is in the Tombstone. Crit survived. The duel doesn't work. And Sacred getting arrowed up and caught out. Turnaround. There's Fly with his Aghanim Shard. Beautifully done. And that's why it's worth the payoff. As Schofield gets taken down by Sableye in the back. They're pinging Stinger. They know the Enchantress is lurking. The slight change from Arbed. Arrows connection. Beautiful combo. And down goes the Enchantress. 3 kills as Shopify swoop into this top part of the map. And they're looking at Roshan now.
Grab ally, like what this shard, like after first reading, I'm like, hell yeah, this is good. I gotta test it out. So you can like pull people out of Chronosphere, you can pull people out of Black Hole, which is insane. And then I haven't seen it in action, and yeah, and I'm like, well, maybe it's not that good. Maybe I'm overhyping it, and suddenly like it's all over the place. Like everybody's picking it up, and Undying's like first phase material. Can they get a burst damage? Yes, they can.
Dire's
and down goes Fly. Beastcoast wanting to make sure there's no quick and easy access to the Roche Pit. Everyone respawned up in a 5-man group down in that bottom right corner. Wisdom runes are up though, 21 minutes in. We'll see what Shopify do about this, whether they want to contest or if they're just going to continue farming with the TV and the Doom elsewhere on the map. Looks like it's going to be a freebie here for Beastcoast. So, Aegis for Monkey King?
Yeah, I think he should be the one picking it up. He's massive. Monkey King, but you're playing this longer fight. Aghanim Scepter, you have Wukong's command as well. It's going to be a lot of random damage on the ground. Timbersaw also extremely difficult to kill. Dark Mago having a really good time in this game. Like, he might need to be doomed and focused before he can get the Lotus off, but there's still no Blink Dagger available on Saberlight. He opted to go for some more tanky build, Crimson Guard into BKB. I saw that he was holding Purge Creep for a long time.
Radiant's bottom
Silence,
tower is under attack.
Wukong's Giga Mastery damage.
Catch on Arteezy, and then crit. Parker opening up on Fly. They dive tier 2. Already a couple of juicy pickoffs, and in comes Dark Margo. Slow him with a Chakram, get the dominating streak up on your Timbersaw. And Beastcoast looking hot here in game 2. 17 to 17, but once they hit their item timings, I think it's been running at Shopify.
Constant running at people. Legion has some good dual damage right now, 50. They could steal enemy Tormentor easily. They're around that area. And also, to finish my point, Doom is now holding Envenom Weapon. This is a cool one. Regen reduction. It does last only 2 seconds on heroes, so it's like not that great, but if you keep hitting somebody like Timbersaw, Monkey, it's really good.
And does Doom get the upgraded creeps?
Yeah, right now it is 80.
Wow.
It starts with
Radiant's
75.
top tower
I
is
mean, it's
under
not
attack.
that big of an upgrade. Like 5 is not that much, but so Sky picks up the shard, or is given a shard from Tormentor. The best shard upgrade in the game. Shield of the Scion. You get the 0.5 armor per spell casted, so like you use 4 abilities, that's 2 armor. Not bad. Right now he's in negative. -5 instantly, with like 1 slide from Blightstone, Orb of Destruction. You don't want to be in minus, like you don't want to be negative armor. It just it's so bad for you. And another one, so Sacred is the one giving shard to Overwhelming Gods. There we go. Extra armor, so every single upgrade that has armor. Great against Terrorblade, great against Embers.
Yeah, you have some armor, you have some armor. Everyone get a bit of armor from their shards. Shopify setting up camp under an Observer Ward. Fly and Saberlight there, giving Arteezy a little bit of breathing room to farm away. Terrorblade still 5th place in the net worth, alongside that Ember Spirit.
Is under attack.
As this lead does develop for Beastcoast. It's going to be a matter of converting that into objectives and the game, of course, as Crit leaps in onto the Monkey King. Yules into the TV meta. The Wukong's is out from Parker, though, as he's dropping low on HP. Bound the strike down. Parker tries to stand his ground. Doom chases him back, and now the Enchantress, the one in harm's way, throws her body in between Shopify and the Monkey King. But Schofield caught out by Abed in the mid lane as well, so 2 kills for Shopify, rebuffing Beastcoast away from that tier 2 push.
That was a solo kill. Abed gets a kill on Sky. Easy 500-600 gold for him. Which, like, he was forced to use a BKB, otherwise he might have died there. But still, fighting into Aegis, propelling them off, getting 2 kills. Might have stopped another push. I mean, they don't care too much about not having Wukongs. They can try still go and siege the towers. They know that there's no meta on Shopify. So I want to see Beastcoast run down bottom lane, take this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, it feels like this game, Schofield and Sacred, with this duo, it felt like they should have been connecting a lot more with these dual Mystic Flares. But Schofield has very often been out on the map, kind of farming lanes, pushing waves, being alone. Oh, Sacred forces the BKB from Arteezy. Terrorblade will now TP back to Fountain, leaving this tier 2 open for Beastcoast to take.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Oh, yeah, definitely looking for Schofield to pair up with his Legion a little more.
Bottom tower has
as they take out the tower and start swinging into mid. Sweep through that bottom jungle.
They're in a good spot on Beastcoast. As you said, I just want to see Skyrat Mage plus Legion Commander playing together. There is safe with grab ally, so you can try to go in and burst him first.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cutting into Ancients. Probably going to cut the next wave as well. Try and slow down that push into the tier 2. Dark Margot holds out into mid. Look at the positioning from Shopify, though. Now with Moonlight Shadow. Okay, they send Terrorblade bottom alone, but they've still got this grouping of 3. Sticking around at the tier 2 top, kind of waiting to see what happens, who's coming their way, what kind of monsters are coming over the hill. Saberlight, he'll see Schofield forward. He dusts up Mirana Undying. Monkey King bound to strike, thinking about the Wukong's command. Not really wanting to go on the Doom, as he does have BKB. Maybe just trying to force it out in the initial portion of the fight, but Saberlight gonna get dueled instead. Doesn't get a chance to BKB up. In comes Schofield, they'll get the duel win on the Doom, and Undying also picked off.
The opposite of Regicide.
Shopify, they only brought 3 members. Abed was farming Ancients. Arteezy was in the bottom lane. I mean, he could have gone through the Twin Gates, maybe if they wanted to take the fight, but seems like Arteezy right now wants to farm Scotty. That's a big upgrade against Monkey, against Timbersaw, healing from Enchantress. He maxed out Nature Attendance. He's very tanky on it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's got big heals. Schofield again, very forward positioning. Does have a pressing attack on him, but dead nonetheless. And
His Black Dragon will get it. Denied himself to neutral.
You're absolutely right. And Abed, we're going to get caught out here. Didn't have any more safety remnants. Picked off by this Dark Margot Timbersaw. Shopify looking for any kills they can possibly get. Just scrapping away, looking for small team fights. Beastcoast, they're bringing it to them.
Now, every single time they get the duel off, it means that they're going to be getting the damage, pretty much. Sky needs to be much more careful about his positioning. Does have a Glimmer Cape, does have Blink Dagger, so right click or click move onto your Legion commander, play together, get those skills going.
He's just hoping for a Ninja Gear as one of his neutral items. Stay permanently smoked and hide behind the Legion constantly. Legion with a tier 3 token, gets himself a Defiant Shell. And we saw Cloak of Flames on the Timbersaw as well, so very tanky heroes on the Dire team being compounded even further. Titan Sliver, Hurricane Pike on the Enchantress, so now she's scaling, offering a lot of damage there. Stinger. And Monkey King, Elven Tunic, while on the Radiant side, yeah, still quite a few tier 2 neutrals. We've only got a couple of tier 3s. Ceremonial Robe on Amber Spirit. Vindicator's Axe on the TB. So if he does get silenced up, he's going to have that bit of bonus stuff. Bonus damage, and when he's stunned, bonus armor. Saberlight.
You've got the BKB
in the mid
off.
lane. Yeah,
grab ally.
Pre-BKB, grab allies there. Tombstone focus. Saberlight half HP, still fighting into the Monkey King. But Parker, Abed's on top of him. Cleared out. Monkey King down. Stinger in trouble, and this Terrorblade with Scardy up just shreds through them all. It's Abed that gathers up the kills. A triple for the Ember. Shopify show up in a big way.
They got some good initiation there. Even through Monkey's BKB, he doesn't manage to get the Wukongs off. And they're like full force a team fight. Now you see the power of Scotty. Spirit Vessel, Doom had this and Venom weapon throughout the whole time. Hit them like 2-3 times. So Region is not there. Eventually, your Ember Spirit will pick up Shiva's Guard right now. Does have Kaya-san. Might opt to go for Linken's as his next item. Really depends whether he feels like, oh, I need to protect myself against this Blink duel. But Grab Ally, what an ability. Like, it just makes so much difference in these team fights. You know what? It should happen. Same goes as Phoenix Eggs, where you, like, if you take someone in, Egg dies, the hero dies as well. With Tombstone, that's not the case. So you need to, like, get out. Get me out, please. You know?
Let me in! Get me out!
I can already hear my teammates screaming.
Hey, there's like a little cooldown on it, right? There's like 3 seconds where you're stuck in there.
Yeah. I can't leave for 3 seconds.
Yeah. Well, that net worth lead being depleted. Very tight between these two teams now. Next, Roshan up in 1 minute. But as far as the teams are concerned, it could be alive right now. Monkey King. Sat behind as Legion and Timbersaw were lurking in that smoke, looking for a target. These fights and how they start, it's just so interesting. Like Beastcoast, if they get the jump, they can just obliterate a hero in a matter of seconds under the duel and the Mystic Flare. But Saberlight with these dooms, you know, he can potentially cause havoc. Stop some BKB from coming out. But what is obviously vitally important... Sorry?
Interesting build from Saberlight. He disassembled his mana boots and now going into Aeon Disc. So wants to survive. It's all about him getting the duel off. So grab ally, Aeon Disc.
Is under attack.
He's gonna survive. He has 1 target to go for. That's pretty much Monkey King, and then they can kill him. Because seeing what Dark Mago is going for, he does have Lotus Orb, Lincoln Sphere queued up as his next item. So he wants to protect against that. He can also be using it on Parker. He's chasing. Shadowblade. Can he find anything?
Ooh, they spot first. It's Fly blown up.
Target.
Doom is out. Timbersaw in trouble. Wukong's command is there as the duel comes in. The TB caught up in it, and he's
a lot of monkeys.
A lot of damage with the statue's going to work. Timbersaw's still doomed, about to die, and the Sleight of Fist will clear him up. But Monkey King chasing into Abed. 2-man chains hold them back. Jump back in from Saberlight as well, and Crit is there to kill off Schofield. 2
Everybody's
for 3,
flying back.
multi-buybacks. It's all about this Roshan fight. Crit leaps out, but he's still being chased. Parker and Dark Margo on his tail. Marana swipe down. And Stinger looking to unload the damage on the Sableye and the Doom. He's being chased out as well. Shopify need to TP down and bring reinforcements as quickly as they can, but it's too slow. They've got no meta. I don't know if they can fight into this now. Arbed and Crit, they'll sure as hell try. Schofield low, the Vessel on him, Remnant over, and Arbed gets the kill. Gets to safety up the high ground, but Dark Margo is picking up the pieces, clearing out. A triple kill for your Timbersaw as Arbed might be the 4th one. Ultra kill for Dark Margo and Terrorblade. Wait, he just walked back, didn't he? Is it die back from Arteezy? Oh,
Let's see the Lotus play.
Use
it on himself.
Stop the
Monkeys.
Sunder from coming in.
That's the play. He gets the Sunder.
Dark Margo.
It gets
Beastcoast
reflected.
wiped the floor with him.
Man, that play from Parker where he's like, oh, I don't have the Lotus, so he jumps onto the tree and then Dark Mago finishes them off. And let me see the damage. It was 12,000 damage dealt by Timbersaw, and also Parker's not far behind. 7.5k damage coming out from him. Like, they were fighting inside, like dual inside Wukongs with Aghanim Scepter. That's a lot of monkey statues.
Yeah, no, ridiculous amount of damage from Parker. Multiple buybacks from Shopify, but not able to stem the flow of bleeding in that fight. And now you're losing a lane to Barracks bottom. Tier 2 mid being shredded by Sacred. Parker's going to join him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
monkey
tower
statues, man, they're doing so much work.
Radiant structures are fortified.
There's a glyph out from Shopify.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Thinking about it.
It sure was.
Managed to get the blink out. Crimson buying some time, but this is a long time. 25 seconds with no Arteezy. They're gonna fall back. Roshan is available on Radiant's side for a couple of seconds. Gonna go to Dire's side in his summer house.
Dire side or Dire tide?
Dire tide, yeah, that's it.
Off he goes. A DD rune bottled by Parker as well. That could provide a lot of impact if... Yeah.
Butterfly, there is no MKB or anything to go through this evasion from Terrorblade, so he's going to be extremely difficult to kill.
I mean, this was one of Parker's biggest strengths, was his resilience. And even if he... those 2 deaths in laning stage, right? It felt like the Monkey King was going to have some serious struggles. 14-minute Battle Fury, not the best timing, but he picked up the pieces, got himself back in fighting shape. Now he's top of the net worth by quite some distance. Leaping across the canopy, trying to scout out Shopify near this Roche pit. Dark Margo's in there with Parker. Arrow hits Roche. Silence onto the Doom. Trying to force an early BKB here, but it's the Eon Disc that keeps him protected.
Parker still has double damage for another good 15-20 seconds. Putting some statues inside Roche pit. I'm going to go with Wukongs, try to zone them out. He does have the damage.
Yeah, let's see if Shopify challenge this. And gonna kill off Schofield, but Roshan's killed. Aegis and Cheese grabbed up, so Shopify got to ditch, dodge, dip and fail out of here, but they'll lose crit immediately. And Shopify trying to fight this. The duel is down. Ember Spirit, he's gonna get cleared out. Sacred surviving. They do get the Doom out from Sableye onto this Timbersaw. Arteezy BKB'd up and charging forward.
He's
they want to
reaching
kill
up.
off Dark Margo, but he's so incredibly tanky. And with Parker being this big bully on the front lines, charging in towards the TV Undying, forcing them back and killing off Sableye. He sweeps through into the back lines as Terrorblade TPs and gets himself home. Meanwhile, Fly is falling. Dark Margo picks up another kill.
Some beautiful execution from Beastcoast in this second game. Like, focusing the targets from Shopify, not really there. Doom thrown onto Timbersaw. He doesn't have buyback, so that's why Saberlight was pinging it out so much. He's like, go, like, we need to kill him. He's Doom, but the rest of the team unable to connect. Now, you don't have buybacks for a good 3 minutes on pretty much anybody, 7 minutes on Ember Spirit. So, still holding the Aegis. Cheese has been used by Dark Mago. I think they could go in and start sieging with these Wukong statues.
I mean, look at Parker. Arbed was trying the solo play on Sacred. Parker and Dark Mago come in, make sure the Legion is fine. And they're straight back on the tier 3s. Another set of barracks being unlocked here by Beastcoast.
Radiant's top
And it
barracks
feels
are
like an
under
inevitability.
Radiant's top
That
barracks.
game 2 is in the books. Let's see what kind of miracles that Shopify can pull out of the bag. TZ front lining for the Wukongs. The pressy attack there on the Pucker makes him an impossible target to go on. This is going to be the mega creep soon. The duel there, crit caught out, Sacred, stacking up all this bonus damage. There is one more building that Parker has to finish off as Shopify looking to just have one more team fight, one more hold, try and get some kills on the way out here as Parker will lose the Aegis. Dark Margot's in with the Lotus Orb is up. Tombstone in place and Parker, nice mischief. Dodges the slide, jumps away on the trees. Parker God gets away from danger.
Yeah, these are some top tier Monkey King stuff we're seeing right now. Parker really exploding in this game. Was what you had 2 deaths in the laning stage, had to walk back the good old walk of shame as we like to call it, and still managed to farm what 12-13 minute Battle Fury on top of power treads.
Yeah, his recovery has been spectacular.
Shopify Rebellion, they got one more fight in them, playing against Mega Creeps.
But there's the duel.
I know there's no way on this. Already procced it. He's bye.
Does have flyback, comes back in. Schofield, Scotty slow, dead, and Stinger. Same story for him. 2 heroes gone on Beastcoast side, dead for, what, 90 and 50 seconds respectively. This is Shopify, 5 alive, able to get out on the map. Maybe they'll get another pick here as Parker wants to play aggressively to Saberlight. And there's Monkey King inside the Wukong's man seems untouchable, especially with Dark Margot and Sacred backing him up. But
Grab ally.
Ally is there from Fly, buys a little bit of time. Saberlight's still about to die. They've got the catch on him, kills off the Doom, gone for 100, and so is Arteezy. Shopify not much left in the tank now as Beastcoast cleaning up.
And
there's the GG.
They know this game is over. Playing against Mega Creeps, their heroes don't deal well with Megas, so they're gonna call it Beastcoast. Pulling a banger of a game in this second one. Just constant domination. After the laning stage didn't went too well, you know, there were a couple of kills here and there, but this Roshan attempt, both teams heavily investing, and Dark, like, you gotta choose who you're gonna do. So if you do Monkey King, if he gets the Wukongs off, there was like one big fight from Shopify where they managed to, you know, make a comeback potentially, looked really good, killed 3 or 4 Beast Coast members, and then if Wukongs is down, statues as well, it's an insane amount of damage. Nobody wants to fight inside. Some nice plays as well from Grab Ally, but yeah, this Ember Spirit first phase has been punished for a good reason. I don't think you can get away with it as much. This time Beast Coast picking up Timbersaw, which is a nice matchup for him, and looking at the scoreboard in the end, yeah, Dark Mago completely popped off.
Oh yeah, he sure did. I mean, Parker there is 4, 5, and 23. 23 assists on this Monkey King. He was involved in like every fight outside of that laning stage. Got his Battle Fury up and looked super hot, but I think you hit the nail on the head there. First phase Ember Spirit. Okay, it's Abed. Okay, it's Ember. Solid hero. But when you're throwing it out, you know, throwing it to the wolves basically in that first phase of the draft, it can be a little rough. Yeah, superb itemization from Parker as well. Battle Fury, Ags, Sanjin Yasha to protect against the Doom, Butterfly against the TB. Looked incredible on that Monkey King. His signature hero by far. Since he's kind of dipped into the pro scene for sure. And of course, a huge thank you to our official monitor partner, Ace of Predator, here for the Bali Major 2023 as we finish off our second series. Another 1-1 Lacoste as Beastcoast do tie things up with Shopify. Looking pretty poor in game 1, but finally back strong in game 2.
Yeah, this has always been a thing with the Beast Coast. Like, they do tend to look, you know, like a bit disoriented in game 1, and then they just show up strong in the second, sometimes third game if it's a BO3. But yeah, never underestimate this team. I know you've been casting Beast Coast for years now, and this just has been the story of the team pretty much.
It really is. Like, throughout DPC, it's like, oh, they're meant to win this series. They're up against the, you know, a lower tier team. They'll 2-0 easily. They lose game 1. Then they stomp game 2 and 3, just like bang it out, get the victory. But yeah, no game 3s here just yet in the group stage, as it's all best of 2s all the way home. Yeah, tying things up 1-1. Our third series of the day in the books as we head into the last one of day 1, which is going to be EG against Nouns. We're going to have the old NA roster org, up against the new NA upstarts, as we do have that coming up. South America against North America yet again, as we'll pop ourselves over to a break and return with our last series of the day.
Mr. Producer, is the background...
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas.
Here we are, the final series of the day. Day one of the Bali Major group stage already well underway, developing the meta right before our very eyes. And I'm joined by the wonderful Lacoste, as always, as we get ourselves into yet another South American versus North American bloodbath and battle. Shopify went 1-1 with Beastcoast. Now, Lacoste, it's time to see EG against Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, EG is like a very explosive team. This team has been doing consistently good throughout, I don't know, last 5-6 months pretty much. But yeah, we can look at the standings to see how things are going so far in this Bali Major. And the big one is, I think the biggest surprise is Azure Ray, who, like, this is the team that is just filled with superstars. You know, some of the players coming back from retirement. You know, Somnus, Chalice as well, FY, again, back in action, Lanham, and glad to see boys back on LAN, and they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty solid. Yeah, it should be an interesting ride for every team involved. You know, we've got some of these kind of newer squads coming in. And of course, Nouns, one of them, looking to get themselves into a good spot here in the Major. Of course, coming second place in the NA region, beating out TSM Dogchamp to that second spot. They went 12-3, so only dropping 3 games. You know, they're bringing in a sports psychologist. They've got all the backing and the infrastructure and the logistics and stuff around themselves. As we can take a quick peek at the EG lineup, of course, we all saw this roster swap and change up in the org not too long ago as they popped into, you know, the Lima Major, looking solid there on home turf along with Beastcoast. And these are the boys that, you know, they can get there. They can climb through the group stage, get to the playoffs, and fight up against the best of them. And you said it, explosive team. Both of the South American teams very good at team fighting, using their spells to perfection every single time. So really, it comes down to, you know, resilience and drafting, see how they can weather the storm against a team like Nouns, Lacoste, who honestly, the past couple of games, they drew against LGD, which is a stellar performance in my books, and they're playing a lot of Zoo heroes.
Yeah, it's been Moo's specialty. I think one player to point out from Nouns squad is Lelis, because Lelis, like, throughout his career, he looked really good from the Offlane, and now that he switched to position 4, he feels very comfortable. This is just like a team that has been grinding. Yamson also, like, his career is skyrocketing pretty much after joining Nouns. So overall, a really good squad. They have a bit of a different thinking when it comes down to Dota. Like in heroes that they're playing, you're gonna see some like weird stuff, some Omni Knight mid. They like the theory craft a lot. They're not playing like super meta heroes compared to some other teams.
I can pull out some kind of interesting cheesy stuff, and definitely have their own identity, which is always something that's very interesting in Dota. You know, you have the
Love
meta.
these type of the teams.
Yeah, it's not necessarily, you know, cheesy cheese. It's well-refined cheese. You know, it's been down in an Italian cave for 30 years, maturing. Because these guys have been around a while. You know, they might be showing their faces at a major for the first time in a long time. But yeah, you talk about the players they've got. They've been around a while, just now kind of showing up on the big stage.
Yeah, it's very difficult to draft against EG. Like, this team is so insanely versatile. They're 1, 2, and 3, especially like mid C-Smile. I'm just looking at the heroes that he played during Dream League. This is like 20 different. I'm not even kidding. This is like literally 20 heroes that he played. It's like anything that is like possible to play from the. How do you come into this matchup knowing that this guy can play anything?
Yeah, that's why it feels like these 2 bans from Nouns are kind of targeted at his hero pool, but also that flex, that versatility between, you know, Whisper and C-Smile. They share these heroes. The offlane Snap, the mid Bat, both can, you know, flip-flop between the 2. And EG, getting rid of the Moo Timber first off. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see them ban out, like, the Brood here. Maybe even throw in, like, you know, the Lycan, which is a Zoo hero, Beastmaster, hell. Get rid of something that Moo is incredible on.
I think you can deal with Lycan.
Turn to pick.
Timbersaw is the big one. Moo Timbersaw.
Yeah.
That has been his hero for a really long time. And now we'll open up with Pugna. Hero has been insanely strong. Just like stable position 4/5. It does have tower damage. Also provides you with extra sustain. So I want to see what kind of combo Nouns have for themselves. Usually they pair it up with Storm Spirit if it's available, and it is. So EG probably know it's coming. This has been pretty stable, I would say, this opener. Pugna Storm for a really long time, so maybe... Like, I was thinking some Silencer, it just might be like Undying Morphling. That's like the other strong opener in meta right now.
Yeah, exactly. It depends which route they want to take, right? We saw that Undying Morphling do very well in the hands of Shopify earlier. But I think your point out of the Silencer there is a key one. Something that Panda loves to play, and of course gives you that kind of umbrella of safety. You've got the global against the Storm and Pugna. Make sure that none of that nonsense happens for a few seconds. Give a bit of breathing room to the Morphling in these fights. Otherwise, you know, we could still be looking at these like Scarith Mage. Whatever, it's the Undying. Why even bother thinking about other alternatives? Grab ally.
It's just a powerful ability. Like we've seen in the previous game. Undying, played by Fly, investing into it like 16 minutes into the game, immediately was saving some goals. Something that doesn't happen, but it's such a strong ability. Break some of these combos. I also want to see if Nouns gonna just like pick Storm.
Nouns
like,
turn to ban.
Anti-mage.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Alrighty. I mean, this also opens up the Storm pick for them if EG doesn't ban it, because Anti-Mage has been picked by them. So, looking at some of the heroes from the offlane that do threaten kill on A, I think Nouns should ban Puck, but I'm seeing Legion Commander. I was about to mention it, Legion, Slardar. These heroes who have no mana and still pressure Anti-Mage in the lane
geniuses
are really, really good. Axe is also the one, like anything that can just like not allow Anti-Mage to farm. There's also another route you can take. I know Quest loves to do it. They're also at the Major, not sure if they picked it, but I've seen them playing it during the Riyadh Masters qualifiers.
10 seconds
mana
remaining.
Region. Viper, just like
he
doesn't care about Pugna, doesn't care about Anti-Mage, and then you can pair him up with some like low cooldown stunner and play from there. Just put some pressure on him.
Yeah, play out lane, get up in his face. So I was looking at this, thinking, you know, Anti-Mage, potentially off-lane hero. We've seen him kind of shifted there if the matchups work out. And I was looking at Nouns Anti-Mage picks. This Nouns squad, they've not picked Anti-Mage really.
Nouns
2022, Costa Bile was on the roster last time they picked AM. They're quite an interesting one to come out so early on. Yeah,
Using the opportunity, I think AM gets banned, so now EG, they don't need to care about carry-to-carry matchups anymore. Even though this AM could be played from the offlane, like playing into Morph, I don't think that's the thing. Mostly has been used as a counter to Medusa from the offlane. Just follow wherever she goes, threaten the kill on her, and have something throughout the whole game. EG banning out another Diffusal Blade carrier. Any like Diffusal Blade from mid lane, like there aren't many, but Pango is the one that sticks out the most. Synergizes nicely with AM. It's like Morphling doesn't get the Blade Dota if he has no mana.
Is this third ban going to be Slardar? Like Legion, Axe, two offlaners that deal with AM nicely. Slardar would be the third in my head.
Could be Slardar, could be like, because I mean Visper, he plays also anything, so it can be something like Enigma also. So you don't care too much about AM. Pair him up with another strong position 4. I think they have a lot of options available, and there's that Enigma ban. Just to like take any kind of farm from Anti-Mage early on feels really nice. I don't know, you play Skyrat Mage, Enigma, Anti-Mage, he gets like 1 out of 4 CS maybe, sometimes 0. So
and then takes
really
300 damage for it.
yeah. It's like 1 CS for 500 damage. Good trade though.
5 seconds remaining.
So I guess another way of like dealing with AM that we've seen EG do is that kind of Spirit Breaker combo, like pre-casting charge on him, getting people on top of him, and they've enjoyed these Darkseer Spirit Breaker combos as well. But I don't know, playing Darkseer into AM feels pretty rough, so might not go down that road. I think Spirit Breaker is still on the table.
Breaker. Yeah, for sure. Just find Pugna, have a low cooldown stun, because right now they don't have any. For mid lane, for C-Smile, there's like a bunch of heroes that he plays.
5 seconds remaining.
As we said, play anything. So probably get that position 4 right now, and then save, see what you're going to be playing against. I'm down for some Puck from the mid lane, especially if Nouns don't pick up any like real lockdown.
Yeah, could be a good option.
10 seconds remaining.
We've seen Rubik do really well in the laning stage in the past
5
6 years
remaining.
or so. Really good hero overall. In terms of Spells being stolen right now. Anti-Mage Blink can try to set things up. Pugna Blast, Nether Ward. Life Drain is also fine. Replenish some of the HP mana on your Morphling.
Nouns, turn to pick.
What's this Pugna going to be draining into? And right now, nothing really stands out too well.
You were talking about Zoo. Visage is that type of the hero. I mean, Spirit Breaker's still available. This has been Tundra's strat at the start of the DPC. Something that they pioneered. Visage plus Spirit Breaker works out amazingly.
5 seconds
The other one that I'm looking for Lilith is something like either Bounty or maybe Earth Spirit. I think these two heroes provide them with extra, just like some body in front of Visage that can soak up the damage, set things up onto Morphling. You don't want to pick anything long cooldown, I would say. You just want to be running at people for Protect 1. Anti-Mage, you know that he's the real carry of this game so far.
Yeah. I have some kind of fight extender that can drag things out, get more and more damage from soul assumptions. I kind of like Earth Spirit. He's a hero that I've not seen too much of recently. He's gone back into that little pocket of hero specialists only.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Gonna be Disruptor. Okay. Does give them repositioning tool here to kind of drag Morphling around. I'm not sure how these lanes are going to go, though. Having Visage Disruptor or Visage Pugna seems a little squishy for me.
That's why I wanted to see something
10 seconds
body.
Yeah, so just like someone that soaks up the damage, goes in. Now you have like 3 heroes that want to keep the distance. Even though they picked up Disruptor, I'm still down for some Sea Smile Puck. I think it's a playable matchup.
Is there a chance this could be a Gunner mid Visage? Is the flex there? I'll have a look.
Let me just take a look real quick. Gunner, I mean, there was a couple of Visage games when the patch dropped. I know him being Universal Hero, you build into Road of Atos, all these cheap items. You can get
10 seconds
like Solar Crest afterwards, buy drums, upgrade it. Bongo drums, or you go into Aghanim Scepter. Really depends on the game.
Evil geniuses turn
I gotta
to
say, I kind of like what the Nouns drafted themselves. Maybe wanted the Disruptor to be something else. And Nouns banning out Shadowfiend. So they think Primal Beast is gonna be played from the offlane. Primal Beast Rubik. With the Uproar, like you're gonna lose a lot of mana early on. Not sure like how Primal Beast deals with it. Expected maybe something different as well from the offlane to put more pressure on AM.
It may be more of a case that Rubik Primal Beast can like demolish a Pugna Disruptor, whichever support is there. They get on top of him, and then AM's kind of left alone. We'll see how that plays out, though.
Primal Beast into Disruptor, so I could see Nouns now laning Disruptor, because we were wondering where the hero is going to go, who's going to be playing 5. So I feel like Disruptor might be the one. Just laning against Primal Beast. He goes in, tries to use Onslaught Trample, gets sent back, no real
Evil
damage.
geniuses turn to
there's that puck ban you were looking for. So I did look back. Gunner has played 3 Visage games in official games back in 2018 and 2021, and he lost all 3. So I'm going to say no Visage for Gunner. He's probably not too comfortable or happy on that hero.
I didn't win official game in 5 years. It's time to bang it out.
Yeah, bang out the mid Visage. Well, one more ban. Let's see what they target for Gunner's mid lane. As EG, they've got things all lined up to last pick that Sea Smile hero or Whisper hero. Because again, this could be a mid Primal Beast.
Could be. I've seen decent amount of Primal Beast from the mid lane in high level pubs. It's also a hero that Sea Smile did play. What a shocker.
He's played everything. Everything under the sun. Well, out goes the Queen of Paint. And it's got to be Nouns to act first, though. EG with the final pick. Nouns with the penultimate one. What would we like to see here for Gunner? So many mid-heroes banned out.
So they need, I would say, some cheap lockdown from the mid lane. I mean, I'm down for Wind Ranger. I'm not even kidding. It could be
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Could work out. Because there's not much control. It's also a hero that can easily lock onto Morphling and just kill it with Focus Fire.
All right, yeah, like a diffuser blade build. Get on top of Morphling.
You can go for diffusal. I don't think you should be going for it. Like, you can build Road of Eta, see how it's gonna go. Maelstrom just gives you more damage against Morphling. Mana burn is nice, but you already have anti-mage. I don't think you need to double down on it.
Need more mana burn. Yeah, I guess the diffuser blade more against that Medusa when we see the Wind Ranger matchup come into play. Right, EG, time to show your hand. Where is the Primal Beast going? We've got ourselves a Pakaz Morphling. Undying for Panda.
Wherever Primal Beast goes, I don't think he's gonna have that good of a time playing into either Anti-Mage or Wind Ranger. Mana gone, playing into Wind Run. You're not gonna get the damage done. So, I mean, you can farm in this matchup if you want to play Primal Beast from the mid lane.
Definitely could be a bit challenging in that off lane. Are there any hero matchups mid against Wind Ranger where you can win the lane?
Viper. I think Lina does okay. Like new spellcasting Lina. It's fine.
You may now select your hero.
Oh, is it the Whisper Mars?
It is Whisper Mars. I think just Primal Beast from the mid lane. I think what they were looking for is to farm on Primal Beast, and then he can rotate. Like, he doesn't necessarily need to kill Wind Ranger, but he can make rotation to the side lanes. I don't know. I kind of like what Nouns drafted for themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty good if they can get the tempo going. One worry, I always have like Visage Venomancer, these V heroes that are very slow. And if they die a couple of times in lane, their game can feel a little rough. You need to be in that full comeback mode. So if, EG can, like, try lane the Visage, get a couple of kills, something like that, maybe just first blood him, get yourself in a good spot, then things can maybe tumble out of control. Nouns have a couple of squishy supports, but yeah, I think you're right. They've got a lot of good catch, a lot of good team fight, great ways to get the AM off the ground, get him soaring into the sky with net worth, while EG are very focused on laning stage, Undying, lane dominator, get Morphling good farm, get some quick level 6s on the Primal Beast and the Mars to get these ultis going. I guess that's what they rely on, is using this pulverize in this arena to catch people and kill them.
It's a lot of team fight from EG. Rubik, if he steals like anything from Disruptor, some Shackle, you have Tombstone, Primal Beast going in, some beefy boys in the front with Mars. I just want to see how the top lane's gonna go, like how much Whisper is gonna be able to get from this lane. Is Rubik Mars, this lane has been seen multiple times in the last, I don't know, year or so. Wasn't as popular nowadays, but we do see Mars more often. I feel like people figured out what the weaknesses are. You don't necessarily need to be just like joining immediately. He's really good at farming as well. You get like Soul Ring, Bracer, or a double Bracer, whatever you want to. Because I've seen a lot of ATF recently, and he's been playing Mars, of course. And the hero, like, I wasn't a big fan of the hero, but now I'm like, okay, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, let's get ourselves into game one of this best of two and find out how it all pans out. I think you're right, yeah, this Mars hero, very good in certain hands, and I would definitely put Whisper up there with Amar. It's honestly felt like Whisper was the South American Amar before Amar even came into the scene. He was playing carry from the off lane. He was the one really making sure that his laning stage went well, getting a lot of net worth from the off lane.
He was that South American who played
30 seconds.
Played Mars before it was cool.
Yeah, he's buying Meteor Hammer on Mars a long time. He's already got his bracer and his phase boots queued up.
Yeah, I remember, when he misses the spear, I call him Whiff Spear. Good old days. Whisper has been stable. During Bali Major, he was, I would say, my MVP of the tournament, even though they didn't win it. He just dominated some of the matches that he shouldn't, going for solo kills. Pakaz.
Oh, in trouble. Onslaught from C-Small connects onto 3 of them. Pakaz still dead. The long-range nukes. Power shot, soul assumption, and now Panda's put himself in the firing line. Does get away from danger, but losing him Morphling early on. A lot of HP lost by the Undying. Great start for Nouns early days.
Mo used 2 soul assumptions, so that's a lot of mana. We'll buy into Ring of Bassi immediately after picking up that first blood. And C-Small, he ran through all of them, managed to pick up Bounty, so Not too bad, but losing Morphling. Let's see how it's going to affect the lane. It's going to be a lot of harassment. Lane setup as we expected. You have Disruptor being played as position 5, starting with Glimpse, Yamsun. It's going to be a lot of harassment on him early on. They're going to use God's Rebuke, Fade Bolt every single time. It is available pretty much. He gets close, gets spawned, couple of right clicks. Ooh, that's a good Glimpse underneath the tower, but not in tower range.
Close to Yamsun. Doesn't get any hits in though, unfortunately. And just this spam of mid power shots galore from Gunnar, securing a lot of early CS. 8 and 1 against the Primal Beast 3 and 0.
EG had to choose like how they're gonna set up the lanes, because like we discussed it during the draft, it wouldn't be easy Primal Beast game from the off lane, nor it's gonna be from the mid lane. Going into bottle, see Smile very close to it. I also want to see what the build's gonna be from mid Primal Beast. I've seen decent amount of it, and I feel there's a way to go for Blade Mail against Windranger, against like Static Storm, Pugna, some of this uncontrollable damage.
Yeah, because we've seen some shifts where it used to be like Phase Boots BKB, and then, you know, Blink or Kaya Sanj. Offlane Primal Beast, you know, we saw that kind of collapse build with the Phase Boots Boots of Bearing, double boots build, which looks pretty nifty, honestly. But yeah, I'm on the same page as you. Curious to see if C-Smile shift things up. Blade Mail will be pretty damn cool here. So far, taking the brunt of harassment from Gunnar. Windranger doubling up on the last hits. And down at bottom lane, we see that poking and prodding from Matthew and Whisper. A lot of harassment onto the AM and Disruptor, getting some good free farm for the Mars. While AM is gathering last hits up under his tower. And looking just at the CS board, not really peeked into the top lane too much, been kind of quiet up there, I think. Morphling not doing too badly even after that first blood death.
Didn't manage to outblock the big camp top. So it needs to bring another sentry. Is it coming on the courier? I believe it is. It's very important. What you want to do is push out the wave, pull it back. You don't care about their pull at all. You can easily blast it with Pugna, get some CS. So top lane, like Visage is not the strongest laner. After changes to Universal Hero, I think he's slightly better. He needs that strong position 4 who can set things up for him. We'll pick up Lotus, so very nice item on Visage. This is a hero that consumes a lot of mana early on.
Yeah, it sure does. Already with a magic wand. Good double decay there though from Panda, as I hear the continual trampling and roaring of the Primal Beast in the mid lane. He has managed to recover quite nicely there, so you smile. And Dire last hit starting to pick up now as we see Visage and AM. AM in particular struggling. The last minute and a half he's been stuck on 9 CS. Whisper with spam denies.
Not for thee.
5 of them up already. And every time Yamsun shows on the creep wave, Matthew just clicking him.
That's how you should play this lane. Put pressure on Anti-Mage. He has to be like, him and Shadow Fiend has to be two heroes that I like to kill the most and harass in the game. It's just like they can't really do much. You get close, like 5-6 right clicks.
Bounty.
The satisfaction.
Low in HP region. They're bringing in Healing Salve on Yamsun. That's about it. Blood Grenade available. Whisper. You can also throw Healing Lotus on top of Whisper. Giving enough mana to use the spear. Tombstone committed top, but they don't get anything out of it.
It's a long road to that cornucopia for Yamsun. I do go in on bottom. Disruptor, blood grenaded, fade bolted, and killed. Matthew, you're going to secure himself a solo kill.
Nice play.
Bottom lane.
Matthew, like in the long term, I don't know if that's actually works, because you have Disruptor come back to lane, full mana, will bring extra regen for Anti-Mage, who does have that one healing salve that we mentioned. Also, this is not the creep wave you want to be pulling. It's just like buy a little bit of time. These creeps don't do anything.
They are so
super useless.
So useless.
They can't deny a single creep.
The kobolds just die into the meat grinder. Some kobold curry being made by the waves. This is the situation you mentioned, though, right? You know, Matthew, he does get that kill on Disrupt. Oh, he survives? Is that a Lotus and a Fairy Fire? Buys himself enough time. Whisper going to keep on clicking as Mood drops very low in the top lane to Pakar's Morphling. Looks like Pugna was chasing back the Undying at the same time. Blood being spilled in both of these side lanes very heavily.
Under attack.
Looked like there with Husky coming back in with full HP, full mana, would have been able to get a kill, but Matthew, good escape.
Whisper does have 2 mangoes to work with. What is he bringing on the courier? Just casual chainmail for now, going into safe boots. So that's gonna be some extra right-click damage. It's like Anti-Mage as a hero. Sometimes if the lane's not going too well, you gotta decide, can I actually buy Cornucopia? Do I need to buy Power Treads? Am I going for casual myself?
Straight on top of onto Lelis. Easy as you like. And now Moo's going to get zoned out of lane by the Undying. So that'll give some good space to Morphling. It's been a long time since I've seen a last hit value like this. 19 and 14 for Pakaz. Not doing exceptionally well on the last hitting because he is under pressure, but getting a lot of denies there against the Visage going to be handy as they play bottom aggressively, but a glimpse and a run back. Yamsun's under tower, Husky protects him. EG really trying to stamp down and assert their dominance in this laning stage.
Yamsun is gonna go for enemy secret shop, buy that Cornucopia, 5 HP region, and going for enemy XP rune. I've seen carries do go for this play. Does he have point and counter spell? He does. So Matthew might not be able to get it.
He's dragged the ancients though, and lifts him back into it. Yamsun blinks forward and takes the wisdom rune. Double wisdoms there for Nouns, and Yamsun trying to fight back, battling into Matthew, but the rotation from Sea Smile is here. Trample down on the AM, get the takedown.
Like the one play you can do with Rubik when you go there and battle out for these XP runes,
Radiant's
you
bottom
can
tower
lift
is under attack.
the creep and then throw it on
Dire's
top of the
middle
rune.
tower is
You
under
can't
attack.
like use it on Anti-Mage because there's a counter spell if you're playing against Indonesia or something. Gunner, he's like, I can't kill Primal Beast, but I can kill the tower, so using Focus Fire on the tower instead.
Yeah, very well done. Takes it very low. And the fight brewing down bottom as Sea Smile does get chipped at in the mid lane, but Panda and Husky trading lives. Yamsun and Whisper getting into the thick of things. Mars taking the brunt of damage there, but they've got a catapult wave on this tower. Yamsun going to go for the deny.
Oh god,
Radiant's
8 minutes. I mean,
tower has been denied.
they deny it, but it
Dire's
still
middle
opens
tower
up the
is
map.
under attack.
How do
Dire's
you
middle
help
tower
anyone
has
who's in the
fallen.
bottom lane and also top? Mid tower falls. Smile. Picks up the haste rune. He's out.
Clear out little stack. Oh, he dies
Oh
to
my
neutrals. Oh, Sea Smile. That's not how it's meant to go.
First your carry dies, picking up Wisdom Rune, then you lose a tower, you use the haste rune, you don't bottle it, and you die to creeps. Lelis wants to check what's actually happening in this creep camp. What did he die to?
What was over here? Oh, Gunner's going to go for the solo kill on Panda. Focus Fire out. And the Undying. He's trying to walk slowly back to his own death. Hey, even with that tier 1 bottom falling, a deny for AM. Still going decently for Nouns. 1k ahead. Morphling looking a little worse for wear coming out of the laning stage. Bottom of the net worth of the cores, even behind the AM, who has had a torrid laning stage.
That should help.
Nouns looking in a pretty good position here to pick up that momentum and play around the Wind Ranger in these next couple of minutes.
Play around Wind Ranger, play around the Visage. Moo just hit level 6. A bit of a different item build than what we usually see on Visage. It is Phylactery most of the time. Synergizes nicely with your ability, Soul Assumption, Grave Chill. Gives you tankiness early on. But now going for a Helm of the Dominator.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Extra
Dire's
units.
structures are
Because they
fortified.
don't deal well with those units. So I don't mind it too much. Moo has always had like his own ideas about the game, and I do respect that.
It's going to bring so much pressure to the table. Even without it, they kill top tier 1. Map starts to get a little closed in here for EG. Lelis and Gunner aiming towards mid. Going to be guarding up that shield rune for Gunner to bottle. See, Small not going to find anything down in that bottom rune spot. And while they're making all this noise and action in the mid to top lane area, AM gets his farm on. The faster he can get to Battle Fury, the better. And being given some free waves under tier 2. Like we were saying in the draft, it feels very important for EG to get these ultis online, play aggressively with your Arena and Pulverize, so far not really able to find targets to latch onto. Might need a couple of smokes, and that's what Seasmile and Matthew are going to do. Pivot out of that mid lane, play up to top. But some good positioning here from the Pugna and Windranger, actually tracking back to defend the Visage. Mars is wrapping in from behind. Moo comes in. Panda, Seasmile, they're here with a Pulverize. Shackle's shot going to cancel it out. They've got the Arena Spear to clear through Moo. A lift back on Gunner as a tanky Windranger. Don't think you're going to be bringing her down anytime soon.
Seasmile saw this big camp being stacked, and he was like, guys, I can't. Just having problems. Last time I was close to that camp, I died, so don't want to do it now. So he uses Onslaught, goes to a different direction. Heavily involvement, just to get that one kill in Visage, but I don't think EG cares too much. Morphling is... Ooh, he almost snipes him. There's this deep observer board. This is level 4 power shot. He might go again and try to get the kill on Panda.
Yeah, I've seen Panda. Oh, both of them miss. Blast and power shot just off the mark. Good attempt from Nouns, though. And they do bring Moo back up here after that death. The Familiar's still going. Pakaz needs so much room. 4,000 net worth on him. It's not atrocious. He will be able to pick things back up quickly. They're given quite a bit of time here for Nouns. Get level 6 on Husky from the mid lane. Static Storm is ready. And all these counteractive plays that they can actually make work with glimpses, static storms, decrypt saves. Lots of tools at their disposal to kind of drag out these fights, make them last longer for the Visage and Windranger to get their damage out. And of course, more importantly, keep the AM in farming shape.
AM is recovering. Like in the middle of the pack right now, going for that battle free. It's going to be
under attack.
14 and a half, 15-minute battle free. Glimpse. On to Seasmile. We'll use Onslaught, get out of the trouble.
Off he pops. Now, Whisper was nearby with an arena. It could have turned into an all-out brawl if Nouns kept going forward, and in fact, Husky might just have overstepped his bounds here. Arena and Pulverize for the Disruptor kill. Quite an expenditure there. This Pulverize not a super long cooldown, but that's going to be, 90 seconds with no arena for Whisper. They stacked up that large camp again. Seasmile's like, no.
Running away. It's like, I'm done.
Middle tower
Somebody else clear it.
Smoke me out of here.
Oof, it's a lot of damage. Level 4 power shot, level 4 fade bolt. Does have decent amount of mana. Mana boots, void stone, extra coming out from Timbersaw. If they can take a fight right now, and he gets multiple spells in the fight, power shot.
Yeah, man, look at Moo. Oh, healed up though. Lelis keeps the Visage alive. Husky going to be the target of choice instead of Seasmile and Whisper. Get in and pummel Disruptor. Take him down as Moo will fall there. Pakaz joining the fight, and another great spear as Whisper connects on the Pugna. But now we've got the entry of Gunner with a focus fire on Seasmile, trying to look for the Primal Beast.
Stolen.
Oh, it's beautifully done. Keeping the Primal Beast alive to trample down the Windranger. They've all died. Gunner and Lelis fall in the end. A 4-0 trade out. EG, it's not even a trade. They just slam down onto Nouns.
They're going on Yamson now. Kaz turning into AM. Well, your blink matches his blink. Matthew was there maybe to upset it with telekinesis. And now double blink. They're going to be running at you. You have a spell? Well, we have 2 of those spells if it's not
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Matthew. There we go. Blink away. Smokes himself as well. Yamsun aggressively jumps forward with the Mana Void. Kill him off.
Dearly.
Rubik pays for his insolence.
Gold.
Yeah, not too bad.
In the end, 14.5-minute battle fury after picking up that kill. So not too shabby for Yamson. But that was a nice play. I was wondering like why he stole the Cripify, because level 4 power shot just seems like a much better version. He prepped for it. Windranger was not even there. He knew exactly what's coming.
Yeah, great heads up stuff.
I'll take that.
Yamson, he's got his Battle Fury now. It's AM time, 3rd in net worth, and he's looking to skyrocket. There's still a Wisdom Rune on the right-hand side of the map. It looks like Morphling could go and grab that, but currently clearing Ancients.
Maybe his name is not Yamson. Maybe it's YAMson.
YAM? He's just good on it, isn't he?
Yeah, why? Why?
Don't need any other reason.
AM, son.
Oh, you're skilled, that's why. I'll see what he can do. I'll do a bit of quiet time for Mr. YAM, son. And just farm some jungle while the rest of his team gathers up in the mid. Moo with his Hellbear. Lelis drops the Nether Ward down. See Smile wanting to onslaught in. They've killed off the Rubik immediately though. Just burst down Matthew. Tombstone decently placed, but the fight not continuing. I mean, it's going to be a little of a waste as Whisper jumps in with a 3-man arena, spears up onto the Pugna, and Seasmile's there. Magic debuff immunity, pulverizing down. Lelis gone, Moo about to be clapped into the ground, but Yamson has joined. They've killed Whisper and they've glimpsed Seasmile into the static storm. Nouns, they strike back. Beautiful defense of the mid-tier 1, getting AM involved and some hefty kills. Mars, Primal Beast, and now the Undying are going to join the ranks of the dead squad. EG, they get slapped.
Yeah, they're diving way too deep. I mean, this BKB usage was with Arcane Rune, so he's going to have it again in 25 seconds so they can keep fighting. But AM is not dying. Yamson died once in the laning stage and now starting to work on some ancient creeps in the triangle, while Pakaz is just farming normal creeps right now, going into Butterfly immediately. That's a bit of a different item build, just like against Wind Ranger, against Visage and Anti-Mage. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. It does mean no BKB, no Manta, no real defensive item to speak of. Just going to be standing his ground and fighting with the stats he's got. And turn into that Wind Ranger as well. Get the Wind Run. And gathering up their forces top here, EG. Starting to play around Pakaz now. He's got a couple of items to his name. This is where Nouns, it feels like they can play any style. They can play grouped up and team fight along with the rest of them. They can also split the map and play wide. Yeah, I get a glimpse. See Small forced to BKB. Matthew gets a steal on the life drain. It's like you look at the map and you think, okay, C-Small had to BKB mid. What does EG get? They get nothing. AM's farming bot, shoving out wave. Visage farming top. The entire map. Very, very widespread here for Nouns, controlling all of it.
Matthew was thinking about using life drain. Oh, Road Vatos, Gunner. That's that shackle.
Life drain, Matthew keeping Panda alive. Static Storm dropped on them as Gunner inside this arena, a little trap. Claustrophobic inside the Colosseum as he's lifted, dragged, speared, maneuvered around, and Panda gonna get life drain glimpsed. Down he goes. Well, this claims his life. In comes Whisper again. Misses the spear, doesn't connect on Moo properly. Matthew needs to life drain him back. C-Smile, even without BKB. Onslaught charging in. A little deep for his liking as Yamson. Yeah, another entry to the fight. An appearance from the Anti-Mage. Who would have thought it? Pulverized down. C-Smile with Whisper doing a lot of magic damage, but they can't burst anyone down. C-Smile in trouble. Mana Void into the ground. Lelis picking up a double kill with his Pugna. Now with the pig pole out, Whisper trying to get to safety, but he can't find any respite. And, Pakaz. There we go. Kills off the Pugna. I thought Whisper might have dropped there, but the firepower was a little lackey from Nouns. Couldn't continue going deeper.
Oof. Indeed, like everybody getting involved. Like 18 minutes into the game, you have Anti-Mage, you have Morphling joining. Pakaz was waiting for the perfect opportunity to get in, shifts everything in Agi, gets that kill on Pugna. Some of these fights have been pretty chaotic, especially for Primal Beast. He runs in and then gets glimpsed back, so needs to pop a BKB if he wants to get another round of spells. Disruptor needs to die. And also Life Drain on the Life Drain action. Gunner, he's not as tanky. Gets go outside inside the arena and feels like he's gonna die. Whisper also upgraded his spear. Picked up that earlier shard, which is something that we do see from Mars. Just like that extra damage and also potentially landing it onto two people during the arena or outside of the arena feels like a really nice upgrade.
Yeah, it sure does. When you're gathering people up, it gives a bit more efficiency to the Primal Beast as well, if you can get on top of them with a trample. We do now have that Maelstrom on the Wind Ranger, though. Getting very close to the Gleipnir, so amping up her damage output, solo kill potential through the roof. Doesn't get the stack on the Ancients, though. It is sentry warded up by the Dire side. Things slow down a little bit here. I wanted to drag this game out. Both teams feeling pretty comfortable. You know, Morphling and Anti-Mage going a little later into this match. Both up at the top of the net worth. But in that carry-to-carry matchup, is it AM that always comes out on top?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's just Anti-Mage that causes way too many problems. For Morphling, you get the top of him, he like wave forms in, and then gets mana burn. Let's see who's gonna pick it up. Matthew. I mean, both supports are really good at using the shard. Both are very defensive. You can lift. It's only level 1 left for now. Grab ally. Well, like, we see it more often now that Undying is the first pick material again. You'll see teams just going for that 20-minute Tormentor.
Yeah, get that shot as quickly as possible. And we'll see if that telekinesis lift can get people out of static storms and shackle shots. As Nouns, they went for a smoke here, expecting a Roche play. EG, all 5 smoke themselves now. Not going for the Wisdom Runes. I'm going to be showing on the Lotus pools. You can see that in fog, so Nouns going to know that there are heroes nearby. Another smoke bought by them. Rallying around the Roche pit. This is where things get...
The one you just mentioned about Lotuses. Some things can be seen in fog. I mean, all things can be seen in fog if you download the right program. Just kidding. And
cancel.
Yeah, Lotuses are like. There's always gonna be some tricks in Dota to see like what's going on, like how to utilize vision. There was like the play where you drag it with planting down a center, attacking it. You're buying a little bit more time. You don't have to block it. Stuff like this. Always going to be effective.
Oh, Moo's going to scout into the pit. Roshan at half HP and Whisperer's in. Arena Spear that caught the Wind Ranger. Primal Beast with Onslaught Pulverize. They're on top of Gunnar, but in comes Yamsun. Kills off Matthew. 1 for 1 so far.
Keeping him alive for now.
Invis hiding. Life Drain there as he turns and fires. Shackle Shot and the Focus Fire straight on the Primal Beast, and they've killed off C Smile. Gunnar kept alive, allowed to output damage, and EG now in trouble. Pakaz, he's here with this Wind Ranger form, now skirting out the edges, but the shackle shot's there. Morphling's in with the help of the spear. Whisper connecting beautifully, and Pakaz, he can start opening up on his Wind Ranger, but Gunnar's got different ideas, and Yamsun's helping him. Oh, Lelis with a life drain gets the kill again, and EG falling apart.
That was such a clutch play there from Lelis. Life Drain, Glimmer Cape keeps Wind Ranger alive long enough so that she can kill off. This is pretty much a solo kill on the Primal Beast. How much damage was that? Yeah, 4,000 damage. Rubik immediately exploded. He didn't do anything in that previous fight, and now Roshan belongs. I think you give it to Gunnar because he's the one who's being focused down. See? Never mind, just kidding. Thought they're gonna give it to him.
The true carry.
He is, but he's also getting involved, so I can understand like why Yamsun picked it up.
Absolutely. Wait, what are you... Oh,
I'm waiting.
Hello,
hey.
Hello, Lacoste. How you doing?
I'm doing
C
good.
Smile.
What about you?
C Smile's getting jumped on in the meantime. He does keep himself safe as Yamsun plays very aggressively. And now he's playing forward with the glimpse in the stack storm. The caught Picard, the Glutton is there, rooting him up. Shackle Shot as well, the damage. Not quite enough to finish him off though. He's tanky and withstands the onslaught as C Small runs it back. Yamsun blinks forward aggressively. Picard into anti-mage form. Manta Star's there to dodge out any further damage. A stolen Shackle Shot from Rubik, but that's where the fight closes out.
Am's out of mana, so he needs to fall back. You do have Pugna. He can easily restore HP, mana. Doesn't matter. He's there. Lelis is super farmed on Pugna. He's almost as farmed as Mars.
We have an incredible game. I mean, Lelis has been stellar in this match. I had a few worries about this Disruptor Pugna duo support, 2 squishy ranged heroes. But Lelis with his Glimmer Cape life drain has just been just a wonder. Beautiful to behold. And now they're on top of Whisper. They're not going to be able to kill him off, but very irritating.
Matthew, like, I was thinking about this play because he stole life drain a couple of times in the previous fight, but did not want to use it later. Had brown boots. Usually you don't upgrade to strangled, but like, I'll steal life drain and have some extra regen coming from the
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's really nice play. Just that you have sustain on your own. Problem is, you're playing into Aegis, 3 minutes, anti-mage, already a 6k gold lead for now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm just building and building. EG getting hammed into a corner. Again, yeah, this Morphling is farming, but it still feels like his matchup isn't going to pay off against this AM and Wind Ranger. They're getting to a point where EG have a single core. And Primal Beast and Mars very good at team fighting, tanky bodies in the fight. But in terms of damage output and stayability, it's all about Pakaz. I see Smile might be in trouble mid again. Might have to use his BKB. There it is, Shiny Gold and Primal Beast. Still getting beaten down by Yamsen with the physical damage though. And when the BKB comes to an end, he's stunned up and caught out. See Smile in trouble. Static Storm dropped on the Whispers Mars. They've taken him down and Yamsen just keeps blinking aggressively.
Radiant's bottom
Doesn't want to go high ground as tier 4s alone. This is now pushing high ground.
Full mana. Yeah, they're going for the high ground. They have this big timing, Helm of the Overlord, providing them with the extra tankiness. Creeps are relatively low, but this is some good damage. Onto tier 4 is already Gunner. Another Fortifier in 20.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
tier 3 is gone. Not a chance. EG with no Mars for 10 more seconds. They're just going to have to give up this lane of barracks, it looks like. Clipping it for now. But Yamsen straight up here, focusing melee down. Ancient Granite Golem. A couple of familiars. Moo and Gunner on the sidelines, just watching the buildings fall. And a minute 20 left on Aegis means Yamsen has all the safety in the world.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That was clean. Just like clear entry to the team fight. Primal Beast not really managing to do much. He gets like Hitter Shackled. Now Anti-Mage with Asher plus Aegis. He can easily jump on top of him, dash it through the BKB. Or force a bad BKB from him with just using a glyph. So also both supports on side of Nouns are doing so much. Double Glimmer Cape.
Bounty.
Especially Lelis. He's been on point.
Yeah, really the star of this match. And his life drain all the way home. He's incredibly farmed. At this point, honestly, I'm struggling to see like what EG needs, like what sequence of events is going to give them a chance. They're just being steamrolled. Panda dead top, spent the tombstone. Yamsen basically alone getting these kills.
Still chasing Whisper.
Is under attack.
Needs the TP out. Husky was there. Moo providing vision, but went into the wrong direction. They can wait for next Roche. I don't think they need to. Like, they can float out some of these tier 2 towers. It doesn't seem like EG wants to take a fight. They need BKBs. Mars very close to one. Morphling just got his, so do 9-second BKBs. And also 6-second BKB from Primal Beast, but this tower here looks pretty dead. Aegis expiring. Abyssal Blade completed an
top
AM.
tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's systematic now. 12k lead, big items coming up for Nouns. It doesn't look like they're slowing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm not going to go straight up to high ground with that next creep wave in. They want to try and keep EG in their base. You've seen them coming out, getting into these little pockets of farm.
Dire's top tower.
It wasn't long ago where they scanned the Morphling. They nearly actually got on top of him. Husky's been very well positioned to catch these lurking farmers that EG is sending out across the map. And now just watching them draw the lines in front of EG's base, saying, this is where we build the wall. This is where we set up our trenches and make sure there's no escape from EG. This smoke honestly feels like a last-ditch effort almost.
Yeah, if you like take a fight close to your base, you're gonna lose another side. Looking at the buyback status, there's one available on Primal Beast, and both supports do have it. So maybe that's one way to come back into a fight. It's still very far away from Roshan respawning, so I don't know if you want to commit to this fight as heavily.
Vanishing winds.
There's nobody for them to jump onto. Pakaz just has to clear waves. Hope that Nouns make some kind of slip up.
Dire's top tower is under
A
attack.
dire situation from EG as their top lane is being shoved in. Yamsen without a fear in the world. Forces TP's back. Mars, Primal Beast and Morphling still out on the map near their own ancients. But a lot of observer wards are going to be scouting them out and seeing them coming. That's a pipe done on Visage now as well. Incredible tankiness for him and his team.
It's just like these items are coming out way too quickly for Nouns. Whisper looking for some kind of an opening, potentially needs to fall back. Rest of the team not there. I want to see what the next item Antimate is going to buy. It's going to be like Scotty, since you're playing it the Morphling.
Bounty.
Just feels like a nice upgrade. It gives you enough tankiness. And speaking of tankiness, he's holding the Titan Sliver. Look at his resistance, 68%, almost perfect number.
Almost nice. It's only okay.
Yeah, it's okay. There's no resistance, like 60%. C-Smile gets that shard.
Okie dokie.
Extra damage. Extra control. Nouns should not force anything. Oh god, it's gotta be like the longest spawn. Full 3 minutes on a Roche. The thing is, EG doesn't know about it. Moo's gonna leave one bird inside the Roche pit to know the exact spawn time.
But yeah, that fact that EG doesn't know what's going on, yeah, they're going to feel the need here to smoke, contest Roche, try to take that part of the map.
They're like, oh, it's a bird. Scan connected. They're going. They think they're actually doing it.
Oh no. Gleipnir there onto Whisper. Stones being thrown by C-Smile. Chucks the boulders at them. No connections though. And still 2 minutes, 10 seconds for Roche to spawn. Yeah, lines are being drawn saying, hey, we can get into their base, get another line of barracks here if we want to. Do we need Aegis? Is this something we require to win the game? Questions being asked by Nouns. As the Radiant now, it's their turn to scan.
The TP2, another smoke. Let's go. You know exactly where they are. Like, we've seen this move so many times. He's just
my god! Whisper! He's just disappearing. He does by a little bit of time, but still falls quickly. Now C-Smile into the back lines, BKB'd up and trampling, but the physical damage is coming. Yamsun and Gunnar with a glimpse back into the waiting arms of Gunnar's Wind Ranger grabs a double kill. Now he's looking just far too strong.
You're not focus fire tanky. Plus, other heroes, like there was a grab ally play. Looked good. Again, for 3 seconds, they managed to kill the Tombstone. He got out slightly earlier. And now they're going to go for that high ground. Not going to care about Roche. Not even there yet. So they have good 25, 30 seconds. Deal some damage to tier 3s as well.
Tower has fallen.
Not making any rash decisions to go back up the high ground. Looks like they're just going to back up, keep on farming, and secure that next Roshan for themselves. Look to deward the area.
Thought they might get a couple of right clicks in onto tier 3 tower, but Roshan, this second Roshan, way too important. And I don't think EG is going to be playing for second Roche. They need to get more farm, it feels like.
A lot more. I mean, Picard's got Aghanim Scepter queued up. Needs another 3 grand to actually get to that point. Level 20 Morphling, though. And the ability for EG, if they get the right connection on a team fight, find the Pugner, find Disruptor, and could open things up for themselves. It's just been so difficult. Like, Nouns doesn't have a classic frontline hero, but the Wind Ranger, Visage, and even this AM is blinking in. They've got so many items and levels that they all 3 cores act as frontline heroes for these 2 supports. Plus, you add in the fact that Husky and Lelis, their positioning has been spot on this game.
Both supports also have a Glimmer Cape to work with, so a lot of defensive tool. You need to be having dust. Every single hero except Morphling on side of EG does have dust available. They know how important it is to kill Pugna, kill Disruptor before they get anything off.
But there's that second Roche. Aegis and Cheese for your AM and Wind Ranger. All they need to do now is prune these lanes, maintain the waves, push down bottom. I wonder if they send anyone top just to clear that out, or if they. I think it's time just to go high ground. They've got a little bit of a menagerie here from Moo. His little zoo going on.
Fancy words they're using, Gary. Half French, half English. It's like Oxford level English right now.
Where's Visage? Visage has a menagerie. Mais oui, mon ami.
We called them Visage before, and then we turned them into Visage.
We Americanized it. It's like Aegis, right? It's meant to be Aegis. We pronounce it Aegis. Make things easier for everyone.
It was in the patch notes. Frog himself said how to pronounce it. No arguing about it.
Yeah, I think it's even the tooltip. If we hover over Aegis, it says AYY. Does it not say that anymore? Was it just in the patch? No,
it is. Yeah,
you alt click AYYJIS, yeah. Hello, jump to high ground. Shackle shot. Oh my god! See Smile? Where did you go? In we head, diving deep, tombstone dropping, panda gone, buybacks out from EG, but this is an absolute slaughterfest. Anti-Major to get pulverized, but he's still got Aegis up. 3 buybacks from EG as they lose their fight, lose their barracks. Static Storm down, but Picard's is BKB'd up. Cheese for Gunner. He's healed back to full. Hops the cheese and he's in fighting shape once more. Picard's waveforms up the top of Mo, gets the takedown. But Yamson and Gunner still able to stand their ground and fight. Or maybe not. Picard's looking strong. These adaptive strikes doing some serious work. Husky, Glimmer Cape, TP found out. Picard's and Sea Smile. They get the kill. Barracks do not fall. Cheese is used up, and EG, they hold on to their base.
Oof, that was a really good fight from EG. I want to see damage dealt by Morphling. 7,000 damage. Picard's really going ham. Turns into Wind Ranger, gets that Wind Run off with the BKB, and as you said, adaptive strikes, they really hurt. All Agi, managing to get the kill, managing to get the cheese off Wind Ranger first, also getting the kill. But Sea Smile, you see Smile for a second, then you don't see him. Focus Fire destroys him.
You enjoying yourself?
I'm having a bit of a fun, yeah.
Having a blast over
They got the pistol. Woo. That's a dead morph. This is massive.
That's huge. Picard just pushes that bit too far forward. Yamson's there with the Abyssal, like you said. And it did cost EG a lot in that previous fight. Triple buybacks. Mars, Primal Beast, Undying. None of them have buyback anymore. And it looks like Picard's no money for buyback himself. Dead for 70 seconds. This is a huge window.
Try to poke, see if he actually has it or not. 2 minutes left on Aegis. Wind Ranger's going to be able to connect with the rest of the team. At level 15 talent, -3 seconds on Wind Run. Could also be -2 seconds on Wind Run. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Just feels like you're in Wind Run all the time. Yansan, come in, finish off these barracks, go to the top lane. Long 50 seconds for EG.
Dire's middle tower.
A very long run, especially when there's a minute 30 left on Aegis for Yamson as well. This should be mega creeps. See if Nouns can close it out. Boulders thrown, tombstone dropped. All sorts of masonry being put on the floor here as Whisper getting stunned up there. Wanted to blink Arena, I think, but getting caught in the midst of control from Nouns. And Yamson, yeah, just focusing the buildings. Melee down. Ancient Black Dragon going to work on the ranged and mega creeps. They're ready here for Nouns.
This is big.
Themselves up.
EG, they don't have the heroes that deal well with mega creeps. Morphling, definitely not that hero. Nader is Primal Beast. Mars is okay if he has like Deso damage, but now he's going for Refresher. Very close to it. He needs to farm another 800 gold.
Radiant's top tower is
Does he have the time for it though? You're up against Megas. Nouns are still on your doorstep. Husky just needs a little pause here. Wipe the sweat off your brow. Yeah, on the brink of victory in game 1 against EG, and you're ready to get back into action. They've got a bit of high ground vision here as well on that right-hand side of the bottom lane. They can see into the Dire base. EG.
Seems like they want to go use this Aegis, maybe get some extra damage on the tier 4s. Mega creeps are approaching. This is the first wave.
I mean, EG, they've got to execute this so perfectly.
He's so close to it. Pressure needs another
the jump.
50 gold.
Got Picard's! The Morphling! He's just dead! 90 seconds without him. Is he anywhere nearby? No, he's 1,500 gold away. This is it. It's game over. Nouns take game 1 against EG. Resounding victory for the North American squad up against the South American favorites. Game 1, a hot one here.
Wow, well, I mean, Nouns, this team has been steadily improving, wanting to go to Major for a long time, and now you see them in action, and they deliver. Like, very entertaining team when it comes down to some of the picks, playing a bit of a different heroes, I would say. PSG.LGD who, EG who, they don't care who they're playing against. So far, looking really good. Like, this is also a type of a start you need to have as a Like, it's not a newer squad, but it's not, you know, a team that has been playing together for 3 years. So this type of a start on LAN is going to boost you a lot of confidence.
Oh, absolutely. They've been riding that wave of momentum all the way. Really great stuff. I wasn't super sold on their draft, honestly, but you like the look of it. I believed in you, and the way they executed, every movement was perfect. I mean, Lelis, I think, is still the shining star here with his Glimmer Cape and that life drain, just making sure that in every fight, Gunnar, Yamsun able to dish out the damage, Mu on one of these Zoo heroes. It's that relentless pressure. Every time EG were trying to make a smoke move or use Arena, get the Primal Beast into action, you've got Mu pushing top lane, carving through tier 1, tier 2, pressing into tier 3, and then Gunnar is going around with his 2 supports, killing people. It seemed like they were doing everything correctly at every given moment of the game.
Yeah, looked really good. Yamsun, like, he was struggling in the lane so much and manages to, like, that one death in the laning stage, that's all they managed to do. On to Anti-Mage, because he died only once in that game. Like, they just played as a team. They covered each other nicely. That one play when they were going for Roche, where Lelis keeps Gunnar alive long enough with Life Drain and Glimmer Cape, is what kind of set the tempo for the rest of the game.
Sure was, and of course, as we round out Game 1, a quick thank you to our official travel partner, as Airpass creates special moments. You can start traveling now with them as we round out Game 1 here at this best of 2. A quick break before that second match comes up. We'll see you then.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven oven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back to the Bali Major group stage, and here we are with Evil Geniuses taking on Nouns. SA versus NA, the battle of the best. As Game 1, Nouns looked incredibly good. New NA powerhouse, Lacoste. 2 thumbs up from this man.
We saw Shopify Rebellion, dropping a game, and the Nouns here picking it up. Torch for NA region. They managed to take game of PSG.LGD, lost 1. And now off to a good start in the series against EG. This team has been steadily improving with each game that they play. And I'm here to say that this team, they needed a little bit more time compared to others because there's like always falling short, staying in their own region, not getting too much competitive experience. But now that they have the chance, you can feel that they're a really strong team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rough thing, right? You're kind of forged in the fire of the NA region. You've got some skilled players, but I think they had an interview not too long ago where they're saying, we're scrimming against EU teams, and I think that's where you really start to build yourself, find your identity, figure out what you're doing wrong, how you can improve stuff. And now heading into a major, second place in NA DPC Tour 3, coming into the major, and just as you said, taking some games off of the big guys. LGD, now EG, as we should be able to hop into Game 2 here and see if EG have got what it takes to strike back against these young upstarts, or if Nouns are going to actually 2-0. We've got a lot of 1-1 so far in the group stage here, but that's mainly been Group A. Group B has had a fair number of 2-0s.
Yeah, Group B looks slightly different, but let's hop into the draft. It's been, again, I mean, I just looking at what they got, and it's the same heroes pretty much, and I just had to peek what's going on with some of the most contested heroes so far at the Bali Major. Ember Spirit and Techies, most contested. Pugna is up there. 50% win rate on Ember, pretty standard. Everybody is picking the hero, but you don't see the hero winning too much. A lot of the times it's like sub 50, sub 40 sometimes.
Nouns,
so, EG,
turn to
Undying,
ban.
Morphling. Nouns, it's like, yeah, well, we'll play Anti-Mage again. And banning out Elsie, same as they did in the previous one. Banning out Enigma. I want to see some more pressure early on onto AM. Put him in even more, in a less comfortable position for him.
Yeah, give me the Slardar. Show me the Slardar, please. Get some bullying going on this AM. Yeah, the same bans again: Legion, Enigma, and Axe. Just swap around the position of the Enigma Axe there.
Remaining.
No big differences in the bans so far. So EG got rid of Timber, Techies, Storm, Pango, Brood in Game 1 through first and second phase. They've added that Pugna in and the Disruptor. Respect bans against the two Nouns supports. Of course, we've already got our Techies, and there we go, the Spirit Breaker that I was asking for in Game 1.
We wanted to see it. It's happening now in the second game. I wanted to say Broodmother before Spirit Breaker pick. Now I'm not gonna say it, even though I did say it.
10 seconds remaining.
If that makes sense. Because it's a bit of a difficult matchup.
Remaining.
Yeah. I think Broodmother from the offlane works out nicely. Just not against Spirit Breaker. So now they know that, again, they're going to be playing against same lane. No Visage this time. Looking at Moose heroes. What he likes to play. There is... what can pressure...
Yeah.
Morphling.
Because it really is usually those zoo heroes like Lycan, Beastmaster. I guess you're paired with a Techie, so you've got quite a bit of magic damage burst.
Nouns.
Maybe Beastmaster wouldn't be so bad. And for now, keeping options open. I guess they got the double pick, just Rubik into something. It's kind of tough.
Yeah, well, you want to go with your offlaner, most likely here. Because you know already what you're playing into.
10 seconds remaining.
Scrolling through Boost
Evil
heroes.
Geniuses, turn to pick. Broodmother.
It's gonna be Brood. I think they just value Broodmother in the lane against Morphling and Undying. Because you have this extra HP region. I just don't... I like it, I just didn't like it as much against Spirit Breaker.
10 seconds
remaining. You can always find her, get the charge going. You need something else, you need some...
5 seconds remaining.
Some kind of a hero that can join early fights. Morphling, Undying, they don't provide you with much lockdown. See Smile, what does he want to play? or they're gonna be going for. I mean, they can also pick offlaner here for themselves. They know the matchup. Techies anti-mage or Rubik Techies probably gonna be Techies.
And you see, I think that's the funny thing as well, is C-Smile or Spirit Breaker was always a C-Smile hero. You know, back on Beastcoast, he used to play Spirit Breaker mid. So
maybe
I guess they got
camouflage it. Yeah, maybe just pick something else that can be played from both mid and offlane. That's how EG has been picking. You know, you'll see Wind Ranger, suddenly it's position 4. You'll see Snapfire. Oh, it's 5, it's 4, it's 3, it's 2. That doesn't matter for them, it feels like it. But at least in Dream League, C-Smile didn't play mid Spirit Breaker. Also, he does have a couple of these matchups that he doesn't like to play. It's more about, like, it's hard to kill Spirit Breaker, and he wants to become super active, so get the hero that, you know, maybe pressures the tower onto the mid lane when he leaves and goes for that gank.
Well, they've got to grab something up in the next 30 seconds. Going deep into reserve time here for their 4th pick. They've got their Morphling and Dying lane. Now, we've been talking for days until the cows come home about this Spirit Breaker flexibility.
I mean,
finally
go for Puck against Anti-Mage, find Broodmother.
Now
it's also
turn
another
to
hero that can be played from the offlane for them. Ember, instead. We talked about this hero being the most contested so far at Bali Major. A good way to deal with Anti-Mage early on. Hero that can move to Broodmother's lane, deal with the spiders, builds into Maelstrom,
10
get some
seconds
extra farm
remaining.
from the Spies, so not too bad, I would say.
Yeah, and it's always nice when you've already got a couple of maneuverable heroes, having another one there as well. It's like that, the effectiveness of a blink dagger, right? You get one blink, cool. You get 2 blinks, oh, super cool. You got multiple heroes that can jump a target. Now you've got Waveform, Charge, Remnants, all able to chase the AM, catch the techies, find the Broodmother. So they've got that maneuverability on their side for sure.
Ban, like, I think you need to ban hero like Huskar again. I think it might be good Necro game. Morphling, Ember Spirit. You might lack a little bit in terms of lockdown, but I think you can get away. And this has, like, South America knows. Ember Spirit matchups. Monkey King has been used as a counter to Ember in this mid lane forever, pretty much. There's still Timber available, which is a bit of a surprising one to me, if I'm seeing that correct. No, he's banned. Never mind. I lied.
10 seconds remaining.
Again.
Like cost. But you're right. The South American region, they've found a lot of kind of counters and ways to deal with Ember, because Ember was one of those heroes that's, you know, position 2, but was always like switched into position 4 as an answer to these Huskars, Necros, Monkeys, and Slark was always one as well, where you'd have this mid lane C-Smile Slark defeating Ember Spirits in the 1v1 matchups, which was always cool. I'm not sure that's in Nouns' repertoire of heroes. We'll find out what Gunnar gets up to. I would love to see him bring out one of his Lone Druid or something funny like that. Oh, they leave the Huskar in.
Yeah, you said Lone Druid. I mean, they have a couple of options left. They ban out Wind Ranger. Everything that has been played in the previous
Evil
game.
Geniuses,
Like,
turn
we're gonna ban it.
Hey!
There it is.
There it is.
It's a great matchup against Ember Spirit. It's a bit on the slower side. Like, you have 3 Agi core. I mean, Broodmother's not Agi anymore. Neither's Lone Druid, never mind. There's like some of these habits.
Oh, Lone Druid's universal, is he?
Yeah, he's universal. Same goes for
remaining.
Broodmother. But you get the point. Like, these are heroes that want to sit in the lane.
Remaining.
It's a greedy lineup from Nouns, but I think they can make it work. Let's see. So, what they want to pick, I want to see some, like, damage mitigation, something that builds into Crimson Guard, something that buys, like, Soul. You buy Soul Request against these heroes.
Choose your hero.
There he is.
Let's see if Beastmaster's going to be picking it up. Nouns draft very difficult to execute, I would say. It does rely on them having a good laning stage. Gunnar on Lone Druid should be having a good one against Ember Spirit. I don't think there's a way for them to swap things around. So C-Smile will have to suck it up and just play the matchup.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the lanes look decent for Nouns, but they're going up against some real big brawlers here. Undying and Spirit Breaker, your positions 5 and 4. As Ember Spirit, once he cracks level 6 or 7, could be rotating into side lanes, unlocking this laning stage for EG a little bit. Help out with a roar and some axes from Whisper. I could see a lot of ancient stacks from EG to kind of pick up the pace early on as well. But I like this. They've It's a greedy lineup, but it's also tempo from Nouns, right? You need like 1 item on Brood, 1 item on Lone Druid, and they're running at tier 2s and tier 3s, maybe even buildings 20 minutes in.
Yeah, we saw Yamsun being heavily involved in the previous game as anti-mage. It's like Battle Fury. I heard battle. He read like, oh yeah, I got a battle with my team. It's not like Farm Fury. So he joined some of these fights and gets stuff done. Like gets the kill, burns some of the mana, goes back to farming. So we might see the same thing again. Him joining some of these earlier fights. It's gonna be a lot of tower damage. You have spiders, a Lone Druid, playing with the catapult wave. Nouns lineup, like it's a, again, on the greedier side, but I could also see them just like snowballing from the laning stage.
Right.
You get Lone Druid. I want to see what the build is gonna be. A bit outdated on the build on Lone Druid. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
If I random, I play him without the bear.
Wait, do you really?
Nah, I mean, I did. Yeah, I did.
See, if I...
You can shame me. It's fine.
Shamed. That was the old school build, right? When you used to have talents for attack range and damage and stuff. But if I random Lone Druid, I'm doing Radiance every time. But I think in this kind of game, it's like Mom
like,
Deso.
Like, yeah, do you want to go for more building damage, get Deso, or are you prepping to play against Morphling, get Maelstrom instead? So we'll have to see. If there's one guy I believe that knows how to itemize on Lone Druid, that's definitely Gunner. So we'll be, whatever he buys, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, that's a good item build right there.
For sure.
I'll find a way to praise it.
Like, who's even left that plays Lone Druid? You know, we don't have Admiral Bulldog or Koikva. Matumaman is gone. Matu's gone, retired. Is it just Gunner left that plays Lone Druid nowadays?
Nisha plays it.
Ah, you're right, yes. He's taken the helm from the sea captain.
Was the Lone Druid player. He retired.
True. Yeah, all the old school Lone Druid players, they've all gone. Just disappeared. Sad times. There's a lot of animals in this game, though. Lone Druid is bear, spiders, there's a cow, there's a Beastmaster. Let's see if he can take control of them all. As Nouns are looking again for that first blood attempt on Sea Smile, eyeing up the mid lane. Biding their time, waiting patiently. And here comes Husky, the techies. Just hiding in the trees, waiting for his prime target. The victim. The spider.
Sea Smile. They might backstab.
The battle begins.
Is one blood grenade available? What's he gonna get?
He's dead. He's absolutely dead. Pops his flame guard, but dies nonetheless. Panda with like a 4-man decay. He's got 16 stacks. Big old decay. And who gets all the bounty runes though? That's the big question. Like first blood, sure, that's nice. Lelis dancing around the bounty there.
Almost missed it, or he was just stowing with him. Probably the other one. So you give first blood to Lone Druid. Good luck, have fun on Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Or like just good luck. I don't think he's gonna have fun.
He's gonna have a straight up bad time, I think. And 2 for 2 bounty runes. So even in that regard, but you can see the little lead there for Nouns. We're going to get larger and larger. So down at bottom lane, Techies and Anti-Mage against the Beastmaster Spirit Breaker. Might be a little challenging here for Nouns in this lane in particular. I'm trying to keep Yamsun alive for as long as possible, especially once we get these charge bashes plus the wild axes from long range. And Whisper probably going to have a reasonably good solid time down in that bottom lane. Mid will not look at.
Mid, we're just going to look at CS, but how's Ember having 6 CS? C-Smile doing a very good job. Gunner needs to pick it up. Level 2 Bear, as soon as that comes online, that's going to be more damage onto him. But C-Smile almost managed to farm bottom, like lost some of the gold from dying there. Nothing too much.
And then that top lane, Morphling Undying. Another very solid lane from ENG. Broodmother, Rubik breaking quite a number of levels to get themselves off the ground. And that's where this early aggression from Panda and Pakaz can pay off. Powerful stuff from EG. They don't get the kill on Rubik, and yeah, Panda a little worse for wear there as the creep wave arriving on that Radiant Tier 1.
Heroes very low, like all 4 heroes low on HP in this bottom lane would be a kill anytime soon.
It is not for thee.
As soon as Matthew hits that level 2 with charge, we will go on Anti-Mage, who doesn't have a point in counterspell. Fighting right now. Husky trying to get the pull off and might be able to get it. Just a couple of those.
One range creep. Get in there, my son. How does charge work with counterspell nowadays? Just blocks it? Because the AM doesn't start charging, right?
No, you remember back in the days when
you used to
stop the charge.
Yeah.
Like
we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? Yeah.
I think we were, yeah.
It used to be AM just charges into the Spirit Breaker and is unstopped. Straight into Fountain. And it just gets blocked. Panda. Oh, taking a beating. Blood Grenade. Lelis and Moo closing around the Undying. He's got a Mango, but yeah, cooldown and decay. Very difficult for him to stand and fight. Instead goes for the trade kill. Allows Pakaz to open up on Lelis, get the Lotus as well as he backs up. Moo completely out of mana at this point. And putting a good amount of harassment on Pakaz, who just stands there and lets him hit him.
That's the creep because of it.
Gold for me.
I've noticed Pakaz does that quite often.
Yeah, he does. He likes to taunt a bit.
Never refuse gold.
Some extra region. Pakaz holding the Dangos, has Healing Lotus, Magic Wand. He's good to go. In terms of burst damage, there's 8 gold, but that's about it. And it's only level 2 at the moment.
And for Moo, it's a race to level 6. We have seen a few little deviations in item build. Moo does tend to like this Helm of the Dominator build. We'll see if he goes the same direction as, like we said, the building damage here from Nouns is pretty substantial with Brood and Lone Druid. Ember Spirit doing very well in this lane though. Sea Small 23 and 3 in a lane which we both felt should maybe not be as crushing as a Necro or a Huskar, but this should be a little better for the Lone Druid, right?
It does get difficult for Ember Spirit. So they managed to burst him. I guess he was a low HP and just got Fade Bolt, Telekinesis, couple of right clicks from Moo.
Yeah, Silicon Bowler, couple of hits.
Just rename yourself to Zoo at this point. Like, he's just playing anything that has summons.
I should change those little goggles, the Nouns goggles, to Zoo. Moo.zoo. Oh, there we see it. Sea Small getting entangled up. That's where things get rough, needing Matthew's rotation to refill the bottle. Gunnar continually taking this chip damage, though, from the Sleights of Fist.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Does leave Anti-Mage alone in that bottom lane for a bit of free farm time, though. And top 2 last hitters, both Nouns heroes. As they charge in mid, Gunnar getting caught out. Matthew's move paying off. Sea Smile now probably thinking, hey, I've won my lane.
Well, not a bad kill here, which does push Ember Spirit closer to level 6.
Radiant's middle
he has
tower
more
is under
CS than
attack.
I don't think it should be this way. In terms of net worth, Lone Druid has more because he got that first blood. But still, C-Smile managed to recover. I think this game now pretty even. Gunnar doesn't have the bear available.
Down at bottom, Husky keeping the pressure on Whisper. Keeping him as low as possible. He went for the Diadem first over the Helm. He's trying to go Helm the Dominator very quickly. And we see Moo here with the treads up first. Catapult going to get cleared out by Pakaz eventually.
Radiant
as Moo drags a couple of Dire Creeps back down. And then in the mid lane, rotation from Lelis. So they are looking to apply pressure to mid, but down bottom, Whisper and Matthew on top of Husky. A Boar slows, getting in on top of Techies, killing him off. And mid lane, that's where the collapse was from Lelis Rubik. Gets the grab and kill onto that Sea Smile Ember Spirit.
'Tis mine.
As Lone Druid,
Dire's middle tower
you do
is under
possess a
attack.
kill threat. Like, even in 1 versus 1 scenario, means you're going to be getting level 6 faster than him. Your level 6 doesn't matter that much. Gunnar is saving a point for now. In case they try to go on him, True Form just makes you super tanky. But denying some of the creeps from Ember means that he's not going to have that Remnant. And they're going in again. He doesn't have a creep. Do they have a Glyph available?
Oh god.
It's a cooldown.
Remnant.
It was a...
He gets away.
I
Husky.
thought they were going to Glyph it one more time, maybe, underneath the tower. And just not allow him to get the CS. But he got looted. He smiled dead again.
Yeah. Yeah, there they are. Rubik and Lone Druid is pairing up to kill off his Ember multiple times. Wisdom Rune's going 1 for 1 as Moo dips back. Matthew goes off to the right-hand side.
Dire's
Again,
middle
just kind
tower
of alleviating
is
a bit of pressure from the anti-mage there with a Spirit Breaker forced to rotate and move around the map. Matthew's got a lot on his plate this game. At least this time around, though, EG's Morphling doing much better in the laning stage. Panda. It comes in mid, trying to help out Seasmall against this LD Rubik. Lelis just lifts him, runs back. Matthew's TP rotated in. Sentry ward down. Let's see if they can get that D ward. There's Spirit Breaker charging off to down to bottom. Beastmaster yet to get the Raw online. Still level 5. There it is. Not in range though. Husky gets back behind tower, safe and sound. And Panda coming across thinking, hey, there's some vision here. Something's not quite right.
EG in this game, they need 1 CS for great things to happen.
Yeah.
Still gotta get the kill on Husky. Maybe do some damage to the tower. Charge onto mid lane again. Searching for C-Smile.
Yeah, and Gunner under tower taking some heavy hits here with the charge in. Gunner, his hero, is about to die. Taking far too many tower shots. There's 2 panda bears on the floor falling into the ground. Just being absorbed into the floor. Well, it's giving this mid lane now.
These are big kills. Like, usually Lone Druid is tanky enough to survive through all this damage. But puts another point in Spirit Bear. So 4-1-2 build, doesn't have true form, was saving a point for a long time. And gets level 6 on the anti-mage, gets the stun, gets the ulti, gets the kill.
Takes him down. That's why the Spirit Breaker have been wanting to see him. Yes, he dies in the end. His killing spree grabbed up by Moo. But this Spirit Breaker's got, what, 2 kills on the Lone Druid, a kill on the AM, protecting top, defending mid. Matthew's done tremendous amounts of work so far in his first 10 minutes.
Matthew is the real Moo in this game. Charges across the map, gets the kill on A.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
AM
attack.
this time.
Dire's top
Really
tower
having
is under
a
attack.
worse time than in the previous game.
Oh, the stolen remnant. Rubik's in onto C-Smile. Bear is chasing him. One final sleight of fist, but Lelis, he's there with the remnants and a courier snipe to top it all off. Puckars has rotated bottom and they're charging into Husky. Whisper has killed the tower in the meanwhile.
Dire's middle tower is under
Husky
attack.
going to get back to his tier 2, so no real connection from the Spirit Breaker there. But an absolute back and forth game 2. 7-7, nothing in it in terms of net worth. Lone Druid and Broodmother are getting to work on these tier 1 towers though, opening up the map for Nouns a little bit.
This tower is dead. Mid tower very low on HP. Yamsan, he needs to find some kind of a farm. At least he does have Cornucopia. 10 minutes into the game on top of power treads. But instead, enjoying himself in the game. Still yet to find the neutral item. Going into casual Yasha after casual Morphling Mask. He's like, Morphling is a casual hero. Chill.
Very casual, super chill. Nice and calm. Well, this is absolutely the environment EG thrives in. I'm not sure about Nouns, but these scrappy team fights, this non-stop fighting and battling is what EG absolutely love to do, but Nouns are going to try and answer it. Techies in with a blast off and some mines. A lift up there, but through the bulldoze means it lasts not too long. Matthew going to get chased by spiderlings, but he survived long enough to get away. Moo wanting just to hold on to this mid-tier 1 as Gunner is in true form. Nobody falling yet. As EG extricate themselves from the scenario and the sleight of fist duration on all these spiderlings. C-Small is like off the map for an hour.
Lelis really on point in some of these spell steals. Manages to get Fire Remnant stolen, gets the kill on Ember, gets the courier killed, and now getting some extra farm from those spiders.
Yeah, another tower down as well. Mask Commander's Phase Boots Bear, Deso queued up, already has the Orb of Corrosion. This is what you're looking for. AM being protected by the LD and the Broodmother as they apply pressure on the map, pushing waves, clearing towers. But Yamson still doesn't find that little pocket of safety. Being charged at, being run at, Undying Spirit Breaker on the Anti-Mage's tail non-stop. At some point, EG are going to start sending heroes back. One of these questions, you know, this Beastmaster, okay, Helm the Dominator is going to give you a little bit more of that ghost push and tower pressure yourself to maybe mirror the movements from this LD and Brood. But maybe with an Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster, you could maybe go and deal with the Spiderlings a bit better.
Bulldoze, what an ability. Like, why is it 40% level 1? Like, 40% status resistance. This is the old SNY plus Satanic when
Satanic,
status
yeah.
resistance combo. It's like, yeah, you can't get stunned. Husky, got the stun off.
Pakaz spending his waveform and his attribute shift. Mine's getting popped out by Pakaz, but look at how many heroes Nouns have down here. Charge gonna get cancelled out at the last second as the Morphling falls. Gunnar and Lelis looking at Matthew now. Some good body blocks from Yamsun. Doesn't keep in front of Matthew though, sadly for him. And Gunnar just gonna keep scouting them with his bear. Is that a shield rune bear? He's so shiny.
I believe it is. It's Joel from The Last of Us.
I don't understand that reference. I know who you're talking about, but...
Yeah, it's the name of the bear. People always rename their...
Oh! Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. The bear is named Joel.
I appreciate the honesty, Gary, instead of laughing it off like, yeah, that's a good joke. Yeah.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
Moo, he drops the nice. Yeah. Moo heard you.
Radiant's courier has
He's going to become real nasty. And Yamsun loses his courier, which had a tier 1 token on it.
Who's going to be stronger, Spirit Bear or Spirit Bear courier? This one. Ember, he's fine. Getting out, no telekinesis. Savage Roar is also available.
Well, this is the group up in play. Lone Druid and Brood up in this top lane. Tier 2, probably not going to last too long when that new creep wave comes in. EG, they can try and spread the map, get some stacks, farm through with the Morphling and the Beastmaster, but at some point you have to fight into Nouns. At some point, you've got to match this aggression. Spirit Breaker's up here with the Ember. Slight spam. And clears out all the Spiderling army. Keeps getting rebuilt up by Moo. Then you have this Hawk over the top, giving the vision. And that's going to be the end of the push for Nouns. So just a couple of heroes here from EG showing up actually quells the push.
Yeah. I think the reason why Moo's going for Helm of the Dominator / Overlord is to steal it from Beastmaster and also have like one of their own. It's also a lot of ghost push, something that Tundra uses, where it's like, oh, Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord, to send out some of these boars, Black Dragon. You know that lane's gonna be pushed in.
The Kobold! Little Kobold in the mid lane, dragging the wave. Nearly got hit by the Hellbear Smasher, but he's fine. Oh, top lane, the Root. They've caught out the Ember Spirit. They kill him off in the duration of the Entangling Claws. Sea Smile down. Now this tier 2 can finally be killed off.
Yeah, level 4 Entangling Claws, 2.8 hero duration. That's pretty nuts. And this tower looks pretty dead. They're trying to wrap around Matthew.
That should help. Dire's top tower
It explodes, so they know someone's coming.
And Nouns get the tower and they get out. It's kind of a funny game where both teams are playing this like 4 protect 1. Nouns are coming out on top in the 4v4. In the 1v1, the Morphling is about 1,000. What? 1.4k ahead of the anti-mage. Not a tremendous difference between the two of them, especially as we saw in the previous game how well AM can do up in this carry matchup 1v1 against the Morphling.
And also Yamsum just picked up his Battle Fury, so that means
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Keep getting smaller and smaller. Morphling just doesn't farm at the same pace as AM with Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Helm of the Overlord done on Whisper. What does he have? Ancient Frostbitten Golem. So cooldown reduction 11%. Couldn't find anything better.
But I guess that little one is better than the big one with the Tower Frost Blast, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's one in the Radiant one. Yeah. Ancient Ice Shaman, Ice Bomb, Ice Fire. Oh, EG gonna make their move into mid, get a tier 1. Claim a bit of map for themselves, some territory they can call their own. But in the meantime, now getting a slightly bigger objective. First Roshan Looks like we'll be handing this Aegis over to Gunna's Lone Druid.
This ancient cross-bitten golem, what a good-looking fella. I like this creep a lot. I never actually zoomed in on them.
Does he have an underbite?
Yeah. A sign of intelligence.
They all do. Yeah. Every good neutral creep has an underbite. He swapped out for the Ancient Thunderhide now, so we're going to have the Frenzy on the Morphling and the Slam to try and clear out some of these creep waves. Still not too much in it. Overall net worth difference is 0. They're just ping-ponged from 1k or less than 1k from EG back across to Nouns. And this is where, with this first Aegis, Nouns want to be gathering up all the tier 2s, all outer objectives. I'm not sure if they want to rush straight to high ground yet, but it might be a consideration still.
They gave
feeling very strong.
They want the bear. They want Joel.
Joel down.
That's all what happens when you try to focus Joel. He gets rampage pretty much. Spoiler alert, by the way. Yeah.
Into a blinding rage. Yamsun killed by Pakaz.
He got charged. Nether Strike. And Morphling just like waveform on top of it. That's a big kill. This is massive. 400 gold in the hands of Morphling, who's now on top of the network.
And now he's blasting off onto Husky. And Pakaz is doing it all. Setting up kills, killing off AM, finding the techies. Gunna's Lone Druid gonna get bashed up as Matthew charged across. And he's gonna turn around and fight with his Spirit Bear, shred through Matthew quite simply. Meanwhile, in the top lane, EG pressing forward onto tier 1, keeping Moo at bay, making sure that the spiders aren't pushing into their base.
Both teams have a lot of push, a lot of building damage. So if you lose like one fight near your base, that's like 1.5 set of barracks, pretty much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Moo's not quite sure what to do with himself. Do I go on Sea Small? Do I farm Ancients? Can't really defend that tier 1.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I was starting to see some of these items you wanted in that draft. You mentioned that Crimson Guard. Whisper has it queued up, picking up the Vanguard. Bit of protection against all that physical damage coming their way.
Oh, Joel again.
Oh.
They're charging him another waveform. He's very speedy.
Oh, he's dead, isn't he?
Strike.
Yeah. Oh. That's a big hit from Matthew. Shadow Blade, he was smoked up. Very speedy Spirit Breaker, getting some hefty whacks onto that bear. I mean, as this game has slowed down, this first Aegis from Nouns has felt... Oh yeah, hasn't really created too much impact. 2 minutes left on it for the Lone Druid. Let's see what they can do around this bottom tier 2. Because EG are rallying around the Pakaz Morphling. He's got himself that Dragonlance Manta, so pretty tanky. Gunner getting focused down, gets into the true form. Half HP, the bear focused, roared and nearly killed. Sea Smiles in deep. They do get the stun though. Stolen Roar thrown onto Pakaz, still standing his ground and fighting. Anti-Mage joining the fray, but Sea Smiles cleared out Husky. A Panda Undying, running it back, and they've got another set of chains. There's no bear, no Aegis there. The Lone Druid dead, and Lelis about to follow him into the grave. One by one, Nouns fall short, and EG fighting into Aegis, finding their moments and clearing them out.
They understood that if they kill Bear again, it's a lot of their damage taken out. Anti-Mage still doesn't feel comfortable joining the fight. It doesn't have any way of dispelling any of these things. If he misuses anything, gets charged, he's gonna die. They're gonna lock him down. And we talked about this like Crimson Guard buyer. Whisper's going back to it. During the draft, we said, you know, might be a good way to pick it up against Broodmother, Anti-Mage with a lot of right clicks. Once he gets that, they're gonna become super tanky.
I mean, something else we're talking about was Nouns pushing high ground in 20 minutes, but it's EG that gets up to a tier 3. Takes it down to about half health. It really is. How do you play Uno, by the way? Can you stack +2s and +4s in your home game?
Yes, we can. Yeah, that's why people cry more when we play it. That's just how I like it.
That's the way I've always played it. I found out recently that's not how it's meant to be. Oh, Yamsun. Really? Yeah, there was like an official tweet by the Uno Twitter account saying, you're not meant to stack +2s and +4s. And everyone was like, nah, shut up. You don't know the rules.
You made up the rules. Like, what do you know about the rules? Like, we make our own rules in the house.
It's
like,
it's
for the board games in
game.
general. Yeah, it's like, you know, there are written rules. There's like rules that are not clarified enough, and then you have to make up some of your own rules.
Yeah, it's like a Monopoly. You know, if you go to jail, you put some money in the middle. If you land on go, you collect all the money. These house rules make things fun.
Minefield sign. Not there, but there's shard upgrades to reactive taser. So, good way
You're just reading the first thing that you see.
I was thinking about Monopoly. I was like, when was the last time I played Monopoly?
School, give it.
A long time ago.
Like 20 years ago or something.
It's been a while. I mean, it's not a good board game. Like, the wildest thing about Monopoly, it was created to show the like underlying flaws of capitalism, and then it's not meant to be a fun game. It's meant to be despair and sadness.
Radiant's top tower.
And it might actually despair and sadness might be what Moo's facing here, being charged up. She smile. Oh, it doesn't find him with a slight. Matthew under tier 3, a little bit deep there, my friend. He's gonna be fine though, as EG gonna coming around him, looking towards another high ground push up to tier 3 again.
They're going. And they're not stopping. They feel that the Anti-Mage is still not fight ready. No Manta style being delivered on the courier, but yeah. Ancient Dino dying, so that's extra 250.
And building's falling pretty quickly. Gunnar sends his bear forward with a savage roar. He fears back the Morph. Angel Black Dragon making short work of these barracks though. And Picard's can continually frontline. Lincoln's pop. Manta in 3 has 1 charges, and that shift to strength will wait for him back to safety, and EG will ditch on this for now. And came in, got more than expected. And like you say, they know that Yamsun just isn't ready to fight yet.
Dealing with Spirit Breaker, Morphling, Chains, like 1 Beastmaster Roar is gonna get you killed. There are no saves available on Nouns at the moment. There's like Solar Crest, Rubik has Yule Scepter, no Glimmer Capes, no Decrepify Life Drain like in the previous game.
Man, no real safety net. I need to be landing their spells. Super important for these blast-offs, the steals from Rubik, to be connecting properly. Husky, Lelis, and Yamsun smoking down into that bottom right-hand corner. Fast spawn on Roche is in about 15 seconds from now. It would be nice to get some good ward coverage down. Maybe even find Matthew here. Spirit Breaker lifted up. Bulldoze comes out now as he's yuled into the sky, wasting the Bulldoze time, and a good blast off there. Well, they spell casting by Nouns does grab them a kill.
Any pickup they can get right now feels really good, but look at EG again. They're threatening the tower on a mid. Last tier 2 tower.
Are fortified.
Seems like Pakaz is going to start working on it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, why not? He feels incredibly strong right now. Taking a look at the buybacks, we do have 4 ready on Nouns' side. This next team fight could be the tipping point.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Need as many heroes as you possibly can just to throw into this absolute onslaught that EG are bringing to your base. Panda frontlining, meeting the spider army. Moo spotted his target, but Panda's got some protection. And down at the bottom, look at Lelis and Yamsun. Waiting for Matthew to come in. They dust him up, Yules him. They've got out the Spirit Breaker. Let's see if they can actually kill him and finish him off. Quite a lot of damage coming his way as Yamsun blinks forward aggressively. But Matthew looks safe.
Sanj, extra status resistance, extra tankiness, and now he's... Where's he charging to?
I'm not sure. He's going on a holiday. Let's pop it up into that mid lane.
Roshan in 50 seconds, gonna be on Dire's side, so EG does have this advantage. Deep into their own outpost, using the buybacks.
So how
Smile had like 5,000 gold in the bank. He's like,
I mean, look at bottom lane. Yamsun just dying to his Morph and Spirit Breaker. They've got on top of him with the charge, and Pakaz there again. I was just about to... Are they fighting the Ancients as well? Sea Small with the Haste Rune. Blast-offs in. Moo trying to turn a fight with a Savage Roar on the Ember. They're getting on top of Sea Small, but another slide in his BKB's up, so he gets the distance. Meanwhile, Panda just runs forward with another Remnant. They're in again. A root on Techies, catching him out. Flame God expires, but there we go. C-Small with another pickup, and Matthew charging in onto Moo. Gets the Bash connection, but the Yules is there. From they've got Panda and C-Small still pummeling. With all this damage in the world, Moo has to buy back as Picard's waveforms into the base. Aggressive stuff from this Morphling and EG. No holds barred here as they go hardcore into Nouns.
This is the EG we're used to see. Like when they smell blood, they're just like really going for it. They feel that the enemy, and this is what I like about the team, because they're like understand how strong they are at the moment. So constantly running at people. Yamson trying to find some farm, get that Lincoln's online. Matthew getting dusted.
Oh man, I mean, that's what the Yules is for, right, against those Bulldoze. Yules doesn't care status resistance at all. Yeah, I mean, Matthew pops the smoke. I mean, look at Pakaz into the AM form, blinks forward aggressively. Before that fight kicked off, I'll ask you how much of a problem is it here for Nouns that their kind of timing around Broodmother and Lone Druid has been missed a little bit? They didn't get a tier 3 or barracks. First Roche didn't work out for them. Is Anti-Mage enough of a safety net going into late?
Doesn't feel like it. Not in this game. Morphling just way too farmed. He can turn into him, steal his stats. That's gonna be like big Lincolns. He still needs to farm recipes, so extra 1,400 gold for AM. Great against Charge, great against Morph Axe. Let's see if they're gonna be...
Big Savage roll.
Good Savage roll.
Blast off in as well. Roshan nearly dead and Wispy being focused. Beastmaster down and Roche up for grabs. Gunnar can just walk in here with Yamson and take it. But C-Small is jumped in. Yamson snatches it. Aegis in the hands of the AM. A glimpse back as they do move in onto Panda. C-Small jumping around this fight, but Pakaz, Lincoln's popped and he's got a waveform away. C-Small, Remnants off to the right, and Pakaz blinks out in that Anti-Mage Morph again. Yamson a little too far forward without the backup of his team as Matthew charged deep into enemy lines. And they'll now track back and look to kill off the Spirit Breaker. A good turn of events there for Nouns. Getting Aegis, getting that cheese up on them as well.
This was massive. Like this Savage Roar onto everybody inside the Roach Pit pushes them out, and it does allow them to pick up both Aegis and Cheese. Being dealt by Gunner right now. Yamson holding the Aegis, so that's pretty massive. It does allow him to play much more aggressive, because behind enemy lines, try to kill maybe some couriers. Missed it. Could have been big. That's Lincoln's on AM.
So close.
We'll still find him with the illusions. Okay. And might find Gunner's courier as well.
Oh, hello. Yeah, a couple of hits, down it goes. And I did already deliver the item to the bear, right? It was a BKB? Yeah, BKB's on the bear, so it didn't...
He doesn't have it for 2.5 minutes. That's the recipe.
Oh, they do get a catch. Pakaz, blast off, down he goes. They've got a tremendous amount of nuke damage, and now they're onto the Undying. Panda was here to try and back up his Morphling. But Pakaz is dead for a minute. C-Small with a bit of help here. Tombstone drop, the grab ally comes into play, but the fear, the damage, and Yamson clears up. Okay, we were wondering about Nouns missing their timing, but Anti-Mage has made his appearance, and now they're ready to run down lanes and kill some buildings.
Is it really grab ally if you use it on yourself?
Yeah.
It is.
What do you want it to be called? Grab self? Sounds a bit dodgy to me. Just give me a second. Who's gonna grab self for a second?
High ground. Buyback. Panda. No buyback on Morphling, but he's out in 20 seconds. As you said, you lose a fight, you lose your barracks so quickly.
A stolen tombstone though. Pretty nice. Blast off the mark. C-Small dodges it. Disarm now as Matthew charges in, but the Ulceptor's there to cancel it out. And C-Small focused down. Has the remnant back. Half HP Ember Spirit, and Matthew taking a huge hit. Yamson on move. Doesn't get the kill with the Mana Void, but will take the Spirit Breaker down nonetheless. 45 seconds without him as Morphling is about to respawn. Racks down. Nouns, they bail. Hold back for a little bit.
Maybe here. He's available.
Drag EG out of the base. Look to turn and fight. Bear comes back. Pakaz into the AM form. Turns for full HP Gunner. Turns onto the Pakaz AM Morphling. Tombstone down from Panda as well. Let's see, around this Aegis respawn of Yamson, or the kill and focus the Tombstone down. Pakaz goes in very deep. Does have multiple forms of maneuverability here with the waveform and the blink, but Panda's been put in harm's way and he's dead for 70.
They're doing it. It seems like they came to this point where Anti-Mage feels much more comfortable joining the fight. Like, his career is dead. He's still sitting at 3.5k gold at the moment. Broodmother. Moo was thinking about, what do I need to buy? Is it gonna be Hex? Opted to go for Pipe instead to mitigate some of the magical damage that they have. So next item, maybe a Hex for a little bit more control, or if they need some extra armor, go for AC. And also skipping Insatiable Hunger completely, your universal hero, so you get damage from that. Not sure if that's like the build that I've seen before, but definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, this game, we kind of felt that EG was starting to run away with it. The past 15 minutes, they were building up, 8, 9, 10k lead. That one team fight, defend your base, push out, get that Roshan fight that you need as Nouns, and they're straight back in it. Nothing between these two squads now in terms of the metrics. And it really shows this Yamsun Anti-Mage, if he is left to his own devices, really can come in to these hot spots in these fights, find the pickoffs he needs. And Whisper just finished off his Aghanim Scepter. So a little bit more now to deal with the zoo of Nouns.
Is there a big item? There's Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster. It's like a bit of a later one, like post 30 minutes. Big fan of when the item is like early on and makes you super tanky. It still does, don't get me wrong, but you can easily get him. Like one blast off, couple of right clicks from AM, Lone Druid gets the root on you, you're gonna die.
Smoke into smoke. Nouns head southeast. This next Roshan seems vitally important for both of these teams. Not up for 3 minutes at the very least. I still want to vie for position and control, and Nouns are the ones that are down this top racks.
It is time. Lone Druid on the hero, 4 raid bans, going for the 5th raid ban post 25-minute mark.
And Nouns repositioning themselves. Let's see what they can do. Around the twin gate, around the Watcher. Now thinking about going through the gate there, the Sea Smile Ember Spirit jumps into the fear and the bash, and the BKB is up with a sleight of fist. He's trying to get away. Sea Smile gets bashed again. Yamsun claims his prize. Ember Spirit's gone for 70. Pakaz with his BKB trying to stand his ground and fight. Drops Yamsun low. Husky going to be the target of choice now, though. And in the midst of all the zoo and bears and spiders, Panda's dying and dying, falling, and Yamsun with another bash. Mana Void and the Mana Burn. Oh, Pakaz. Manta Style jumps away into Lone Druid 4, but he's got no blinks, no maneuverability. The Morphling's down and out. Nouns with another resounding team fight victory.
This is also a fight with no buybacks on their side, even though you have like outpost to TP2 immediately after you buy out. It's just like damage from Anti-Mage, from Lone Druid is insane. It's like so hard to focus it down. This is level 3 through form we're talking about, so extra 1500 HP, extra armor. He has like 75-80% physical resistance when he's through form with the C-Smile like way too deep. Like he tried to bait, dodged this blast off from techies, but in the end, they do have like abilities to go to BKB, anti-bait, the bash, locks it down, and now off to the last set of barracks. Morphling, no buyback. Same scenario.
Yeah, I mean, this would be superb from Nouns. EG have got to try another last-ditch effort to hold on to their base. No Morphling for 30. Tombstone focused by Moo and the lads. Matthew out of mana. These bitches need to be bashed down and cleared out. Buyback out from the Spirit Breaker, sure. But your building's in trouble. Base in disarray. Another charge in. Matthew doesn't want to go too deep, just focusing the Lone Druid Bear for now.
Gunner doesn't have a bear available, so they need to fall back, try to reset. Bear available in 50 seconds. Roche respawning potentially in 30. Next Roche supreme. Is crucial. If EG loses next Roche, they lose the game. There's no coming back. Pakaz investing everything into items, which I think is a correct choice. Because, like, one of the reasons why he doesn't have it is he wants to dish out as much damage as possible. I don't think in this situation it even matters, because like there's nothing to TP to, even if you have buyback available. The fight's already over.
Invisibility.
1 minute 40. We're up to a 15k lead for now. I mean, this resilience, it really is Superb stuff from them. Felt like they're about to be down and out. Lincoln's popped on the AM, gets off his counter spell. He's away from them. Group up with the rest of the squad. EG just wandering around the pit. Please spawn. Roshan, come on.
It's gonna be a long minute for EG. Mid lane, bottom lane, pushing in slowly. There's the Hex. Full Hex on move.
With a Spell Prism. Abyssal Blade on the Lone Druid. Tons of control here. So many ways to catch this Morph and Ember Spirit. And they're smoked up. Around the Twin Gate, high ground ward placed. Hawk spotted. Vision is lacking here for EG. They do not see how to enter the fight.
They can wait it out. They don't have to rush anything. Clear vision from EG. They have a gem. Already killed one Observer Ward. They can kill the Hawk. Got it.
And they... Yeah, they're straight on Whisper. Bash him up, Abyssal Blade, grab allies there to save him by a bit of time. Ember remnanting into the back lines. Matthew trying to get on top of Lelis Rubik. Aurora's out, the Broodmother focus. Moon losing a lot of his HP quickly. They've got the fear though on the Morphling, allowing Moon a little bit of safety, but he's finished off by C-Smile. Double kill for the Ember. Gunner focusing Panda. Mana Void is there, kill him off. But it's time to run. Nouns don't have the staying power. EG have taken them down.
What a back and forth game, but look at the base. They lost tier 4 tower. It's gonna be some extra damage on tier 4. But they need to take this roach fight. This is the big one. It's the third cheese refresher plus Aegis. They were definitely like Radiant's version is just so much in most of the situations because you don't have like one charge. Look at this little rat from Yamson. Gotta get melee barracks, so you're now left with ranged ones, which is easily killed.
One ranged barracks left standing. They are going to get themselves the Aegis though.
Anyone's game to take. Like, it's still 10k gold lead for Nouns. How do you defend? Like, how do you protect this last range barracks? You're playing against Anti-Mage, you're playing against Lone Druid, who can buy Aghanim Scepter eventually. Like, you're gonna be playing against Mega Creeps unless you run it down the mid lane and still manage to defend somehow.
It really is a very, very back and forth game, though. Really can't call it. Super close between these two teams, just executing in fights at the vital moments. Let's see what Pakas can do with this Aegis and Cheese, though. He's got a Daedalus queued up and very nearly has it complete. Probably just going to buy out here, knowing that he's got several lives up his sleeve. Get as many items in his inventory as possible.
Morphling, this is the like a new deck build for Morphling. You get that level 20 talent, waveform attacks targets, minus 40 seconds on waveform cooldown, and then with Daedalus, you just like waveform.
Yeah. I like Daedalus Satanic, the old school build. Pakas shows on mid. Nouns are in position. Lincoln's popped. Remnant forward, C-Smile dives, scouts them out, gives the vision for his team. Very speedy piggy there, hasted Ember Spirit charging towards you. Zombies giving vision as well, the Tombstone allowing this jump further forward. Up to play down on the Ember Spirit now. Lone Druid trying to focus in with the bear, but now they're going to back up from there. And Spirit Bear half health and looking very sad when it goes into this team fight. Just gets collapsed on by EG, but look at top. Yamson is clearing waves, getting towards that ranged barracks.
Oh, someone needs to go. Yeah, you're going to be playing against Megas. Bottom and mid are pushed out, but you need to take care of this one. It's going to be AM Illusions. Sent out, half duration, immediately they're onto it.
They got a couple of hits on, but 3 heroes there mounting a defense.
Not an easy game for EG to win. Like, sure, they're holding the Aegis, holding Cheese Refresher on Ember Spirit. It's just like you leave the base, you're most likely gonna be losing those barracks. How long until the Aegis is done? 2.5 minutes. Self-smoke. Yamson using Ninja Gear. Wants to threaten the kill on those barracks. Go for Megas.
Yeah, I mean, EG are really just running around spinning plates, trying to keep them all up in the air. So many things to contend with. I mean, Morphling at this point. What does he even build next? Upgrade Aghanims to the Blessing. Butterflies queued up. But at some point, he's going to be fully slotted. And Lone Druid, he's still got room to grow. We already talked about that Aghanim Scepter, the Assault Cuirass, all this good stuff. Oh, but this could be the game changer. DD Rune.
DD, one Morphling. What's that damage? 600 plus.
Oh. That's pretty disgusting. And what's his crits? 1600 crits on a creep?
Not bad. So I just want to see how they're going to deal with this split push. Yamson, he's going through the gates.
Matthew holds out on top. The remaining 4 members of EG waltzing into mid, smoked up.
Matthew's deeping out. Where's he deeping to? He's deeping to the base. He's deeping from tier 3 tower to base.
Every little helps. He knows he's got to come back, deal with some aim illusions, clear another wave. TP's back. They're hoping the real AM shows. And Yamson knows better.
Damage.
It is. No tree in this game.
Bring it back.
No, do not do that. And completely caught by Yamson.
Was an act of charity.
Ninja Gear Anti-Mage. Obscuring himself on the map, hiding away, jumping in when it's his moment to strike. Wisdom runes are up. 40 odd minutes into the game. Let's have a look at them.
That's a big chunk of experience. AM hits level 25. Mana Void cooldown brings it down to 20 seconds. It's a difficult spot. Like this play from Yamson where he focused barracks, the melee ones, is kind of game winning. It's been steady 10k gold lead for Nouns in the past like 5 minutes or so. But he's keeping them in game. If he didn't kill those barracks, EG would have, like, I would say, easily go and make stuff done around the map. But now they feel very timid about just leaving the base. XP rune is there. Do they need to give it to somebody else? How are we looking into XP department gunner? Level 22. Definitely love to get closer to that level 25.
What do we have? 3 lanes pushing into EG's side. And mid is going to meet near the river. Morphling Illusion's helping that on its way. I think Anti-Mage's probably thinking, hey, if my team can get creeps into the base down bottom, I can chip away at top. But they don't want to spread too much here, Nouns. They're sticking close together.
Smoke has Arcane Rune. He wants to go. Just a couple of right clicks, anti-style, get out of the trouble. Keep them busy for a second, and he's going to go for Rat. Illusions are in.
They can see them coming out of the base. Illusions in. Barracks taking a bit of chip damage. And EG yet again.
250.
Just keep having to come back and contend with it over and over and over again. Death by 1,000 cuts. This anti-mage ratting and split pushing. Well, they really do have the rattiest lineup ever, right? Broodmother, Lone Druid, anti-mage.
Again, illusions are coming in.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Thinking about it. Thinking about
How many
jumping.
more? How many more is it going to take? How many more illusions does he have to send? Cannon fodder. Gunner. And the backup of Moo and Husky. AM's in on the barracks. Mega creeps are coming. EG. What do you do? Try and force a fight?
It was just
they're looking.
Time.
That was a very, very good like maneuver and positioning from Nouns as well. Grouping up as 4 in mid, not giving a target, staying out of vision, making sure you're obscured by the trees and the fog. AM using that moment perfectly. And then he twin gates back down to bottom.
In a minute. They got the charge off.
Get on to Moo with a roar. Kill off the spider. Broodmother's gone. Does have buyback here as Gunner is in the mix. Anti-Mage jumps into the back. Whisper getting caught out. Yamson, counterspell, Manta, trying to dodge away from the damage. Some physical heavy hits from Pakaz bring him low though. As Seasmile still in there. Slight spamming, killing Husky. Techies and the Lone Druid dead. EG get 3 kills defending their base as Yamson looks for Matthew, but he can't even get that kill. Spirit Breaker's still up and running.
Glimmer actually keeping him alive there, making the difference. Pakaz, does he want to chase? Doesn't blink onto high ground. Mega creeps are approaching. So they lose a lot of heroes. They lose a lot of gold. You can see Pakaz packing the punch. Level 25 Morphling, make it 26 now.
They've just got so much left to do with Catapult, with Mega Creeps. Tier 4, thankfully for EG, still standing. Nullifier now for the Anti-Mage. That's going to help out. Nouns are coming in for round number 27 in this top lane. Keep on going until the bell rings. What is the plan here? They're looking for a fight. Do they want tier 4?
They want to maybe force a buyback, but I don't think they're going to be using it. Looking at the glyph situation.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Both Radiant and Dire have it.
Oh, they were looking for the catch on C-Smile top.
Are fortified.
Back to mid, the Morphling and the Undying. They're up on the enemy high ground. Matthew charging. Doesn't clip onto the Brood because he gets swung back towards Fountain. That was close. And now Yamsun is just left up here to keep on pushing up into tier 4s. Mid-melee barracks is down. They got the double barracks in the tier 3. The AM is in the Dire base. That's EG gathering up some buildings for nothing really traded in return.
Looking at the Dire base, C-Smile, he uses Sleight of Fist, becomes invulnerable. There's a bunch of creeps, so they can't attack him, so they start attacking the tower. Again, chip unhealable damage onto these tier 4 towers.
And Yamsun's got on top of Matthew. Or is it the other way around? Matthew with his BKB and his halberd causing issues for Yamsun.
Roshan available on Dire side again. Which means refreshers, these ages. Can they contest it? It's not looking like it. The rest of the team is there. Pakaz also close by. They have vision on the high ground, but Roche dying way too quickly.
Is there a chance the Nouns can run at Throne and just end the game with this Aegis?
A glyph is available. So, gotta work through glyph. Pakaz Morphling. He does pack a punch. So maybe... I think you need to try to split them a bit. Then Anti-Mage goes in, finishes off the tower. It's gonna be Brood, holding on Aegis. They think that Yamsun can't die.
I mean, Anti-Mage didn't die there to the full brunt force of this Morphling and Beastmaster. Tombstone down from Panda now as well as Gunner. Half health, but she's still yet to play with. Trying to get the damage out here onto a C-Smile Ember Spirit, but he's BKB'd up now. Nouns using this time just to
looking
reset.
At the base, Matthew, he's very, very low on the Rule Breaker.
And they've caught out Panda. Undying's dead, has buyback. Morphling is still holding a cheese here, but Pakaz is being burned of his mana. Dead with buyback. Can return to the battlefield for the jump in. Yamsun looking for Whisper. BKB up for the Beastmaster. Gets to high ground. A little bit of distance here, but they keep jumping forward. Charging from Matthew. Causing a bit of havoc, but he's being yawned into the sky. Panda, Whisper, Matthew. This is dangerous territory for EG. They have to buy back on the Morphling now. Anti-Mage and Huskies, Techies blast off in with a big mana void, killing off 2. And Pakaz, he cheeses up, but you're right, the throw is exposed. The bear goes to work. They can look to finish this game right now, Nouns. Focus the throne, end the game, look for the takedown, but Pakaz has killed the bear. Glyph is up there. Yamsun trying to focus down on the Whisper. They brought back on EG to defend their base. Moo, Yamsun, they're on the throne.
They're going for it.
Oh,
they're doing
it. The game is over, surely. EG, nothing left in the tank to deal with them. A 2-0 for Nouns.
This game was anything but clean. It was very back and forth, and now it's like this play from Yamsun where he goes and takes the melee barracks, put them in such a huge advantage because this is the last set of barracks that they have. Then you're only left with the ranged ones and chip damage, like constant pressure on the map, setting out those illusions, finds an opportunity after like good 5, 7, 8 minutes and manages to kill it, and now you're playing against Mega Creeps. None of these heroes deal well with Megas. It's not like you have Battle Fury Carrier plus another hero that can push out lanes. So EG, they try their best. They try to go in, killed one set of barracks on the mid lane, but still, they need to fall back. They need to defend the base. You said it, you know, you're playing against Lone Druid, Anti-Mage, Broodmother.
Yeah.
That doesn't get rattier than that.
My goodness. I mean, Nouns showing up big time here at the Bali Major. 1-1 against LGD, 2-0 against EG, bringing happiness and joy to every NA fan out there, just like one of our sponsors, Shukro, the best coated peanuts that have become the pride of Indonesia. As game 2 rounded up there, take a look at the stats. Yamsun, 526 last hits. His Anti-Mage in these last 2 games has been spectacular. But it's a team effort, right? Everyone's doing their job. Everyone's got their place in the draft. that last pick, Lone Druid from Gunner, a bit of a ball out of left field. Not quite sure where that came from. A cool pick, a surprising one, but it worked out decently.
Yeah, it was, one of those heroes that Gunner does play. He is a pub star and bringing always like new, fresh ideas into the mix. How he's gonna be able to like get that dub. And Lone Druid, it was a good game for it. They try to itemize with all these like Crimson Guard. Try to buy like Heaven's Halberd. You get it's just like all physical damage pretty much on side of Nouns, but they found a way. I think Yamson, he had a banger of the series. Like, I think he's just enjoying himself both times in the recovery mode as anti-mage, but playing both times into Morphling, and you see like the matchup for Morphling. Sometimes if he's like the one initiating, getting the damage in, if anti-mage is getting controlled, then this is fine, but as soon as you get focused down by AM and the illusions, you don't like to play into that matchup.
I mean, honestly, like the mental resilience for Nouns, I mean, individual players, Yamsun is laning stage. It's always going to be rough when you're an anti-mage. You're going to get run at, you're going to get spells cast at you non-stop. Just being able to understand, this is my timing, this is the team timing, that's how we're going to kind of, coalesce and coincide with each other and come into these positions to take Barracks, take Roshan. I mean, that quick movement into the top left corner to steal Aegis and Cheese under the nose of EG. Superb comeback.
That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, the entire game too was just comeback on comeback on comeback. Both teams, trading blows, bashing heads together. But in the end, it's Nouns with a resounding 2-0 victory as that rounds up day one of the group stage here on the B stream for the Bali Major. That's it for me and Lacoste for today, as we'll all be looking forward to the rest of the group stage. Tomorrow, we do have some pretty damn good matchups as we can take a peek at the schedule. We'll have Tundra up against Shopify, LGD against Evil Geniuses, Tundra against IG, and BetBoom against EG here on the second stream, starting at 10 a.m. Singapore time. That's GMT +8. Straight through, all the way through the day. I mean, I honestly can't wait.
Yeah, this is this is why it's major, because you have like best teams from all regions playing against each other, and every single matchup is like, wow, this is a good one. Like, you start with Tundra Shopify, not bad. These teams don't meet often. Then you have PSG.LGD against EG, Tundra against IG. IG has been missing from the scene for a long time, except for the last major. And then you have BetBoom, who performed extremely well, got that second place at the Dream League Season 20, playing against EG. So EG has some catching up to do after today's performance.
Yeah, they sure do. Off to the drawing board and see what exactly they can cook up for day number 2 for the group stage. But that's it from us. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Make sure, if the other streams are still going on, check them out. Plenty of games. There's 4, 5 streams going on at the same time. Tons of Dota 2 through the group stage for the Bali Major. But we'll see you tomorrow.